What's up, everybody? Welcome to Theory Underground. I'm your host, Dave McKerracher, but today is a very, very special day. As you can see at the top of the screen here, it says Capital Mondays in all caps. And we are also joined today by Nance. Nance, what's up, man? What is Capital Mondays all about?
We are going to climb a lot of people's Mount Improbable. We're going to read, eventually, we're going to read through all 3 volumes of Capital together, and we're going to record it, and we're going to make it available and accessible to people with our interjections and questions as well. But before we do that, we're going to do some background work, lay some foundations, and do a lot of shit that I think a lot of people take for granted. A lot of younger Marxists or younger left-leaning people have never even aren't aware of the fact that Capital is, a book by Karl Marx. Like, they're just like, oh, I like left aesthetics.
Or they talk about They talk about capital the way that you would talk about a god you don't like, but it's just this abstraction. It's just this sort of black box that becomes a master signifier for everything they don't like, but they haven't read the book, and the book itself is 3 volumes long. And if they do read it, then they read the first volume, but most people don't read the first volume. They read the first chapter. And let's be honest, most people don't even read the first chapter. They read the section where capital's like a vampire, or they read the section on the length of the working day, or they read the section on primitive accumulation. But outside of those sections, nobody reads it.
They pull quotes, and they it's like a human centipede at this point. There's so many people who fervently wave the flag of leftism or communism or socialism or whatever it is. But they've never actually engaged with this book or a lot of the other subsequent books that came after Capital. So we're gonna do it. We're gonna do Capital. We're gonna do some background work. We're gonna do some laying of foundations. We're gonna sneak up on Capital.
Right. And the foundation stuff is going to be like whenever we're really burnt out on Capital is when we're going to dive back into what I would basically classify as expansion packs, but also in some cases, they're not real expansion packs. They're just necessary context or antitheses, which are often more, instead of being great expansion packs or contributions to the discourse or field of critique of political economy, they are instead responsible for perpetuating misunderstandings. And at a certain level, there's going to be multiple valid interpretations, but there's also multiple invalid, unjust misrecognitions. And those come from laziness. But because this is such a heavily politicized subject matter, we should also always be wondering really whose interest was being served by the propagation of this reading of Marx. And so Michael Heinrich's Karl Marx's Capital, it's actually called Introduction to the 3 volumes of Karl Marx's Capital. This book came out, can you double check? I think 2014 or something like that.
I think it was 2012, was it? 2004.
Shit. Copyright 2004. But I think it came out in English in 2012. There you go. It is 2012. Monthly Review Press. Go. Yeah, because this is originally in German. Heinrich is a German, and first of all, I really appreciate his work here. Second of all, I owe it to Bert, who's been my #1 patron over the last 5 years. as well as a couple of other people for really kind of making me aware of this text. Like Andre Gorez's work in general, we don't have anyone in the existing left influencer sphere to thank for our knowledge of this thinker, right? In fact, we could say that Gorez is the left's best kept secret. Well, so is Michael Heinrich, even though Mikey has told me that this book is popular, that a lot of people reference it. I just haven't seen that, but maybe I don't go into some spaces that he's in. All right. So this book is important because he is insisting multiple times that you cannot read volume 1 out of context from volumes 2 and 3. And he gives you reasons why. Can you add that as the other header because that was the one I was trying to remember when we were getting set up. Before we started recording, I started our document that has multiple research threads that we're keeping in mind as we read this text. And we're going to quote mine all the times when he says basically that this is why you have to read Capital One in the context of volumes 2 and 3. Okay. So I want to just give everyone a quick rundown though. So necessary context for this is basically John Stuart Mill, Adam Smith, and David Ricardo. But then because that's what he's intervening on. Like he uses the resources of German idealism and French socialism in order to do an imminent critique of classical British empiricist political economy, which is really Smith, Mill, Ricardo. Okay. For our purposes and for this book in particular, we don't have to get into that, but that is some of the stuff that we will end up doing things with in the future. I think the most important part that I'm most interested in terms of expansion packs, though, are like the Second International thinkers, Rupert Hilferding, Rosa Luxemburg, because Rupert Hilferding wrote Finance Capital, Luxemburg wrote the book on primitive accumulation, and motherfucking, I think Bauer is the dude who also wrote a book. But anyway, outside of those three, though, Lenin comes out of the Second International. He's a Trotskyist, and Trotsky published volume 4 of Capital, but it was not a part of the original plan. It was put together from a lot of stuff that Marx had not put together himself. And Trotsky is the sort of founder and pope or high priest of worldview Marxism, which is one of the most notorious misrecognitions of the critique of political economy itself. And that's going to be one of the themes that we develop throughout the reading of the 3 volumes of Capital. We'll keep a close eye to it through the reading of Heinrich as well. But the other, like the Second International thinkers who kind of enshrined Marxism into like this worldview, like this all-encompassing worldview that's a science of history and all of this stuff. It's something that Lenin takes to heart, and he takes it to the letter, and he, as a true believer, he tries to make it work. And then he realizes some contradictions, and then he tries to correct for those contradictions. And so we can all learn from what happens there. But his theory of imperialism is something that we will actually have to engage with, and we will be engaging with it through this book as a starter. And then as far as like post Second International thinkers who are really important or foundational for how this project is inherited, how it is received, how it gets interpreted, how it gets perpetuated. I mean, obviously, outside of Stalin, the ones we're going to be really interested in are on the liberal side, the Austrians, von Boerk and von Mises, but also Hayek. Popper is not one of the Austrians, but Popper also, and then Schumpeter, who's also not one of the Austrians, but is what are these liberal post-Marxists? So liberal post-Marxists in the early 20th century are their own category. And so that's why I've kind of put the Austrians together with Popper, Schumpeter, and Weber. Okay, because Weber is working off the shoulders of Marx, but there's a lot of reasons he's not a Marxist. Some of them are reasons that we might sympathize with. Other ones are not reasons to sympathize with him. And so then I would like put Friedman and like Rothbard into that, even though they come later in the century. Rothbard as a good popularizer of basic tenets of this liberal critique of socialism that comes out of Hayek and Mises. And so like, if you really want to have serious conversations with like econ libs or libertarians, both, you'll want to have a basis in those guys. And so at this point, I've gone over the liberal critics and the Second International inheritors. But there's also Frankfurtian critical theory. And there's a couple people in there that I want to seriously engage with. But the one that we'll focus on probably in the next couple of years will be Grossman. The other guy with a name that starts with a B, Pistone, spends a lot of time critiquing him in Time, Labor, and Social Domination. We'll get around to it. But neither of these guys are like the main people you think about when you're thinking about critical theory. Like when you think about critical theory, you're thinking about Marcuse and Adorno and Habermas. But there are these more seriously engaged, rigorous kinds of thinkers in the critical theory movement from the Frankfurt School that are trying to understand how the CPE, critique of political economy project can be revitalized, reinterpreted, made to adapt to the changing conditions, or they might argue that it's a lost cause. But the question is like, are they seriously engaging with that, or are they doing what Adorno does and just doing aesthetics and dialectics, right? Like this is, so like for me, how I draw upon critical theory is going to have a lot to do with, kind of like, are they really like seriously engaging with CPE? Grossman is. Okay. So Grossman ends up being one of these critical theorist people.
I think Grossman is. Yeah.
Yeah, he is. And so so I would consider his book on the tendency of the rate of profit to fall to be an absolute essential expansion pack on the Capital project. So it's like you download Capital, you play the game. It's a fun game to play, but now you want to get an expansion pack. Well, there's a Hilferding expansion pack. There's a Luxembourg expansion pack. There is the Grossman expansion pack. And then there's the dude who wrote the book on monopoly capitalism, which is actually something that Lenin takes to heart. And it gets it wrong in a really important way. But that is also one of these essential expansion packs. So you hear people talking about finance capitalism. Well, Hilferding wrote the book on that. You hear people talking about primitive accumulation. Well, Marx wrote the chapter on that, but Luxembourg, she wrote the actual book on that. You hear people talk about monopoly capitalism. Well, whoever the fuck, I'm forgetting the name in the moment, he wrote the book on that. So I love these expansion packs. I also love like these great like outsider critiques from von Borwerk, Mises, Hayek, Popper, Schumpeter, Weber, Rothbard. And by the way, a lot of the like Rothbard, like they just take von Borwerk at face value. They don't actually do the work themselves. They're just working off his shoulders, which is why you want to go back to the source of the Austrian critique. You don't go to Mises for that. He's better as a critic of Soviet Russia than he is of Marx. Von Borwerk is engaged with Marx, whereas Mises is just like critiquing Soviet socialism, right? So it's just like, he's just got his whole critique about like prices are actually a more efficient way to make sure people get things on time, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, I feel like von Mises is like a more respectable version of Ayn Rand.
Yeah, so is Hayek. Yeah. And actually, you know what? I would even put Rand into the line there, because if Rothbard gets to be included, then of course, we're going to have to include Rand, because Rand and Rothbard are very similar. They're very similar. They're a lot less intellectual and a lot more polemical or rhetorical or popularizing, right? Which is to say, popularizing the hard-won efforts of Mises and Popper and stuff like that. I guess I'll just wrap that up by saying, I think her name's Joan Robinson. She gets a special place there. Probably more in line with Keynes, but she's different than Keynes. And so Keynes and Robinson and Piketty and MMT are all getting lumped up by me as sort of SocDem econ sort of masters, like badasses. Like they are actual pimps of the field. You need to take them seriously. But those are further out for me. Like those are kind of less priority right now. I want to focus on the expansion packs as we read through Capital, and also kind of keep an eye to critiques of popular misunderstandings, and look to people like Bomborek for those popular misunderstandings. Look at people like Schumpeter for those popular misunderstandings. But so what I'm saying is, like, for the first year of this project, it's going to be more of a focus on the political economy precursors, which is Mill, Smith, and Ricardo, and the Second International inheritors, and looking at them through the lens of Michael Heinrich and Paul Maddock primarily. Okay. And we can get into Paul Maddock as well as Moïse Pistone later. But these are all people that count as fundamental resources if you like Marx, but you don't like Marxism-Leninism, or if you like Marx, but you have, even though you in theory would have sided with Marxism-Leninism at the time, you just don't see it as a viable way forward. Well, your friends then are going to be people like Maddock, Pistone, Heinrich. Okay. And so for a Marxist-Leninist today, they would just call them counter-revolutionary revisionists, a title I proudly wear. Okay. So, because that really just means intellectual. It means that you're an intellectual and you're trying to do dialectical thinking, immanent critique of the actual situation, which is not just made up of a bunch of lefties who agree on a certain line, but is actually made up of people like Hilferding and Luxemburg and Grossman, as well as Pistone and Maddock and Heinrich. So with that said, welcome everybody. I think we can basically just jump into it, except I think there was one other thread that I had said I was going to touch on, that I was going to say something about. If you don't remember the preface of this.
Yeah. Why we're just jumping straight in.
So if I'm not mistaken, the preface to this work in particular is boring, not necessary. But actually, no, it's only a couple pages, so it is actually worth reading. I guess it sounds too much like a lot of other books written from this period of time where there was a renewed interest in capital. And so there's all this talk about the Arab Spring and Occupy, and I just don't care. I want to get to the meat. But he also does say some things about the project, about the chapters, about and I would even say that we want to read the translator's note. It's only a paragraph. So we're both starving, as we figured out right before we started. So I'm going to go eat while Nance reads the preface, and then I'm going to go read while he goes and eats. So let's get into it, folks.
Protest is occurring again. In 2011, the Arab Spring rocked the Arab world and overthrew a number of rulers, which seemed to be incredible, at least to their people. In summer, people in several countries of Western Europe were inspired by the actions of the Arab Spring. They conquered public places to protest against the policies of their governments. And in fall 2011, Occupy Wall Street started in New York, leading to Occupy movements in many other countries. With the banking crisis of 2008, more people than ever during the last decade questioned capitalism. Is it really the system that provides freedom and wealth for the majority as it is promised by its supporters? Or is it the system that brings wealth only to the 1% and economic pressure and misery in at different levels to the 99%? Even beyond traditionally left circles, discussion about the destructive consequences of capitalism are taking place. That this is not a matter of course is proven by a quick glance into the past. At the beginning of the 1990s, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, it seemed as though capitalism had ultimately and globally triumphed as an economic and social model to which there was no alternative. Although there had always been many on the left who did not see a desirable alternative to capitalism in Soviet really existing socialism, such distinctions no longer seemed important. To most people, a society beyond the capitalist market economy appeared only as an entirely unrealistic utopia. Instead of protest, accommodation and resignation reigned. But it was also, and in particular, the 1990s that showed that capitalism, even after its apparent final victory, continued to go hand in hand with processes of crisis and immiseration. And Kosovo, Afghanistan, and the first war in Iraq showed that wars in which the developed capitalist countries were not only indirectly, but indeed very directly involved, were by no means a thing of the past. All this was taken up in different forms by the new counter-globalization movement and other social movements, and made the point of departure for critique. Initially, these critiques were focused on single issues and posed limited demands that remained within the framework of the system. Furthermore, the critiques often rested upon a simple black and white moralism. However, throughout the course of these conflicts, fundamental questions kept being asked about contemporary capitalism's mode of operation, about the connection between capitalism, the state, and war, and also about what kinds of changes are actually possible within capitalism. Leftist theory became important again. Every transformative practice assumes a particular understanding of that which exists. If, for example, we demand the introduction of a Tobin tax, that is, the taxation of currency transactions, as a crucial means for the taming of a capitalism unleashed, then this implies a certain theorization of the importance of financial markets, about a tamed or untamed capitalism, whether or not these assumptions are made explicit. How contemporary capitalism functions is not an abstract academic question. The answer to this question has an immediate practical relevance for every anti-capitalist movement. It is thus not surprising that since the end of the 1990s, grand theoretical narratives have been in vogue again, such as Empire by Antonio Negri and Michael Hart, Michael Castell's The Information Age, or recently published Debt, The First 5,000 Years by David Graeber. Such books, although very different politically and in terms of content, employ Marxist categories to a greater or lesser extent. Partly they are used to analyze contemporary developments. Partly they are criticized as obsolete. It is obvious that today one cannot avoid Marxist capital if one wants to fundamentally understand capitalism. However, common not only to these three books, but also to a lot of other publications, is their somewhat superficial treatment of Marxist categories. They often appear only as empty phrases. An engagement with the original is necessary, not only to criticize such superficiality, but above all because Capital, written more than 100 years ago, gives a more comprehensive analysis of capitalism and in many ways more contemporary than many of the pompously packaged works written in the present. If we begin to read Capital, we encounter certain difficulties, particularly at the beginning. The text is not always very easy to understand. The three books' mere girth is also likely to act as a deterrent. Under no circumstances, however, should one be satisfied with reading only the first volume. Since Marx represents his object of inquiry on different levels of abstraction that mutually imply and complement each other, the theory of value and surplus value dealt with in the first volume can only be fully understood at the end of the third volume. What one believes to be understood after reading only the first volume is not only incomplete, but in fact distorted.
You got that. Okay, perfect. Yeah, that's a fucking fire-ass quote right there. So since Marx represents his object of inquiry on different levels of abstraction that mutually imply and complement each other, so he gets that from Paul Maddox's Theory as Critique essay, that claim right there. So it's like he will talk about that in this book, but he's kind of the living continuation of Maddox's project, which is basically a sort of philosophy of science way of thinking about the method of capital, like which aspects of Marx's method are good, which are not. How can it be turned into a method and not a cult of personality? Like, how can you make CPE into a method? Like, this is a good question. And so Theory as Critique is essentially where he does that. But what did you say?
It's not letting me fucking copy off this document.
So I just made that new document. I've got the OCR on it, and I will upload it like right now. So I will pull the quote. You can keep going.
All right, cool. And then, yeah, I'm going to have to switch over to that doc. It is also somewhat tricky to understand the claim expressed in the subtitle of Capital, and which Marx also used to characterize scientific project, Critique of Political Economy. In the 19th century, political economy broadly referred to that which we today call economics. By using the term critique of political economy, Marx suggests that he is not interested only in a new presentation of political economy, but rather in a fundamental critique of all established economic science. Marx wants a scientific revolution, albeit with a political, social revolutionary interest in mind. In spite of all these difficulties, one should read Capital. The following introduction cannot replace reading the original. It is only meant to offer an initial orientation. A detailed commentary on the first two chapters of Capital, amended by commentaries on other Marxian texts dealing with value theory, can be found in Heinrich, 2009. A continuation of this commentary covering chapters 3 through 7 will appear in 2013. In this, readers should be aware that they are bringing to this text certain assumptions about the nature of capital, crisis, and also of the purpose of Marxian theory. These assumptions, which have been formed automatically by schools and media through conversations and conflicts, have to be critically interrogated. The point is not only to engage with something new, but also to investigate that which seems familiar and obvious. This interrogation should begin with the first chapter. There we develop on the one hand a preliminary definition of capitalism that is different from many everyday understandings of the term. On the other hand, we discuss the role of Marxism in the workers' movement. The point is to show that there is in fact no such thing as Marxism. In scare quotes. There has always been disagreement as to what the core of Marxist theory really is, not only between Marxists and critics of Marx, but also among the Marxists themselves. After the second preparatory chapter, chapter 2, which is dedicated to a preliminary characterization of the subject matter of capital, the preceding chapters roughly follow the structure of the argument in the 3 volumes of Capital. Chapters 3 to 5 treat the content of the first volume, Chapter 6, the content of the second, and Chapter 7 through 10, the content of the third volume. Marx planned but never managed to carry out an analysis of the state that would proceed as systematically as his analysis of the economy. In Capital, we find only a few scattered remarks on the state. However, a critique of capital without a critique of the state is not only incomplete, it actually invites misunderstandings. Chapter 11 will therefore briefly develop some points for a critique of the state. The concluding chapter 12 contains a short discussion of what socialism and communism mean for Marx and what they do not. Particularly over the last few decades, many of the reductionisms of traditional worldview Marxism have been subject to critique. This critique has read Marx not only as the traditional perspective did, as the better economist, but primarily as a critic of a social structure that is mediated by value and thus fetishized. This new reading of Marx's work on the critique of political economy forms the basis of the present introduction. My presentation thus builds on a particular interpretation of Marx's theory, while others are dismissed. However, to remain within the scope of this introduction, I had to largely refrain from engaging with other interpretations. I explain my understanding of the critique of political economy in more detail in Heinrich, 1999. A discussion of the relevant literature can be found in Heinrich, 1999a.
Let's go back up to the part where he says, particularly over the last few decades, many of the reductionisms of traditional worldview Marxism on this term, blah, 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 have been subject to critique. The critique has read Marx not only as a traditional perspective did, as the better economist, but primarily as a critic of a social structure that is mediated by value and thus fetishized. He's saying that he's based out of this. This new reading of Marx's work on the critique of political economy forms the basis of the present introduction. I think that this is what Daniel Tutt was referring to when he said value foreign Marxists. Do you remember that? When at Comet Ping Pong, when he said, he was basically saying, he did this thing speaking of value foreign Marxists, and he said, like Moishe Pistone. And I remember I was sitting there and I was like, I feel like Moishe Pistone is like this hard-won secret that I discovered on my own, even though I know it was probably somebody in my YouTube community who had initially put me onto the scent, because somebody was basically like, they knew I was doing time energy theory and they were like, oh, you need to read Time, Labor, and Social Domination then, because that seems relevant. And it is relevant. It's an amazing text. And so I like Pistone, and I think Maddock and Pistone are both being lumped up as part of this value form Marxism. So I think that this is a thing. I think that this is a position or a and I am one, because it's the most, I would say, critically, philosophically rigorous approach to going through the bathwater of Marxism and saying, well, what's the baby here? What's worth keeping? And also, how do we mod this thing out to make it into like something capable of actually orienting us in the 21st century? And so right here is where he basically shows his cards and says that's what he's a part of. I just didn't notice that the first time I was reading it. And I guess I didn't notice it because I hadn't heard someone who I've engaged with as a, fellow traveler or collaborator, refer to it as like a thing until Tutt mentioned that in passing. And I was like, shit, man. So where's the great book where somebody from your position, I'm speaking to Tutt now, thoroughly engages with these value form Marxists and like takes them on theoretically? To me, I think that there's just political worldview Marxists. They have this sense that there's a thing going on with these value form Marxists and they don't like it. But as far as I've seen, there's no rigorous engagement with what's actually going on. But as far as a sentence goes, to say this critique has read Marx not only as a traditional perspective, as a better economist. So it's just saying like Marx is a good economist. So this critique says that he's a good economist. So it agrees with the Second International worldview Marxists on that. But then it says that he's primarily a critic of a social structure that's mediated by value and thus fetishized. So it's like, is that the essential kernel there? It seems to be. That's his one clause description of what it stands for, besides thinking Marx is a good economist. So that's interesting because I didn't know that. So it works with the term Tut was using, which is value for Marxists. So there we go. And you already got the quote, right?
No, I don't have that other doc yet.
Okay, I will pull it up, and I did share the OCR version of the doc into this, but I haven't shared the folder with you yet, so I'll share that with you right now.
All right. And you're grabbing the quote too?
And I'll grab yep.
All right, cool. Chapter 3 engages with Marx's theory of value. I suggest that this chapter be read particularly closely, including by those who already believe that they understand the theory and only want to inform themselves about topics that build upon it, such as credit and crisis. This chapter is not only the basis for everything that follows, the above-mentioned new reading of Marx's work is also particularly apparent here. In completing the German text of this introduction, I have received much support. For the sometimes multiple critical readings of individual parts of the manuscript, for intensive discussions and important suggestions, my particular gratitude goes out to Marcus Broskamp, Alex Gallus. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I don't care about that. Blah, blah, blah. Translator's note, English citations of Capital have been taken from the Penguin Classics edition of Capital, Volume 1, translated by Ben Fox, 1990, and Volumes 2 and 3, translated by David Fernbach, 92 and 91, respectively. Other English language citations have been taken from Marx Engels' collected works. That's the one I have. The most complete edition in English. In some quotations, the English translations had to be corrected, but this is always indicated. Some quotes are taken from Marx Engels' Gestangebuge. Where's Josh when we need him? The complete edition of all works of Marx and Engels. These are translated by Alex Locascio.
All right. So wait, the one thing I missed while I was multitasking was that you said you have a what edition of what?
This one. The Marx Engels collected works.
Oh shit. Yeah, I have Volume 1 translated by Ben Fox. It's the Penguin edition. I have actually 2 copies of it. I'm not sure how I got the second copy of it. I think when I was going to reread it, I wanted to have... I did too much highlighting and too much underlining because that's just what everybody who's new to reading does. But anyway, so you got the Marx Engels collected works. Is it like a volume? Like this fat fucking volume?
It's like 5,000 pages.
Dude.
It's fucking huge, dude.
Dude. So it's got the 3 volumes of Capital?
Mm-hmm.
All right, that's
and Critique of the Growth Program, philosophic manuscripts, like tons of shit, dude.
All right, sick. All right, I'm gonna go finish this food.
Did you share that other doc?
Oh yeah, sorry everybody. How do I just share the doc without? Oh, here we go. Share
this
to Nance.
This PDF I'm using isn't letting me fucking grab anything. It's because I'm in Scribd.
I just shared it.
Okay.
I'll start reading as you set up. Capitalism and Marxism. What is capitalism? Contemporary societies are traversed by a variety of relations of domination and oppression that are expressed in various forms. We find asymmetrical gender relations, racist discrimination, enormous differences of property ownership with corresponding differences in social influence, anti-Semitic stereotypes, and discrimination against certain types of sexual orientation. There has been much debate concerning the connection between these relations of domination, and particularly concerning the question as to whether one of them is more fundamental than the others. If relations of domination and exploitation rooted in the economy are placed in the foreground in the following account, then it is not because they are the only relevant relations of domination. However, one cannot simultaneously address all such relations of domination. Marx's critique of political economy is primarily concerned with the economic structures of capitalist society, and for that reason, they are placed at the center of the present work. But one should not succumb to the illusion that with an analysis of the fundamentals of the capitalist mode of production, that everything decisive has already been said about capitalist societies. Now, this is his little moment as being like a left progressive. It's his, or at least it's the people he's working around. He's just trying to say, hey, everybody, I'm going to be an economic reductionist in the treatment of the subject matter because I'm trying to talk about capital. There are other things. And so he's not saying that those other things are just part of the culture war and that ultimately all that matters is class solidarity, which is not our position per se, though it's a closer to our position than this kind of relativizing intersectionalist id-pull kind of account that would make working class politics into workerism, right? And put it on the level of any other identity struggle for recognition and representation or special kinds of redistribution. So this is, this is good. This is good bracketing on his part. And if it wasn't for that bracketing, honestly, the book would probably suck. It would be too big, but it would also be too culturally left by whatever historical moment we're talking about to even really be able to deal with the subject matter. And so, yeah, the thing is like he is assuming an audience of culturally left people because generally speaking, people who care about domination care outside of BDSM, the people who care about like actual oppression are going to be people who are wanting to stop it. And so they theorize society on that basis. The BDSM thing. Yeah. And so, and then, so the current pipeline into reading Capital usually starts with people who don't like bigotry, don't like prejudice, don't like whatever. Then few people do like these things, but most people don't prioritize fighting them. Yeah. And so activists and like culturally left-leaning people do prioritize fighting those things. And because they fight those things and then they realize, oh, this is all fake, this isn't going anywhere, what's wrong? Then they try to get to the root of oppression. And there are always all these people pointing back to capital. And so the current pipeline to trying to understand what's wrong with society does kind of come from the cultural left, but Marx was hardly a cultural, like left progressive type of person. And neither are most Marxists, though most Marxists do kind of assume the same funnel or the same pipeline into, so like this is why all Marxists seem to be doing this thing right here, which is this cultural left facingness. They're not assuming people who are either too savvy or burnt out for, a sort of one-to-one correlation with that consumer demographic. But all right, get back to eating. You got it?
Yeah, where are we? Hold on.
Sick. I'm going to try to figure out why my computer is making those system sounds, even though I keep going into my sound settings and muting system sounds. Don't like the updates. Don't love updates at all.
Where are we?
So I just read the first page. Capitalist Societies. Yeah, so it's page 14 is the beginning.
Okay. Hold on.
The question of whether, yeah.
All right. The question of whether we live in a class society seems to be a matter of controversy, especially in Germany. The mere use of the term class is frowned upon. Whereas England's arch-reactionary former Prime Minister, Margaret Thatcher, had no problem referring to the working class, even Social Democrats in Germany have problems uttering the word. Over here, there are only Arbeitenheimer or Arbeitnehmer or employees, Unternehmer, or entrepreneurs, Beamte or civil servants, and above all else, Mittelschicht, literally middle level, avoiding any use of the term class or middle class. At the same time, talk of classes is in no way in and of itself particularly critical. That's not only the case for conceptions of social justice that aspire to an equilibrium between classes, but also for some allegedly leftist conceptions of bourgeois politics as a sort of conspiracy of the ruling class against the rest of society. The existence of a ruling class opposed to a ruled and exploited class might be a surprise for a conservative social studies teacher who only knows citizens. But this fact alone doesn't say very much. All societies that are known to us are class societies. Exploitation only means in the first instance that the dominated class not only produces its own subsistence, but also that of the ruling class. These classes have manifested themselves in different ways throughout history. Slaves existed opposite slave owners in ancient Greece. Serfs existed opposite landlords in the Middle Ages. And in capitalism, the bourgeoisie, the propertied class, exists opposite the proletariat, wage-dependent laborers. What is decisive is how class domination and exploitation function in a particular society. And in this, capitalism distinguishes itself fundamentally from pre-capitalist societies in two respects. In pre-capitalist societies, exploitation rested upon a relationship of personal domination and dependency. The slave was the property of his owner. The serf was bound to his respective lord. The lord had direct authority over his servant. On the basis of this authority, the lord appropriated a portion of the product that the servant produced. Under capitalist relations, wage laborers enter into a contract with a capitalist. Wage laborers are formally free. There is no external force that compels them to sign a contract. And contracts once signed can be annulled later and are formally equal to capitalists. There are actual advantages to the ownership of a large estate, but there are no inherited legal privileges, such as those that exist in a society characterized by the existence of a nobility. A personal relationship of force does not exist, at least not as a rule in the developed capitalist societies. Therefore, for many theorists of society, bourgeois society with its free and equal citizens appears to be the opposite of the feudal society of the Middle Ages with its caste privileges and personal relations of dependency. And many economists contest the notion that something like exploitation even exists in capitalism and, at least in Germany, prefer to speak of a market economy. Thus, it is alleged that various factors of production, labor, capital, and land, act together and receive a corresponding share of income, wage, profit, and ground rent. The question of how domination and exploitation in capitalism are realized precisely by means of the formal freedom and equality between partners in exchange will be discussed later on. In pre-capitalist societies, the exploitation of the dominated class served primarily the consumption of the ruling class. Its members led a luxurious life, used appropriated wealth for their own edification or for that of the public, theater performances in ancient Greece, games in ancient Rome, or to wage war. Production directly served the fulfillment of wants, the fulfillment of the forcibly restricted needs of the dominated class, and the extensive luxury and war needs of the ruling class. Only in exceptional cases was the wealth expropriated by the ruling class used to enlarge the basis of exploitation, such as when consumption was set aside to purchase more slaves, to produce a greater amount of wealth. But under capitalist relations, production for the sake of increasing the capacity to produce is typically the case. The gains of a capitalist enterprise do not serve in the first instance to make a comfortable life for the capitalist possible, but are rather invested anew in order to generate more gains in the future. MCM. Not the satisfaction of wants, but the valorization of capital is the immediate goal of production. The fulfillment of wants, and therefore a comfortable life for the capitalist, is merely a byproduct of this process, but not its goal. If the gains are large enough that a small portion is sufficient to finance the luxurious existence of the capitalist, and the greater portion can be used for the accumulation, enlargement of capital. The fact that earnings do not primarily serve the consumption of the capitalist, but rather the continuous valorization of capital, that is, the restless movement of more and more accumulation, might sound absurd. But the issue at hand is not an individual act of insanity. Individual capitalists are forced into this movement of restless profiteering, constant accumulation, expansion of production, the introduction of new technology, etc., by competition with other capitalists. If accumulation is not carried on, if the apparatus of production is not constantly modernized, then one's own enterprise is faced with the threat of being steamrolled by competitors who produce more cheaply or who manufacture better products. A capitalist who attempts to withdraw from this process of constant accumulation and innovation is threatened with bankruptcy. He is therefore forced to participate, whether or not he wants to. In capitalism, excessive profit-seeking is not a moral failure on the part of individuals, but rather a necessity for surviving as a capitalist. As will be shown more clearly in the following chapters, capitalism rests upon a systemic relationship of domination that produces constraints to which both workers and capitalists are subordinated. For that reason, a critique that takes aim at the excessive profit-seeking of individual capitalists, but not at the capitalist system as a whole, is too narrow. By capital, we understand provisionally, we'll get more precise later, a particular sum of value, the goal of which is to be valorized, which is to say, generate a surplus. This surplus can be obtained in various ways. In the case of interest-bearing capital, money is lent at interest. The interest thus constitutes the surplus. In the case of merchant capital, products are purchased cheaply in one place and sold dearly in another, or at another point in time. The difference between the purchase price and the sale price, minus the relevant transaction costs, constitutes the surplus. In the case of an industrial capital, the production process itself is organized along capitalist lines. Capital is advanced for the purchase of means of production, machines and raw materials, and for the employment of forces of labor, so that a process of production comes about under the direction of a capitalist or his agents. The products produced are then sold. If the revenue is higher than the cost used for means of production and wages, then the originally advanced capital has not only reproduced itself, but has also yielded a surplus. Capital, in the sense outlined above, primarily is interest-bearing and merchant capital, not so much as industrial capital, has existed in practically all societies in which exchange and money existed, but it played mainly a subordinate role, whereas production for need was dominant. One can first speak of capitalism when trade and, above all, production is conducted in a predominantly capitalist manner, that is, profit-oriented rather than needs-oriented. Capitalism, in this sense, is primarily a modern European phenomenon. The roots of modern capitalist development in Europe extend back to the High Middle Ages. Initially, foreign trade was organized on a capitalist basis, with the medieval crusades, wars of plunder, playing an important role in the expansion of trade. Gradually, merchants who had initially bought pre-existing products to sell in a different locale started to take control of production. They contracted out the production of certain products, advanced the costs for the raw materials, and dictated the price at which they purchased the final product. The development of European culture and European capital experienced a decisive upturn in the 16th and 17th centuries. What is often described in school books as an age of discovery was summarized by Marx in the following manner. The discovery of gold and silver in America, the extirpation, enslavement, and entombment in mines of the indigenous population of that continent, the beginnings of the conquest and plunder of India, and the conversion of Africa into a preserve for the commercial hunting of black skins, are all things which characterize the dawn of the era of capitalist production. The treasures captured outside Europe by undisguised looting, enslavement, and murder flowed back to the mother country and were turned into capital there. Within Europe, capitalist production.
It's just such a banger ass quote right there. I just have to say, first of all. Second of all, I found the easiest way to swap screens when I don't have to show you what I'm doing. And that's just like put the, hello?
Yep.
Oh, okay. My headphones did something weird, but, so anyway, I put the PDF here in the display capture so people can see where it's at. So you don't have to scroll, and you can go, eat some food, man. So I'll get to it. But that quote on primitive accumulation might be like the single most succinct quote on primitive accumulation, especially by Marx, which is really nice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But all right, I'll get to it. Bon appetit. Within Europe, capitalist production took hold of further areas. Manufactories and factories emerged, and industrial capitalists employing constantly growing labor forces inside of increasingly large production facilities established themselves alongside the merchant capitalists. This industrial capitalism developed initially in England in the late 18th and early 19th centuries, with France, Germany, and the United States following the 19th century. In the 20th century, there occurred a thorough capitalization of almost the entire world, but there were also attempts by a few countries, such as Russia and China, to extract themselves from this development by building a socialist system. With the collapse of the Soviet Union's and China's orientation toward a capitalist market economy, capitalism at the beginning of the 21st century knows no boundaries, at least not of the geographical sort. Although no part of the world is without capitalist influence, not all parts of the world are thoroughly capitalized, as a glance at large parts of Africa will show. But this isn't because capital would encounter resistance, but because the conditions of valorization are of varying favorability, and capital always seeks out the best possibilities for profit and leaves the less profitable ones alone for the time being. Yes. So it creates little oases. And oasis is kind of too positive of a term, but you could say it creates centers. And then outside of those centers are the peripheries. And in a lot of cases, those peripheries can be sort of, feudal, kind of like old, just like maybe even tribal. There's entire parts of the world that, it's like people know how to get, they know how to get to somewhere that has Cheetos, but they aren't hooked on Cheetos. And it's probably too much of a pain in the ass to even get money because of the way of life that they're living. There is this like idea that capital has taken hold of the whole planet and everybody's life is shaped by it to such an extent that it's like the thing that molds and shapes and like the subjectivities and interactions and all interpersonal relationships. And he's safeguarding against that kind of more speculative assumption. Section 1.2, the emergence of the workers' movement. I love this little history that he does because it's good to have a place where somebody said it, because these are kind of all the things that people say. People who have a basis in Marx, this is the this is the short version of the historical development. Not only was the development of appropriately large fortunes a precondition for the development of industrial capitalism, it also involved the freeing of forces of labor. People who were no longer subject to feudal relations of dependency, who were formally free and therefore had the possibility for the first time to sell their labor power, yet also were free from every source of income, who possessed no land they could cultivate in order to survive, and thus were forced to sell their labor power to survive. Small peasant farmers who had been impoverished or expelled from their land, landlords had often transformed cropland into pasture land, since this was more profitable, as well as ruined artisans and day laborers constituted the core of this proletariat, which was often forced into permanent wage labor by the development of the most brutal state violence, persecution of vagabonds and beggars, the erection of so-called workhouses. The emergence of modern capitalism was not a peaceful, but rather a deeply violent process, concerning which Marx wrote in Capital. If money, according to Augier, comes into the world with a congenial bloodstain on one cheek, capital comes dripping from head to toe, from every pore, with blood and dirt. At the cost of enormous human sacrifice, industrial capitalism developed in Europe, initially in England, at the beginning of the 19th century. Workdays of up to 15 or 16 hours and labor forced upon children of 6 or 7 years of age were just as widespread as extremely unhealthy and hazardous conditions of work. And for all that, wages were hardly sufficient for survival. Resistance arose against these conditions from various quarters. Workers sought higher wages and better working conditions. The means used to achieve these goals varied and ranged from petitions to strikes to militant battles. Strikes were frequently put down violently through the deployment of police and the military, and the first trade unions were often persecuted as insurrectionary associations, their leaders often convicted as criminals. Throughout the entire 19th century, battles were carried out for the recognition of trade unions and strikes as a legitimate means of struggle. With time, enlightened citizens and even individual capitalists criticized the miserable conditions under which a large part of the constantly growing proletariat vegetated during the course of industrialization. Ultimately, the state was forced to notice that the young men who were subject at an early age to the overly long work hours of the factories were no longer suitable for military service. Partially, oh no, I lost the spot. Straight from wow, I really did lose it. There's a danger of scrolling a document the way I do, where I click the middle mouse button. I don't know what it is, but sometimes it just like scrolls a couple pages really quickly. And it's not because I'm sliding it the way I'm supposed to be. It's like something else that I do without thinking is causing a problem. Anyway, strikes were frequently put down violently through the deployment of police and the military, and the first trade unions were often persecuted as insurrectionary associations, their leaders often convicted as criminals. Throughout the entire 19th century, battles were carried out for the recognition of trade unions and strikes as a legitimate means of struggle. With time, enlightened citizens and even individual capitalists criticized the miserable conditions under which a large part of the constantly growing proletariat vegetated during the course of industrialization. Ultimately, the state was forced to notice that the young men who were subject at an early age to the overly long work hours of the factories were no longer suitable for military service. This returned with a vengeance in a way that was actually noted by Barbara Ehrenreich when she was talking about literacy. Wait, was it Aaron Wright? No, John Taylor Gatto, Weapons of Mass Instruction. He talks about the tests they were doing. Basically, soldiers have to be basically literate, and in the beginning of the 20th century, they were getting all these, like when they were drafting soldiers for World War I, they set up like a literacy test. And it's basic, like it's the most basic form of literacy, and really high numbers of soldiers, well, candidates were like flunking out as illiterate. And that those numbers have gone up over time. They have not gone down. So that's one of the, he said that there's one of the reasons you want to look at literacy rate statistics from the military as opposed to a school, like, or a government body that has something to do with education, is because the education statisticians, like obviously they want to be able to show that there's a little bit more bias. Like they want to be seen as successful, right? And literacy is a metric of success. And so the thing about the military is like their goal is to be able to enlist people, right? So it's like they just want to be able to enlist you, and if they can't, then that's a bad sign, right? So I mean, it's good for the people, maybe, who knows? It doesn't matter. Partially under pressure from the increasingly strong working class, partially due to the insight that capital and the state needed halfway healthy people as forces of labor and as soldiers, the factory laws were introduced in the 19th century with England leading the way. Minimal health protections for employees were mandated, while the minimum age for child labor was raised and the maximum daily working hours for child laborers lowered. Ultimately, the working time for adults was limited. In most sectors, a normal workday of 12 and later 10 hours was introduced. Okay. I like that he brings in that the point, like, it's like the state can only ignore what the structural stultification of our time energy actually does to us up to a certain point. And then they start to see like, oh, you guys aren't even fit for military service. Okay, we're going to have to actually set up some kind of limits on this unregulated capitalism because it's making you guys like useless to us. See, so the state does have divergent interests from capital. The state needs at least battle-ready soldiers. It needs literate people to some degree. There's just these certain contradictions there that make it so that there are progressives and conservatives alike in government, in media, in education, who begin to see there are issues with capitalism. And then they work with those labor organizers who are more amenable to that sort of intra-class conciliation. If you're all for progressive education reform, and you see, and part of the reason is because you feel bad about how the society as it currently exists requires people being brutalized and also made stupid, then you're going to work with those labor activists who see the same problem. There's just going to be a big difference between the ones who want to make some minor reforms and the one, say safety measures and, some education, and ones who are more radical or extremist, like we are, when we say things like, a union can't give us what we want. It just literally can't. Like, it can't. Sorry. Like, it can give us, if the Amazon union was actually universal to all the Amazon spots, like, I would be happy. Of course. I would probably have higher wages, blah, blah, blah. But that's not ultimately what I want. So,
dude, like, so this thread of the state intervening when it's affecting their, not the reserve army of labor, but like the state's reserve army of military bodies, right?
Yep.
We are, and this is kind of picking up the thread from yesterday a little bit, we're approaching a point where it doesn't matter. It's like a video game. So the new able-bodied men and women, service members, they don't need to be able-bodied anymore. They don't need to be able-minded anymore. All they need to know how to do is play a fucking video game.
Yeah, if you're a good gamer, then you're fine. It's kind of like at Amazon, if you've got a fucking pulse, then you're set.
Yeah.
You could even be an hour late, like every other week for years, and you'd be fine. Dude. Like, I did not grow up in that version of capitalism. Like, to me, it really is like this walk in the park. In fact, this is a side note. I want to have a whole conversation with you. I'm going to try to get you to work at Amazon, even if it's just for a couple of weeks. I just want you to do it, even if it's just part-time. It's so easy. And then you and me and Ann could all have really cool conversations about our experiences, and we could all write books about it. Like, I'm writing a book about it right now. And it's just like, just go in there. I want you to go in there, and I want you to go through the training process. I just want you to like punch hours for a couple weeks just to get the vibe. I want you to get the vibe and actually qualitatively feel how different labor is becoming in this like heavily automized and like super ergometric fucking kind of warehouse, I'm
super down, dude.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. All right. During the 19th century, the workers' movement grew increasingly strong, and there emerged trade unions, workers' associations, and ultimately also workers' political parties. With the extension of suffrage, which was initially limited to property owners, or more precisely, property-owning males, the parliamentary fractions of these parties continued to grow. A constant source of debate was the question concerning the goal of the struggle of the workers' movement. Was the issue merely that of a reformed capitalism or of the abolition of capitalism? I was just touching on this. Also debated was the question of whether states and governments were opponents that should be fought just as much as capital, or whether they were possible coalition partners who merely needed to be convinced of the proper perspective. Since the first decades of the 19th century, there emerged an abundance of analyses of capitalism, utopian conceptions of socialism, reform proposals, and strategic blueprints as to how particular goals were to be best achieved. From the middle of the 19th century onwards, Marx and Engels won increasing influence within these debates. Toward the end of the 19th century, both had already died, but Marxism was dominant within the international workers' movement. However, even back then, it was questionable as to how much this Marxism had anything to do with Marx's theory. All right, now that's the bottom of page 20. Oh, there you are. You're there.
Yeah.
So what I would like to do here is take a quote from this part where he says, during the 19th century, the workers' movement grew increasingly strong, and there emerged trade unions, workers' associations, and ultimately also workers' political parties. And I'm just going to go ahead and take that there as the quote, and then start a new section in this document that will be called something along the lines of, let's just call it, back when there was a proletariat. This is like like my realization that Marx is not even talking about anything that resembles the working class he's talking about came in 2019, and I was still thinking it through. Like I hadn't even started thinking about it too consciously yet, but there was just like, I was in a Marxist org. I was on the education committee. This was like, I was on the committee for like 4 or 5 months because I was interested in, this. It's like, for me, it was like, yeah, what would someone who wants to be in a Marxist org today need to know? And like, I thought that was a really worthwhile way of spending my time and energy when I wasn't working. But I was the only person who really cared about theory. And a lot of things came out of that experience, but one of them was like all of the energy that was like going into organizing within this organization, all the energy was going into like this pizza shop that was trying to unionize. And the person who was heading up that strike, or the strikes that they were doing, she had no respect for theory, and even said like, well, we shouldn't even have to read A Strange Labor. We shouldn't even have to read Wage, Labor, and Capital. We shouldn't even have to read Lenin. Like we know what's wrong, and we know what we need to do. We need to strike, and we need to fight for our rights. And it's like, this is a small locally owned pizza shop. Okay. So you're talking about someone's dad, someone's mom, maybe like a couple of people at a church somewhere. You're talking about the petty bourgeoisie. If you think that, seizing the means taking away small businesses from small business owners, then you're just, I'm sorry, like, what is this? This is not it, And I also understand that there is sometimes a need. The need does arise for workers to do stuff like that. It's always situational, and it's always based on what's actually going on. And I can never judge outside of those situations, whether it's right or wrong. Being close enough to that one, I will just say that the person who was heading it up wanted to be an agitator, wanted to be the lefterist than thou, Stalinist organizer person. And she'd been a libertarian the year before. And then a year later, she had already moved on from politics in any way. And so in the Midwest, they call that a fart in a skillet. The point is like that person's like, just like whatever, like they're not, they're flying all around, whizzing all around on from one thing to the next thing. And so really like you can't, it's like, okay, whatever. Should I even take it that seriously? How does this actually inform my politics? Well, the fact that this person was being called the most advanced worker in the organization by the leadership, had me going, okay, you guys really just value people who will organize over trying to understand. And so in a meeting, I brought up, I was like, I don't think that we should be referring to pizza shop workers as the proletariat. And they fucking lost their mind, dude. They were so pissed. I had like 7 people trying to talk at once at me. And I just was like, look, we just read The Principles of Communism by Frederick Engels. And he goes into how a manufacturer is like these small manufacturers aren't even the proletariat. If these small manufacturers are not the proletariat, then why the fuck would a pizza shop worker be a proletarian when proletarian meant like a factory worker? It meant a disciplined person who's actually like cooperatively engaged with like hundreds, if not thousands of other workers. And if they step away, then the machine actually stops working. As a pizza shop worker, you're all replaceable. All of you could stop showing up to work. They'd be back on their feet a week later. And you're not disciplined. None of them are disciplined, right? Like there's a kind of like Marx saw a value in the factory discipline that made the proletariat the industrial army. Like this military metaphor comes down to the discipline of being an appendage of this giant mechanism. That's a proletarian. And you can say that they do exist still today, and most blue collar work is some kind of proletarian work, but also, I don't know. I kind of think that like ability to see yourself as a class has something to do with being a proletarian. And then like we can start talking about the fundamental conditions that have changed, that have made it basically impossible for people to see themselves as a class as proletarians. And outside of all of the other reasons that probably come to mind, the fact that they aren't living on top of each other or in small hovels with like 15 family members, you know, in the same room, sleeping on the floor, standing in line, like long bread lines or work lines, unemployment lines, or like hire me kind of lines, in a Charles Dickens-esque world is a big part of it. Because when you're in that world and you see these people in stagecoaches with fucking monocles and top hats like the Monopoly man, like at that point you begin to see yourself as a class pretty quick, right? So anyway,
yeah.
So
I think there's also.
So all I say then is that this is the thread that I am like opening up in the document, which is to say back when there was a proletariat. That's what I'm getting at. But yeah, what were you going to say?
Also in the second half of that paragraph, I grabbed that quote, blah, 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 constant source of debate, question weathering, what's the point of worker organizing? And also the question of whether or not the state is something that can be allied with against capital. I think those are both also questions that really need to be tarried with. The whole state thing, like, I don't know, that's a huge conversation that nobody seems to want to have. Like, even if you start asking those questions, they're just like, oh, you're a fucking statist. Fuck you. You're, you know, counter-revolutionary, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, well, hold on now. Like, I don't know. It's frustrating. That's when I stopped being an anarchist is when I realized, like, oh, wait a minute. Like it is the fact that capital is what's going on here. It's not the state itself. Like, it's not just like, oh yeah, fuck America. Like, I could say, yeah, for the most part, fuck America, but also it's not about that, and not fuck Americans and blah, 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 all that. Also fuck America is kind of the most American thing you can say, which is the most ironic thing, which is the most ironic thing about people who think they're being edgy when they say it. Yeah. But no, it's well, okay. So yeah, if you pulled that, can you make a specific thread about the state? The relation, capital versus state, and then anything that kind of has to do with this fundamental contradiction we'll get into. There is a great section towards the end. I think it's in the last chapter, maybe the second to last chapter, where he gets into the state, as well as imperialism. And it's important, man. On the one side, there is this position that like the state is the ultimate source of evil because it uses force. And I'm way too realpolitik at this point for that. I'm a state realist. I'm not a state preferabilist. I'm a state realist, right? But I think I'm so much a state realist that I would call myself a statist. Like, if we were going to use that language, I think we do need a state, and I think we need to inflate the state. And I think we need to, like, so that in Seattle, when we were talking with Thomas and we were reading his essay and stuff, like, I took issue with his definition of the state itself. And I think people need to. Yeah, that's a huge conversation that that needs to be had. People just don't want to have it. People will just say, oh, well, yeah, the state is, they do violence, they do this, they do that. Yeah, but also, are we going to have like disconnected communes that have like that share no like universal recognition between the other two? No, like
well, and what would be the third party for mediating fallouts between them that doesn't resort to war? And that's the thing is the base of statism is this sort of Hobbesianism that just says, look,
mm-hmm.
This idea of like, oh, states only come together for special events. It's like, if we don't have a standing, I don't want to say standing. If it's not there all the time, then nothing's ever going to get done. Like, and the people who want to live this way don't get like doing things. I don't know. But here's the thing. Under existing conditions, there's not a third party.
Right.
That's the thing.
Right. No.
Under existing conditions, there's not even a third party. And so it's like, I like the liberal idea. It never became real. We never got modernity, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. Okay. But you want to take it off from 1.3?
Karl Marx was born in Trier. He came from an educated petty bourgeois family. His father was a lawyer. Marx formerly studied law in Bonn and Berlin, but occupied himself above all else with the then dominant philosophy of Hegel and the Young Hegelians, a radical group of followers of Hegel. In 1842, Marx was the editor of the Rheinische Zeitung, which functioned as an organ of the liberal Rhineland bourgeoisie in opposition to the authoritarian Prussian monarchy. In his articles, Marx criticized Prussian policies, whereby the Hegelian conception of the essence of the state, namely the realization of a reasonable freedom standing above all class interests, served as the benchmark of criticism. During the course of his journalistic activity, Marx came into more and more contact with economic questions, which made the Hegelian philosophy of the state appear increasingly dubious. Under the influence of Ludwig Feuerbach, a radical critic of Hegel, Marx attempted to take real human beings as his point of departure, rather than Hegelian abstractions. In doing so, he wrote his economic and philosophical manuscripts of 1844, which were never published during his lifetime. In these texts, he developed his theory of alienation, which would go on to enjoy an extraordinary reception in the 20th century. Marx attempted to show...
Important to mention that the extraordinary reception of the economic and political manuscripts of 1844, that incredible reception was not on the part of worldview Marxists. Never was. And I believe Stalin suppressed them even coming out because it was inconvenient. And so I just want to point that out because there are all these people. If you're getting into Marx, if you're trying to research like the field, you will run into authors or even influencers online who will sort of offhandedly refer to the kinds of lefties who get into Marx's early stuff. And what they're basically saying is they don't like people who care about his estranged labor essay. So these are the pro-work PMC. These are the pro-work PMC. Dude. They want to use Marxism to be your leader and represent you, but you keep working because they are work realists at the end of the day. You work, they think. That's the realism they're in.
They manage.
Yeah.
They are the deserving. They've got the right stuff.
Mm-hmm. But Marcuse and Lafargue and the whole humanist tendency in Marxism, but also like these value form Marxists, all of it, like they all like this shit. And honestly, you don't even have to like Marx or Marxism to like this stuff, and that's why Marxists don't like it. But you could just be a regular fucking Joe. Like when I was at the university and I read A Strange Labor, I had no special feelings about Marx. Like I got that he was a little edgy because the conservative who taught my political philosophy class had kind of not done him a just treatment compared to the other thinkers. And I could see that was obvious. So I knew that there was something going on here, but outside of that impression, I had no idea. And so when I did read A Strange Labor, it was like a light bulb coming on that connected all the dots throughout my life. And it was like amazing because it was like the first time I felt fucking seen as a worker, really, like understood. I felt understood, like why my life sucks now. And it's not just my fault. And it's not just my parents' fault. And it's not just any individual's fault. It's like this system is itself inherently alienating. That's good. Like it was powerful. And so for me, it's personal, right? It's like Barbara Ehrenreich's Nickel and Dime was the second time I felt that way. And I felt that way like 10 years later. Why this giant gap between feeling that way? Well, I'd say Bernie was the second time. So there's 3 times. Like Bernie talking, I was like, oh my God, he's actually talking about the working class and how much it sucks to be a worker. That's amazing. So it's like Marx, Bernie, Ehrenreich are like all 3 very different political persuasions, but they at least get that work sucks. And that being a worker in the United States sucks. I don't think Bernie goes far enough, obviously, but the people who have this huge axe to grind against the economic and philosophical manuscripts, I will playfully refer to them as enemies because a lot of them are still friends. But I mean, for real, like they're frenemies because they're missing like the most important thing. And by the way, that means Althusser as well. Althusser is one of these guys who tries to draw this huge difference between early and late Marx. And I honestly want to go back in time and choke him out the way he did his wife. But there we go.
No, dude.
I'm not sure if I'd let him finish her off before I finish him off or not, because I don't know what the situation was. And maybe, but I'm just saying he's done for. If I get a time machine, he's done for.
Oh, shit. And on that note, Marx attempted to show that under capitalist relations, the species being the human essence of real humans, that is to say, what separates them from animals, namely that they developed their potential and ability through labor, is alienated. As wage laborers, they do not possess the products of their labor, nor do they control the labor process, both being subject to the rule of the capitalist. Communism, the abolition of capitalism, is therefore conceived of by Marx as the transcendence of alienation, as the reappropriation of human species, the human essence being by real humans. During his time with the Rheinische Zeitung, Marx got to know Friedrich Engels, the son of a factory owner from Barmen, today a port of Wuppertal. In 1842, for the purposes of completing his training as a merchant, Engels was sent by his parents to England and witnessed the misery of the English industrial proletariat. By the end of 1844, there existed between Marx and Engels a close personal friendship that would endure until the end of their lives. In 1845, they jointly wrote The German Ideology, a work, unpublished during their lifetimes, that was intended as a settling of accounts not only with the radical young Hegelian philosophers, but also, as Marx later wrote, with our former philosophical conscience. In this work, as in the theses on Feuerbach that Marx wrote shortly before The German Ideology, Marx and Engels criticized in particular the philosophical conception of a human essence and of alienation. The really existing social relations under which people live and work became the object of investigation. Subsequently, the concept of a human species being, or essence, no longer surfaces in Marx's work, and he only rarely and vaguely speaks of alienation. In discussions concerning Marx, it is a point of contention as to whether he actually discarded the theory of alienation, or whether he simply no longer placed it at the foreground of his work. The debate as to whether there is a conceptual break between the writings of the young and those of the old Marx is primarily concerned with this question. Marx and Engels would become widely known through the Communist Manifesto, published in 1848, shortly before the outbreak of the revolutions of the same year, a programmatic text that was composed under the auspices of the League of Communists, a small revolutionary group that existed only for a short time. In the Communist Manifesto, Marx and Engels concisely and succinctly outlined the rise of capitalism, the increasingly fierce emerging antagonism between bourgeoisie and proletariat, and the inevitability of a proletarian revolution. This revolution would lead to a communist society based upon the abolition of private property over the means of production. After the suppression of the Revolution of 1848, Marx had to flee Germany. He settled in London, which was then the capitalist center par excellence, and also the best place to study the development of capitalism. Furthermore, Marx could draw upon the resources of the enormous library of the British Museum. The Communist Manifesto originated more from an ingenious intuition rather than from any far-reaching scientific knowledge. Some assertions.
I get some nerd points here for trying to read Capital at that museum. Yeah, the library. Oh, by the way, you got a thing here in your teeth. Yeah.
Tobacco.
It's probably chew on the top. Anyway, yeah, no, it's I went there with Anne. We were gonna just kind of like do the museum and check out the reading room or whatever, like because they have this reading room there, and it was closed. Like they were doing renovations, so didn't really get to go in. But because I kind of make the joke, like we've got to do what Marx did, which is going to the British Museum and drawing on its, archive or whatever. But in reality, what I mean is basically what we talked about at the beginning of this. Remember, like the whole beginning of this was talking about like, well, we got to do the liberal detractors and critics of this project, but we also have to talk about the second international inheritors of this project. And then we got to talk about, well, why? Because that's what Marx did. Like I have a great admiration. I have a bigger admiration for what he did than I do for anything he ever said.
Right. The process rather than the result of his process.
Yeah. And it was by far the most boss-ass thing any underground theorist ever did. I would say that Darwin and Freud are like sort of contenders. Like Darwin is a scientific contender, like Freud wanted to do a scientific thing. But the idea is like they did it outside of the academy. All three of them worked outside of the academy. But Marx and what he actually did, like it's its own special thing.
The Communist Manifesto originated more from an ingenious intuition rather than from any far-reaching scientific knowledge. Some assertions, such as the allegation of an absolute immiseration of the workers, were later revised by Marx. Marx had already started to deal with economic literature in the 1840s, but he only began a comprehensive and deep scientific engagement with political economy in London. This led him at the end of the 1850s to the project of a planned multi-volume critique of political economy, for which a series of extensive manuscripts were developed starting in the year 1857, none of which, however, were completed or published by Marx. Among these were the Introduction of 1857, the Grundrisse of 1857-58, and the Theories of Surplus Value, 1861 through 63. Marx worked on this project until the end of his life, but would publish very little. As a prelude, the contribution to the critique of political economy, a small text concerning the commodity and money, was published in 1859, but was not continued. Instead, the first volume of Capital came out in 1867, and in 1872, the revised second edition of the first volume was released. Volumes 2 and 3 were brought out after Marx's death by Friedrich Engels in 1885 and 1894, respectively. Marx did not limit himself to scientific work. In 1864, he was a decisive participant in the founding in London of the International Working Men's Association and formulated its inaugural address, which contained its programmatic ideas as well as a draft of its statutes. In the following years, as a member of the General Council of the International, he exercised considerable influence over its policies, not least through its various national sections. The International supported the founding of social democratic labor parties. In the 1870s, the International was dissolved, partly due to internal conflicts, partly because a centralized organization alongside the individual parties had become superfluous. For the social democratic parties, Marx and Engels constituted a sort of think tank. They engaged in an exchange of letters with various party leaders and wrote articles for the social democratic press. They were asked to state their positions concerning the most varied political and scientific questions. Their influence was the greatest within the German Social Democratic Party, founded in 1869, which developed at a particularly rapid pace and soon served as a model for the other parties. Engels composed a series of popular works for the social democracy, the SPD, in particular the so-called anti-Dühring, the anti-Dühring, and above all, the short version, Socialism, Utopian and Scientific, which was translated into many languages, was among the most widely read texts of the workers' movement in the period before the First World War. Capital, on the other hand, was usually taken note of only by a small minority. In the anti-Dühring, Engels critically engaged with the ideas of Eugene Dühring, a university lecturer in Berlin. Dühring claimed to have developed a new, comprehensive system of philosophy, political economy, and socialism, and was able to win an increasing number of adherents in the German social democracy. Dühring's success rested upon a strong desire within the workers' movement for a Weltanschauung, or worldview, a comprehensive explanation of the world offering an orientation and answers to all questions. After the worst outgrowths of early capitalism had been eliminated and the everyday existence of the wage-dependent class within capitalism was somewhat secure, a specific social democratic workers' culture developed. In workers' neighborhoods, there emerged workers' sports clubs, workers' choral societies, and workers' education societies. Excluded from the exalted bourgeois society and bourgeois culture, there developed within the working class a parallel everyday life and educational culture that consciously attempted to distance itself from a bourgeois counterpart, but often ended up unconsciously mimicking it. And so
adding that to the back when there was a proletariat thread.
Yeah, dude, hell yeah. And so it was that at the end of the 19th century, August Bebel, the chairman of the SPD, over the course of many years, was graciously honored in a manner similar to that way that Kaiser Wilhelm II was honored by the petty bourgeoisie. Within this climate, there emerged the need for a comprehensive intellectual orientation that could be opposed to the dominant bourgeois values and worldview, in which the working class played no role or merely a subordinate role. Insofar as Engels not only criticized Dühring, but also sought to counterpose the correct positions of a scientific socialism, he laid the foundations for the worldview of Marxism, which was appreciatively taken up in social democratic propaganda and further simplified. This Marxism found its most important representative in Karl Kautsky, who until the First World War was regarded as the leading Marxist theoretician after the death of Engels. What dominated the social democracy at the end of the 19th century under the name of Marxism consisted of a miscellany of rather schematic conceptions, a crudely knitted materialism, a bourgeois belief in progress, and a few strongly simplified elements of Hegelian philosophy and modular pieces of Marxian terminology combined into simple formulas and explanations of the world, like that synthesis thing.
Dude.
Particularly outstanding characteristics of this popular Marxism were an often rather crude economism, ideology and politics reduced to a direct and conscious transmission of economic interests, as well as a pronounced historical determinism that viewed the end of capitalism and the proletarian revolution as inevitable occurrences. Widespread in the workers' movement was not Marxist critique of political economy, but rather this worldview Marxism.
Yes. Okay. Yes. This is, I'm like quote mining the fuck out of this section right now. Like everyone was reading the Anti-Düring, not Capital. That's like the point. But the other point is like how, like, you get why Engels wrote the Anti-Düring. It's because everybody had found, like, you got to think back then, it's like atheism, all socialists, almost all socialists were atheists, almost all. And they were in way more religious times. So, like, way more religious times. Like, nowadays, I think it's very anachronistic to be like, oh, we need a new worldview that can really unite everybody. It's like, well, I think that we can have some concepts and values that can maybe work, but a worldview, this is like the totalitarian idea. And in that sense of totalization, in the sense of like, we will provide the Rosetta Stone to all the secrets of the universe, or sorry, not even Rosetta Stone, the Philosopher's Stone to all the secrets of the universe. We have the solution here. We've got it all figured out. The conditions under which that worked was one of like religion being a lot more dominant and people really wanting a worldview. So the reason everyone went for this Düring worldview was because of those conditions. And so Engels responds to those conditions, and then Marxism gets enshrined as it gets developed by Kautsky and then taken up by Lenin. But when people want to say, oh, well, we just need a better mythos and Weltanschauung or worldview of like we need a new Marxist worldview. They're missing the conditions here. And usually all they've read is a little bit of Lenin. They haven't really done CPE. They're coming out of this worldview Marxism and they realize that it's not going to work, but they think something will because they still believe in the multitude, or that's not the right word. I want to say they believe in the mass. No, they believe in the public, right?
Yeah.
They don't understand what it means to be in the mass age.
Right. Widespread in the workers' movement was not Marxist critique of political economy, but rather this worldview Marxism, which played above all an identity constituting role. It revealed one's place as a worker and socialist, and explained all problems in the simplest way imaginable. A continuation and further simplification of this worldview Marxism took place within the framework of Marxism-Leninism. Lenin, who became after 1914 so influential, was intellectually rooted in worldview Marxism. He openly expressed the exaggerated self-confidence of this Marxism. The teaching of Marx is all-powerful because it is true. It is complete and harmonious, providing men with a consistent view of the universe, which cannot be reconciled with any superstition, any reaction, any defense of bourgeois oppression. And there's still people saying that same fucking thing to this very fucking day.
Look, when Daniel Tutt and then later Doug Lane on the same tour said, it's the truth. We have the truth. We know what it is. They did not say it's complete and harmonious, because I don't think that they would have ever dared to say such a thing in front of us. But they insinuate it the way they talk about everything. And so it's like, yeah, there's this interesting, like, Catrone, Tutt, and Lane sort of position, because they're not all the same. They're all very different personality wise. Their intellectual projects are different. Like, they engage with different people in different ways. And I like them for different reasons and to varying degrees. The thing that's lumping them all up together, though, is it's the truth. And we have it figured out. Like, it's Marxism. Except that they are a little bit more mature about it than your average, I don't know, MLM person online who's running around saying either explicitly saying or insinuating that it's the immortal science.
Right. Before 1914, Lenin supported the Social Democratic Center around Karl against the left wing represented by Rosa Luxemburg. His break with the center came at the beginning of the First World War, when the SPD voted for war credits requested by the German government. From then on, the split within the workers' movement took its course, a social democratic wing that in the next few decades would move further away, both theoretically and practically, from Marxist theory, and the goal of transcending capitalism stood opposite a communist wing that nurtured a Marxist phraseology and revolutionary rhetoric, but existed above all to justify the zigzags in the domestic and foreign policy of the Soviet Union, such as during the Hitler-Stalin Pact. After his death, the communist wing of the workers' movement turned Lenin into a Marxist pillar saint. His polemical writings, most of which were written within the context of contemporary debates within the workers' movement, were honored as the highest expression of Marxist science and were combined with already existing Marxism into a dogmatic system of philosophy, dialectical materialism, history, historical materialism, and political economy. Marxism-Leninism. This variant of worldview Marxism served above all else an identity-constituting role, and in the Soviet Union in particular legitimized the political domination of the party and suffocated open discussion. Ideas in general circulation today concerning Marx and Marxian theory, whether these are praised positively or negatively, are essentially based upon this worldview Marxism. Readers of the present work might also have certain seemingly self-evident ideas concerning Marxian theory that are derived from this worldview Marxism. But the sentiment Marx expressed to his son-in-law, Paul Lafargue, after the latter gave an account of French Marxism, also applies to a large amount of that which assumed the label of Marxism or Marxism-Leninism over the course of the 20th century. If anything is certain, it is that I myself am not a Marxist. However,
I have to say, the first several times I heard about this, I did not make the connection that that's Lafargue and that Lafargue is the right to be lazy guy. I thought it was just some French leftist. So knowing that it's Paul Lafargue makes me want to read Lafargue even more. And it really makes me want to read Lafargue's description of a French Marxist, because when at this point, like, worldview Marxists, they take this in stride. They will actually preempt you using this quote, because they themselves will say, although Marx was never a Marxist, I am a Marxist because of it, and they'll give all their reasons. And they know that this is a quote that circulates now. I mean, if they had their way, then this quote would have been like Gores and Pistone and stayed 6 feet under for the rest of all time. Like, they don't want you to know about. This is what they don't want you to know about. And so the question then is, okay, but what was Lafargue's description of Marxists? He could have said, they run around naked and whistle really gay songs. Like, and they say that that's communism, bro. And they say that you're their daddy and that they want you to bang them. Like, and he's like, well, then I'm not a Marxist. Like, we don't know. We have no idea. So we got to read what Lafargue's description of was, because it would be really funny, wouldn't it, if Lafargue's description of French Marxism was like basically what people are today when they say Marxist. That would be really cool and useful to us. But also, it's it would be good to have that context. So we'll have to dig that up.
Yeah.
It looks like that's actually it looks like that's in that collected works volume that you have. So I think you've got the page number there. So
I'm actually gonna copy that and save it for later.
Cool.
Yeah, I don't know if they were doing the Discord ML thing quite yet back then, but they might have been. Fuck me, daddy.
It's just like they're like, we like to go to the movies and then we analyze the films from a class perspective. That's what Marxism is. And so Lafargue like says, "Hey, uncle, what do you think about that?"
However, this worldview Marxism did not remain the only kind of Marxism. Against the background of the split in the workers' movement into social democratic and communist wings, as well as the disappointment of the revolutionary hopes that existed after the First World War, there developed in the 1920s and 30s differing and widely diverging variants of a Marxist critique of worldview Marxism. These new currents, which are associated with, among others, Karl Korsch, George Lukács, Antonio Gramsci, whose prison notebooks were published after the Second World War, Anton Pannekow, and the Frankfurt School, founded by Max Horkheimer, Theodor Adorno, and Herbert Marcuse, are often retrospectively aggregated under the label Western Marxism. For a long time, Western Marxism only criticized the philosophical and theoretical historical foundations of traditional Marxism, dialectical and historical materialism. The fact that the critique of political economy was often reduced to a Marxist political economy by traditional Marxism, and that the comprehensive meaning of the word critique had been lost, only reemerged into view in the 1960s and 70s. As a consequence of the students' movement and the protests against the U.S. war in Vietnam, there was an upsurge of leftist movements beyond and outside of the traditional social democratic and communist parties of the workers' movement, and a renewed discussion concerning Marxist theory.
Yo, did he say what the comprehensive idea of critique is here?
No,
he doesn't. Okay, so
I don't know if he does later, but
we'll pay attention to it. And folks, just know that it's fucking badass. Like, that's ultimately what we mean when we say, like, do as Marx did. Like, he did comprehensive critique, meaning you critique it from inside out. You really tarry with it. You really go. You should be able to say what your critic's position is better than them and make it look better than they are able to make it look, and then think it through from inside out. Right? That's what Marx did. So that's why history can't forget him. And that's why all these anti-intellectual people who like to mobilize him on their flags ultimately think they don't have to read anymore, is they think, well, Marx did it for me. Right? Marx did the reading, so we don't have to. Yeah.
Yep. There was an upsurge of leftist movements beyond and outside of the traditional social democratic and communist parties of the workers' movement, and a renewed discussion concerning Marxist theory. Now, a far-reaching discussion of Marxist critique of political economy emerged. The writings of Louis Althusser and his associates were very influential in this regard. Furthermore, the discussion was no longer limited to capital. Other critical economic writings by Marx, such as the Grundrisse, were incorporated, the latter gaining popularity above all due to Roman Radulski's book. For the West German discussion, the writings of Hans-Georg Backhaus and Helmut Richelieu's book played a central role. They provided a new impetus for the new reading of Marx's critical economic writings mentioned in the preface to the present text. The present work also stands within the substantive context of this new reading of Marx, The differences between this new reading and traditional Marxist political economy, merely alluded to in this chapter, will become clearer throughout the course of this work.
All right. I'll read a little bit. Chapter 2, The Object of Critique in the Critique of Political Economy. In Capital, Marx examines the capitalist mode of production. The question, however, is in what manner capitalism is the object of study. In the text, there are abstract theoretical inquiries into money and capital, as well as historical passages, such as those dealing with the development of capitalist relations in England. Is capital, first and foremost, concerned with the main features of the history of capitalist development, or with a particular phase of capitalism? Or is the point rather an abstract theoretical depiction of the mode of operation of capitalism? Or to raise the question more generally, how do history and theoretical depiction relate to each other within the critique of political economy? This is essential, guys, because I just want to say, like, normally when I say guys, it's gender inclusive, but right now I'm saying guys because the only people who read the entirety of Capital are men. It's a very obsessive, manly, fucking masculine kind of thing to do. So when I say guys in this case, I'm excluding all women except for three women on the planet. Let me know who you are. Ladies, specifically you three, let us know who you are. Everybody else who is women should hopefully just support us in this crazy endeavor. All right. So with that said, no, but for real, I'm just joking. The history of capitalist development approach to capital versus the abstract theoretical depiction approach. I'm struggling to find words. You know, I don't normally struggle to find words. What am I struggling over? I'm having a difficult time articulating how much of a relief it was reading him making this point of distinction. And I don't think it even clicked that hard the first time I read it. It was probably the second time I read it when it really clicked.
Basically, did you say it was an epiphany?
Yeah, okay, that's a good word. But except that it's almost like cheapened because there's this kind of like, you know, we have epiphanies all the time. Epiphanies can come from insights, but there's another thing that happens when you spend like 7 to 8 years feeling gaslit and confused, and you don't understand why you're not able to have good conversations with the people who supposedly share your values and interests. And then all of a sudden, like, someone brings clarity to the picture. I had a similar experience, as an example, with discovering the divide between analytic and continental philosophy. Because by the time I realized, see, like, if people had told me about this divide ahead of time, I don't think it would have meant very much. But being in an analytic department after having done more general history, philosophy stuff at a different institution, I was confused. I didn't know what an analytic department meant. It's not like they put a sign above the doorway that says analytic department. It just means that these guys didn't care about the history of philosophy. They didn't treat these philosophers like they were dialogic interlocutors or like partners in conversation, you could say. I guess that's another way of saying it. I mean, they treated philosophy like it's a field of dead facts and logic that they essentially just have to sit there and crunch through. And even the analytic precursors, like, they didn't even seem to care about the history of, like, say, where analytic philosophy comes from. They're really just focused on the journals, like the ongoing conversation, and they create this big other. That's the wrong word. This alterity other, like this other, like they otherize continental philosophy as this sort of catch-all term used for everything they don't like. And what they don't like is usually trying to understand society at large And it's usually doing so with the resources of philosophy as well as social theory, anthropology, sociology, etc. And so, and there is this basic divide between sort of English majors and STEM majors, and that the English majors like continental philosophy more, and the STEM people, they like analytic philosophy more. But it's not that simplistic. It's also not as simplistic as autism versus schizophrenia, as like a comical extreme. But I was wondering, like, what's going on here? I'm trying to, I love philosophy, but these people, like, I feel like I'm not learning, and like they can't understand me. So what's going on? Well, the same thing happens when you're trying to learn and try to understand society theoretically through engagement with Marxists, because Marxists, like worldview Marxism, is so into history. Like, it's so into history, which is like, I get it, but yeah, thinking about capital as a history of capitalist development, or as Marx's description of a particular phase of capitalism, is very fucking different from reading Capital as an attempt to do an abstract theoretical depiction of the mode of operation of anything that can rightfully be called capitalism. See, so yeah, I didn't know that there were people who cared about it this way, besides that Professor Bruce Bierman. I say that professor as though you all know who I'm talking about, but I interviewed him on the channel at one point, and he's the one who initially got me to read A Strange Labor when I was asking him about Marx. He has that view of Marx and his project, but outside of him, I didn't meet any of them in academia. The only people who are remotely interested in Marx are into history, or they're historians, or they are amateur history buffs. A further question concerns the relationship between Marx's depiction of the capitalist mode of production and bourgeois economic theory. Is Marx presenting merely just another theory of the mode of operation of capitalism? Does the critique in the Critique of Political Economy consist solely of previously existing theories being proven wrong in certain places so that Marx may present a better theory? Or does critique make a more comprehensive claim? To formulate things more generally, what does critique mean within the framework of the Critique of Political Economy? New section. Theory and history. Engels. Oh, I'm not scrolling with it though. Oh, okay, I see. Hold on. Let me just bring it over like this. I'll scroll. Don't worry about it, Nance. You keep doing what you're doing. I'll pull it over here. I was reading from the book, but I'll read from the screen. Engels had already suggested a historical manner of reading Marx's account. In a review of the early writing, A Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy of 1859, he wrote that the logical depiction of categories presented by Marx, logical here meaning conceptual, theoretical, is indeed nothing but the historical method, only stripped of the historical form and of interfering contingencies. Okay, so this misreading starts with Engels. And Karl Kautsky, who published a popular outline of the first volume of Capital in 1887, wrote that Capital is an essentially historical work. Remember, worldview Marxism starts with Engels in his Anti-Düring, and then Kautsky enshrines it. Well, both of them understood their best friend's project as primarily being a history. Then at the beginning of the 20th century, it became common knowledge among the leading figures of the workers' movement that capitalism had entered a new phase of development, that of imperialism. Marx's Capital was understood as an analysis of competitive capitalism, a phase of capitalist development preceding imperialism. Marx's research, therefore, now had to be continued by analyzing the next historical phase of capitalism, imperialism. Hilferding, 1910, Luxemburg, 1913, and Lenin, 1917, took up this task in various ways, which is why I was talking about the three of them having written expansion packs. One also frequently hears from contemporary economists, insofar as they don't reject Marx's analysis entirely, that it is at best valid for the 19th century. But in the 20th century, economic conditions have supposedly undergone such extensive change that Marx's theory is of no use, which is why one hears so little of it in most economics departments. Such historicizing ways of reading Marx, which are also typical of many introductions to Marx's Capital, are at the very least opposed to Marx's own understanding of his work. In the foreword to the first volume, Marx writes the following concerning the object of his research. Okay, I think I'm going to pause to add a couple notes here. So, I feel like worldview Marxism needs a subheader. Capital is not a history book. Okay. And then I'm going to italicize Capital so that people know I'm talking about the book. All right. So I'm going to want to quote Engels and Kautsky. And I'm going to take that whole paragraph and put it here. And then I'm going to juxtapose that to this actual Marx quote. Okay. What I have to examine in this work is the capitalist mode of production and the relations of production and forms of intercourse that correspond to it. Until now, their locus classificus has been England. That is the only reason why England is used as the main illustration of the theoretical developments I make. Intrinsically, it is not a question of the higher or lower degree of development of the social antagonisms that spring from the natural laws of capitalist production. It is a question of these laws themselves, of these tendencies winning their way through and working themselves with iron necessity. Here Marx explicitly states that he is concerned neither with the history of capitalism nor with a specific historical phase of capitalism, but rather with a theoretical analysis of capitalism. Examined are the essential determinants of capitalism, those elements which must refrain the same regardless of all historical variations, so that we may speak of capitalism as such. What is portrayed is therefore not a historically or geographically specific capitalism, but rather, as Marx says at the end of the third volume of Capital, we are only out to present the internal organization of the capitalist mode of production, its ideal average, as it were. Okay, I'm going to actually take that first quote, and then I'm going to take that second quote, and I'm going to add them both. Because that shit is important. This is, in teaching Capital, one of the main things to kind of make people aware of is that insofar as Marx has anything going for him, it's because he was not just doing a history. In fact, it is the inherently theoretical nature of his project that gives his masterwork this timeless value. Otherwise, it would have been like any other history book about capitalism. Maybe this one would have been more famous, but it wouldn't have been what it is to us.
We wouldn't, David Graeber is not Karl Marx. And as much as I love David Graeber, like his historical book is a historical book. It's not what Marx did. And he's not trying to. There are people who probably would think they're doing. I don't think David Graeber is one of them, or was one of them. But
well, the way Graeber, I'm not sure if this is what you're saying, but like Graeber is one of these people who thinks that giving us some historical account is going to radically change things. Like he's got this belief that we just have misunderstood our history. If we just understood our history, then, right, like then we would get it, right?
Yeah. I'm just like, I don't think, I think David Graeber is well aware of the fact that the scale of his effort is not co-equal with the scale of Marx's effort.
Oh yeah, dude. No, that's the thing. Anybody who thinks that Graeber's like a modern day Marx, they don't understand. Right. Like, how do you say Herculean? Do you say Herculean? Like, how do you say that?
Herculean.
Herculean. Yeah. The Herculean effort Marx put in versus the admirable work that Graeber did. It's like, it is to me the difference between, what's a good analogy? I don't know. I'll use skateboarding. It's Tony Hawk versus the fucking dude who just did a kickflip. Like the dude who just did a kickflip is impressive. I am impressed, but Tony Hawk is like a different like order of being at this point, right? Like I'm probably just dating myself here, even saying Tony Hawk, but you know what I mean? Yeah.
But no, it resonates because Tony Hawk is in, I mean, you could make an argument that he kind of created the foundations of modern skateboarding.
Okay.
I wouldn't necessarily agree with that argument, but you could make it.
Okay.
And at least it would, that argument's got legs.
Well, and even if he didn't, the industry that used him as a brand did.
Yes.
Which is to say, like, the game itself and the skate shops that opened up everywhere, like that made it,
Yep.
But
and his name is synonymous with skateboarding in the skateboarding industry. Just like the name Karl Marx is synonymous with, for many people, emancipatory politics, or for many people, communism or socialism or leftism or whatever. Yeah.
So anyway. the last thing I don't even have to say this. Now I'm really just going overboard. I'll still say it. But like another analogy would be like, if you've ever seen a Minecraft world where it's been cooperative and just kind of lots of really talented people have built up something that's absolutely mind-blowing versus like one that's equally mind-blowing, but it all came out of a single person's effort. When you see that a single person pulled something like that off, like it's something different. There's a kind of integrity in it that is its own quality, and it's that's not to diminish the cooperative thing. Look, knowledge is cooperative, but there are great thinkers in the same way that there are great persons of history. Okay. That's not to say that like there's not background conditions for those people. It's not to say that they don't have luck, blah, blah, blah. But it is to say like, no one's out Marxed Marx. That's what the point is.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm reading. We are only out to present the internal organization of the capitalist mode of production, its ideal average, as it were. With this statement, Marx merely formulates the claim he makes for his account. Whether this claim is actually redeemed, whether Marx actually manages to portray the capitalist mode of production in its ideal average, is something to be addressed when we deal with the details of his account. The statements cited above clarify the level of abstraction of Marx's account. If the analysis is carried out at the level of the ideal average of the capitalist mode of production, then it actually provides the categories that must underlie any research into the history of capitalism or a particular phase. Okay, that's why you have to read Capital, if you actually want to understand the world. The notion that one must know history in order to understand the present has a certain justification when applied to the history of events, but not for the structural history of a society. Rather, the opposite is the case. To examine the constitution of a particular social and economic structure, one has to be already familiar with the completed structure. Only then will one know what to look for in history. You need a foreconception, in other words. Marx formulated this idea with the help of a metaphor. The anatomy of a man is a key to the anatomy of the ape. On the other hand, indications of higher forms in the lower species of animals can only be understood when the higher forms themselves are already known. For this reason, the historical passages in Capital come after the theoretical depictions of the corresponding categories and not before. Thus, the well-known chapter about the so-called primitive accumulation, which concerns the emergence of the free, in quotes, wage laborer as a precondition of the capital relationship, is placed not at the beginning, but at the end of the first volume of Capital. The historical passages complement the theoretical account, but they don't constitute the theoretical account. This idea of a foreconception is something that will make sense for anybody who did the Being in Time course so far. All we need to say about it is that there's no such thing as neutrally sifting through facts or going through history. You always have some foreconception of what you're looking for. And, you know, a proper education should make it so that you have an arsenal of abstract machines, concepts, theories that you can utilize for whatever it is that you're doing. And then you should be able to develop some kind of a method for how you're going about what you're doing to make it more than just flying by the seat of your pants, saying whatever you want, or, oh, this tickles my fancy, right? So trying to develop a method while using all of the tools at your disposal to research the thing that there's not enough information about that you're trying to understand, it requires a foreconception. Now, you can have multiple foreconceptions that you're reading something through. So this is basic hermeneutics, which is to say interpretation, which is to say, like, you're always interpreting when you're reading. And so the point is to do it deliberately instead of to do it like a biblical literalist where you're just like, well, it just says the thing on the page. It's like, yeah, you got to think about the context. You got to think about the intent. You got to think about blah, 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 blah. There's a bunch of things, but one of them is, what are the presuppositions and the framework of those presuppositions that you bring into the reading itself? And are those just derivative hand-me-down clothes that you've, inherited, culturally speaking? If you get into radical politics, there's so many assumptions. Like, here's one: identity politics. So you get into politics. You're a Democrat, so you think in terms of identity politics, and then you go, oh, I don't like the way this goes, so I'm going to get into something more radical and more based in the real deal here. And then you get into class politics. You're like, this is it. But because you're coming from that background, you bring the same logic of identity politics into the idea of challenging capital, and that means that you read someone like Marx or someone like Lenin through this lens. without even realizing you're doing it. So you're actually bringing the baggage of input into your ultimately what becomes workerism, right? Well, in the same way, anybody reading Capital has a foreconception, like some idea going in of what it's all about. And that is why we're reading this text specifically before we begin our deep dive into, or we have already begun, but this is why we're beginning by reading this instead of just reading Capital at face value. Although Capital is first and foremost a theoretical work which analyzes a fully developed capitalism, and not a historical work concerned with the development of capitalism, the depiction is not ahistorical in the sense that contemporary economics to a large extent is. Economics assumes there is a general problem of economic activity that exists in every society. Production must occur. Scarce means have to be distributed, and so forth. This problem, which is assumed to remain constant throughout all historical phases, is then examined using essentially the same categories. Thus, some economists view the hand axe of the Neanderthal as a sort of capital. Marx, on the other hand, realizes that capitalism is a particular historical mode of production, which is fundamentally different from other modes of production, such as ancient slaving societies or the feudalism of the Middle Age. In this respect, every one of these specific modes of production contains specific relationships that have to be described with categories that only retain their validity with regard to these modes of production. In this sense, the categories that describe the capitalist mode of production are historical and in no way transhistorical categories. They are valid only for the historical phase in which capitalism is the dominant mode of production. This obviously is going to be a counterpoint to this anti-Oedipus reading of capitalism that places capital in everything, right? Capital, it's this thing that's always trying to get out in every society, but the human security system has kept it down. But now Pandora, aka Capital, is out of her box and wreaking havoc. The point is that the categories that describe the capitalist mode of production are historical and in no way transhistorical categories. So this is why he's saying it's not like modern economics that is ahistorical, that really does assume the problems of economics exist in every society. There is this historical specificity to the problem, and that's why Moishe Pistone's book, Time, Labor, and Social Domination, is going to spend so much effort grinding through thinker after thinker after thinker, especially in the Frankfurt School, who did this very thing. They trans-historicized the categories of capital, and by doing so, thought they had found all kinds of contradictions that weren't even there, right? Like if you read it as a history work, primarily over theory, then yeah, you'll come to that realization. So when people talk about labor or labor power, like Marx is talking about, like, oh, it would just exist this way in any society. No, he's talking about this within the context of capitalism.
Right. And when they try to minimize time energy and say, well, no, time energy is not a precondition of labor power. It's just labor. They're missing the fucking point. Mm-hmm. And I have to admit, I am somewhat sympathetic to transhistoricizing it. And I think I could probably make an argument for why I would do so, but I don't think you should go so far as to say it stretches all the way back. I think talking about it as if, the germ is there, and there's some interconnectedness, but yeah, trying to transpose trying to do the historicism thing or the historicizing or whatever. Yeah, that's a failure of critical thinking.
Yeah. And I think that there's this theory, it's called capital as power. I need to look into it more. There's books about it. I think One Dime made a video about it. Swole has sent me video essays about it. I've never watched any of it. I've not tuned into any of it. I've meant to. I just haven't gotten around to it. But I think the idea is that it's like thinking about like capital as power would mean that like it's the accumulation mechanism itself, operative, and that accumulation mechanism operates outside of the economy. It can operate in relationships. Like, so in relationships, I could gain every time I have an interaction with you and you're not gaining. And if that's happening all the time, I'm accumulating like value at your expense. And this is not economic capital, right? But it's the mechanism. It's like the circuit that could exist in all societies throughout all time. That could be a base mechanism of exploitation. And I actually, it's so funny. I'm even saying this. I don't even know if that's what I don't even know if that's what those people are getting at, but if that's what it is, I like it. And that goes well with like, like the states need to accumulate power and capitals need to accumulate, economic capital for its own ends. But, we're about to get into that aspect of capital that is transhistorical. We're about to get into it. So Heinrich does bring it into play. It's just that there is a historical specificity to most of what Marx is saying. And if you don't qualify what he's saying that way, then you'll find yourself in pseudo problems. But at the same time, it's not a work of history. You just got to think he's bracketing to focus within this period that he's in, but he's trying to get at the inherent logic of the system itself. Section 2.3, Theory and Critique. Within worldview Marxism, Marx was regarded as the great economist of the workers' movement who had developed a Marxist political economy that one could oppose to bourgeois economy, that is, the schools of economics that regarded capitalism positively. Marx had supposedly taken over the labor theory of value from Adam Smith and David Ricardo, the most important representatives of so-called classical political economy. According to the labor theory of value, the value of commodities was determined by the labor time necessary for their production. As distinct from the classical political economists, Marx had allegedly developed a theory of the exploitation of labor power and the crisis-prone nature of capitalism. According to this view, there are no fundamental categorical differences between Marxist political economy and classical political economy, only differences concerning the conclusions of both theories. I'm going to go ahead and add this to the document under, I'm going to make a new section header. So underneath the main section header, if you're doing another section header, but you want it to look really good on the table of contents, you just do like section header 2, section header 3, whatever. That'll make it so they're all indented nicely. But this one's going to say capital is not political economy. Mihao, I hope you're watching this someday. I've been meaning to let you know that you keep calling it a political economy. It's not. All right. This is basically also the view of contemporary economics. In terms of the substance of his theory, Marx is viewed as a representative of the classical school who draws different conclusions than Smith and Ricardo. And since classical political economy is viewed as outmoded by contemporary economics, modern theory has bid farewell to the determination of value by labor. A contemporary economist doesn't think he has to seriously concern himself with Marx. However, as the subtitle of Capital makes clear, hello.
Hi, we Spanish, like, right now.
Oh shit. All right. We'll just leave it right here and we'll be right in. Are you serious? It's right now? Son of a bitch.
The whole thing.
All right, we're going to restart that paragraph because there's nothing wrong with repeating stuff. Look, we're not going to do that much meta commentary about the new reading approaches that we've been experimenting with and developing. Solely us. Nobody else on the internet is doing this, by the way. But I'm just kidding. I mean, there's probably somebody. But one of the rules, I think, is like, maybe it's not a rule, but it's kind of like a sort of principle, and that's just that repetition is the key. And so it's like trying to find your place in an audio is kind of silly. Go to near the location, go before wherever the place is. Don't bother finding exactly where you were, and overlap, because repetition is gold. It's amazing. So that's why I reread sentences and even paragraphs sometimes when we're doing this stuff. Within worldview Marxism, Marx was regarded as the great economist of the workers' movement who had developed a Marxist political economy that one could oppose to bourgeois economy. That is, the schools of economics that regarded capitalism positively. Marx had supposedly taken over the labor theory of value of Adam Smith and David Ricardo, the most important representatives of so-called classical political economy. According to the labor theory of value, the value of commodities was determined by the labor time necessary for their production. As distinct from the classical political economists, Marx had allegedly developed a theory of the exploitation of labor power and the crisis-prone nature of capitalism. According to this view, there are no fundamental categorical differences between Marxist political economy and classical political economy, only differences concerning the conclusions of both theories. This is basically also the view of contemporary economics. It's definitely Schumpeter's view, by the way, folks, and I think he'll probably say that. In terms of the substance of his theory, Marx is viewed as a representative of the classical school who draws different conclusions than Smith and Ricardo. And since classical political economy is viewed as outmoded by contemporary economics, modern theory has bid farewell to the determination of value by labor. A contemporary economist doesn't think he has to seriously concern himself with Marx. However, as the subtitle of Capital makes clear, Marx's intent was not to provide an alternative political economy, but a critique of political economy. Today, a new scientific approach also contains a critique of previous theories, if for no other reason than to justify its own existence. But Marx was concerned with far more than such a critique. He wanted not only to critique particular theories, he does that in Capital. His critique was aimed rather at the entirety of political economy. He wanted to criticize the categorical presuppositions of an entire branch of knowledge. Based king mode. Actual quote. Marx made clear the comprehensive character of this critique in a letter he wrote to Ferdinand Lassalle at the end of the 1850s. And we'll quote him. He said, "The work I am presently concerned with is a critique of economic categories, or, if you like, a critical expose of the system of the bourgeois economy. It is at once an expose and, by the same token, a critique of the system." That's a good quote. We should pull that quote. Could you put that under the header that says not a political economy or whatever? This critique of categories begins with the most abstract category of political economy, that of value. Marx concedes that political economy has grasped the content concealed in value and its magnitude, the connection between labor and value. But political economy has never once asked the question why this content has assumed that particular form. That is, why labor is expressed in value, and why the measurement of labor by its duration is expressed in the magnitude of value of the product. Marx is not predominantly criticizing the conclusions of political economy, but rather the manner in which it poses questions, meaning the distinction between that which political economy aims to explain and that which is accepted as so self-evident that it doesn't need to be explained at all. That's a quote right there, too, for the exact same section. Thus did Adam Smith, the progenitor of classical economy, proceed on the assumption that humans, as distinct from animals, had a propensity to truck, barter, and exchange. Thus, it would be a general human trait to relate to all things as commodities. Did you get that?
I'm grabbing it right now.
Yeah, I think that one would probably start with Marx is not predominantly criticized. Actually, no. Do we want the quote itself? Yeah. Maybe like, but political economy has never once asked the question why this content has assumed the particular form. That's such a good quote by Marx, and it really does. I mean, this is inarguable when it comes down to something as profound as the difference between content and form. Like, critical theory is at its best when it's dealing with form instead of content, or when it's dealing with difference instead of similarity. And it's so fucking easy to get involved in what Hegel calls picture thinking, which is just, you draw connections and similarities and you talk about content that you like or don't like. Thus did Adam Smith, the progenitor of classical economy, proceed on the assumption that humans, as distinct from animals, had a propensity to truck, barter, and exchange. Thus, it would be a general trait to relate to all things as commodities. Within political economy, social relationships such as exchange and commodity production are naturalized and reified. That is, social relationships are conceived as quasi-natural conditions, ultimately as the characteristics of things. According to this conception, things do not first obtain an exchange value on the basis of a particular societal structure, but rather in and of themselves, right? So an example would be like hammers have an inherent value based on the amount of time it takes to make them versus like the use value that you actually get from using it, and that's where it gets its value from. And it's like, well, wouldn't that be nice? That'd be wonderful. But it's not that way. And actually that hammer gets its use value in a referential totality of equipment, right? But also its actual exchange value, which is to say its price, is something different entirely. You can't get that from this sort of utility focused sort of phenomenological experience. Phenomenology is a good point of departure for doing a lot of things, but it's fundamentally inept when it comes to understanding structural anythings. I mean, talking about referential totalities is Heidegger's way of getting away from phenomenology in the first place. It's, but anyway, through such a naturalization of social relationships, it appears as if things have the properties and autonomy of subjects. Marx characterizes such conditions as an absurdity and speaks of a spectral objectivity, translation corrected by author and translator, spectral instead of phantom-like. Okay. They really wanted to be precise on that one. So he said, he had initially said phantom-like, or something like phantom-like, or the translator had, And then they were like, okay, we're going to use spectral instead. But starting over, I'm going to read that without the parenthetical. Marx characterizes such conditions as an absurdity and speaks of a spectral objectivity or occult quality. What he means in each case will become clearer in the following chapters. In worldview Marxism, as well as in bourgeois critiques of Marx, such conceptions were usually glossed over or were viewed merely as stylistic peculiarities. However, with these descriptions, Marx took aim at a central issue of the critique of political economy, namely that the naturalization and reification of social relationships is in no way the result of a mistake by individual economists, but rather the result of an image of reality that develops independently as a result of the everyday practice of the members of bourgeois society, which is to say they're just acting in life, just going through the daily motions of life. And you get normalized and accustomed to it, and then you kind of get this sense for how things work, but that sense is wrong. But I want to know the difference between naturalization and reification from his standpoint. He keeps using both words. Is it basically the same thing or is it not?
I think reification, naturalization is like, I mean, yeah, they're similar, but like reification comes after the naturalization of a thing.
It maintains it.
And there it is.
It's the maintenance.
And so there's a directional relationship where the naturalization is prior to the maintenance via reification.
And anybody who's like, naturalization, guys, just think it's made to seem natural. Right? It's made to seem natural. We could easily raise a society of nudists and people would feel quite natural walking around naked. It would be very, very easy. Right?
Well,
unless you're in a cold
pink used to be
place.
Pink used to be a masculine color.
Yeah.
Up until, I don't remember, it was mid 1900s when pink all of a sudden became a feminine color. But before then, it was seen as a masculine color. Men wore wigs and dresses and high-heeled shoes. Like, all these things were norms. And then for whatever reason, they changed. And that change became naturalized. And so it's something you take for granted.
You gotta get my
reified by big muscular men like, who's the Samoan guy? Jason Momoa. Like, he is the reification of the naturalized masculine.
Right. So I just want to say how gentlemen distinguish themselves from working class men is always super flamboyant. And that's the one thing you see across Western history. But that is to say, guys who get grubby and get down in there and actually do work have always had a pretty basic utilitarian kind of garb. And guys who are leisure cats, fucking
dandies,
the dandy boys, they get to do whatever the fuck they want. And I think the best version of it was probably like those Romans with their fucking armor. Like, that was sexy. But like, I mean, Benjamin Franklin was probably a fun ass dude to smoke pot with. He really probably was. Yeah. Like, the dude loved it. He loved pot. He loved science. He even liked philosophy.
Just get high and invent shit, dude.
Yeah.
What more could you ask for?
I don't know.
Go to France, like slut around the streets of fucking Paris, hang out with diplomats, invent shit, invent like printing presses and like kites and shit. Like, what?
Yeah. Benjamin Franklin, inventor of kites. That is not what he invented.
That's the way it happened.
That's just. That's a new sound effect. I forgot about that. That's a new sound effect that we just recorded. Like, it's just us laughing. Anyway, okay. We're having too much fun already. Everyone who is listening to this at work, get back to work. Stop having fun. And no listening to Karl Marx.
Yeah.
Where are we? Okay. Oh, naturalization, reification. All right. Yeah. Okay. Now no one will ever forget. At the end of the third volume of Capital, Marx can therefore establish that people in bourgeois society inhabit the bewitched, distorted, and upside-down world, and that this religion of everyday life is not only the basis of everyday consciousness, but also constitutes the background for the categories of political economy. So, this is why he talked about fetishization in the clause of that sentence that was basically summing up what the value form Marxists are doing. Like, one of the big things they focus on is this aspect. The question was posed above as to what critique means within the context of the critique of political economy. We are now able to provide a tentative answer. Critique aims to break down the theoretical field, meaning the self-evident views and spontaneously arising notions, to which the categories of political economy owe their apparent plausibility. The absurdity of political economy should be made clear. Here, the critique of perception, the question as to how perception is possible, meets the analysis of the capitalist relations of production. Neither is possible without the other. However, Marx's intent with Capital was not simply to write a critique of bourgeois science and bourgeois consciousness, but also to formulate a critique of bourgeois social relations. In a letter, he described his work, not very modestly, as, without question, the most terrible missile that has yet been hurled at the heads of the bourgeoisie, landowners included. That's okay. Landowners included is in the parenthetical there, which is like, yeah.
It's because that's people leave out landowners like whenever they're doing this class analysis or whatever, they always leave out the landowners. They always leave out the rentiers, and they always boil it down to workers and owners. And that was Engels. Right. Like, that was Engels' fucking fault. And from there,
yeah, well, he went to a lot of work to put that landowners included in the parenthetical. So, but as far as this being, I like how, not very modestly, like, it's hard to quote him sometimes when he's so pompous because of our norms. But like, Nietzsche and Marx were both pompous, and here's the thing, they were going to be fake humble. Like, they knew that there was nobody around who was even on their level. So like, they were sorry. I mean, fucking, they're still not. For this purpose, Marx's intent was to point out the human and social costs connected with capitalist development. He attempts to prove that within the capitalist system, all methods for raising the social productivity of labor are put into effect at the cost of the individual worker. That all means for the development of production undergo an inversion so that they become means of domination and exploitation of the producers. Or, as he put it in another passage, capitalist production, therefore, only develops techniques and the degree of combination and social process of production by simultaneously undermining the original sources of all wealth, the soil and the worker. Dude.
Devalorizing fucking.
Saying the soil and the worker. I forgot that he said the soil and the worker. That's.
Oh, it's because
it's good.
Mix your sweat with the soil of the earth and it's yours? Or
yeah.
mix your blood with or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Like he was writing in response to that. I mean, not only to that, but like that was one of the many, many things included in socialism when Marx was writing.
Well, and it's also like
ownership and value and property, and
it's also really good because soil isn't a metaphor. Soil is not the same as dirt. Soil is nutrient rich and biodiverse ecology, as opposed to dirt, which is just dead minerals. And so the distinction here between soil and dirt, it's good because capital has turned the soil of the United States into dirt. That's why all of these fossil fuel based fertilizers have to get hauled into farms. And it's not because, oh, we're so productive on this mass scale now, we're just so effective. It's not effective. It's only good in the short term. Marx does not intend to make... Yeah, go.
I just like the natural grasses of like middle America that used to be like all the forests that were cut down and all the like rich grasslands that can't even support native grasses anymore. Like they can only grow these GMO Monsanto crops. Like it is crazy. We have destroyed this continent. Mm-hmm. Not we, but this continent has been destroyed.
Mm-hmm. Marx does not intend to make a moral critique with such comments. Marx does not accuse capitalism or even individual capitalists of violating some eternal norms of justice. He is aiming rather to state a matter of fact, that there is an imminent destructive potential of capitalism that is activated time and time again. See chapters 5 and 9. On the basis of its manner of functioning, capitalism must always contravene the elementary interests of laborers. Within capitalism, these elementary interests can only be protected in a temporary and limited way, but the situation can only be fundamentally altered when capitalism is abolished. Marx does not advance a moral right to an unscathed existence or something similar against the impositions of capitalism. Instead, he hopes that with the growing insight into the destructive nature of the capitalist system, which can be established without recourse to morality, the working class will take up the struggle against this system, not on the basis of morality, but rather on the basis of its own interest. Just want to say, like, it's like Timenergy theory thinks, or it's based on this idea that the working class could take up the struggle, or like not even the working class, but just like that the theory doesn't need to rely on morality. Yeah. But it also doesn't need to rely on a progressive liberal left vernacular or morality. So it's like that people don't realize that when you start talking about privilege and progress and fairness and inclusion and marginalization and all these, it's like this is good if you're trying to do something with people who only speak that way. It really is. But if you're talking about something that's supposed to be for everybody and you're still kind of appealing to that whole lexicon,
hypostition.
It's hypostitioning. Yeah, you're fucked. You're fucked. Did you scroll up slightly too far for me to finish the? Yeah, hold on. Okay. Not, however, on the basis of an interest of a better situation within capitalism, but rather on the basis of an interest in a good and secure life, which can only be realized by transcending capitalism. Right. All right, you want to take the whole section.
Dialectics, a Marxist Rosetta Stone. Whenever Marx's theory is spoken of, eventually the catchword dialectics or dialectical development, dialectical method, dialectical portrayal pops up. And in most cases, there's no explanation of what exactly is meant by this word. Most notably in Marxist political parties, opponents in an argument frequently accuse each other of having an undialectical conception of whatever matter is being debated. Also today, in Marxist circles, people speak of something standing in a dialectical relationship to another thing, which is supposed to clarify everything. And sometimes, whenever one makes a critical inquiry, one is answered with the know-it-all admonishment that one has to see things dialectically. In this situation, one shouldn't allow oneself to be intimidated, but should rather constantly annoy the know-it-all by asking what exactly is understood by the term dialectics and what the dialectical view looks like. More often than not, the grandiose rhetoric about dialectics is reducible to the simple fact that everything is dependent upon everything else and is in a state of interaction, and that it's all rather complicated, which is true in most cases, but doesn't really say anything. If dialectics is spoken of in a less superficial sense, then one can make a rough distinction between two ways of using this term. In one sense, dialectics is considered to be, according to Engels' text Anti-Düring, the science of the general laws of motion and development of nature, human society, and thought. According to this conception, hold on, I'm grabbing that, and I'm just going to put it in the worldview Marxist section.
Good eye.
According to this conception, dialectical development does not proceed uniformly and in a linear manner, but is rather a movement in contradictions. Of particular importance for this movement are the change of quantity into quality and the negation of the negation. Whereas Engels was clear that with such general statements, nothing is understood about individual processes, this was anything but clear within the framework of worldview Marxism. Dialectics, understood as the general science of development, was often viewed as a sort of Rosetta Stone with which everything could be explained. The second way in which dialectics is spoken of relates to the form of depiction in the critique of political economy. Marx speaks on various occasions of his dialectical method, and in doing so also praises Hegel's achievements. Dialectics played a central role in Hegel's philosophy. However, Marx alleges that Hegel mystified dialectics, and that his dialectic is therefore not the same as Hegel's. This method gains importance with the dialectical presentation of categories. This means that in the course of the presentation, the individual categories are unfolded from one another. They are not simply presented in succession or alongside each other. Rather, their interrelationship, how one category necessitates the existence of another, is made clear. The structure of the depiction is therefore not a didactic question for Marx, but has a decisive, substantive meaning. However, this dialectical portrayal is in no way the result of the application of a ready-made dialectical method to the content of political economy. Ferdinand Lassalle intended such an application, which caused Marx to express the following in a letter to Engels. He will discover to his cost that it is one thing for a critique to take a science to the point at which it admits of a dialectical presentation, and quite another to apply an abstract, ready-made system of logic to vague presentiments of just such a system. This precondition of a dialectical portrayal is not the application of a method, a widespread conception in worldview Marxism, but rather the categorical critique discussed in the previous section. And such a categorical critique presumes an exact and detailed familiarity and engagement with the substance of a field of knowledge to which the categories refer. An exact discussion of Marx's dialectical presentation is therefore only possible if one already knows something about the categories being portrayed. One cannot talk about the dialectical character of Marx's account or even the relationship between Marx's dialectic and Hegel's before one has engaged with Marx's account itself. The frequent characterization of Marx's account as advancing from the abstract to the concrete always says very little to those who are first beginning to read Marx's Capital. Above all else, the actual structure of the presentation in Capital is considerably more complex than this formula, which stems from the introduction of 1857, would lead one to believe. Other than in the foreword and afterword, Marx speaks very seldom of dialectics in Capital. He practices a dialectical portrayal, but without demanding from his readers that they deal with the subject of dialectics before reading Capital. Only in hindsight can one say what is dialectical about Marx's account. For that reason, the present work does not begin with a section on dialectics. Only in hindsight. I love it.
I do too. Yeah. Basically, yeah, Hegel was sexy. There was a time when Hegel was sexy, and because Hegel was sexy, what I mean is, like, to be taken seriously as an intellectual, you had to attempt this form of portrayal. Yeah. Chapter 3.
Value, labor, money. Section 3.1. Use value, exchange value, and value. Marx's intent in Capital is to analyze the capitalist mode of production, but his analysis does not begin immediately with capital. In the first 3 chapters, only the commodity and money are mentioned, and capital is dealt with explicitly only from the 4th chapter onward. Within the framework of the historical manner of reading Capital mentioned above, the first 3 chapters are therefore understood as an abstract description of a pre-capitalist, simple or petty commodity production. But the first 2 sentences make it clear that the chapter is not about pre-capitalist conditions. The wealth of societies in which the capitalist mode of production prevails appears as an immense collection of commodities. The individual commodity appears as its elementary form. Our investigation, therefore, begins with the analysis of the commodity. Here, Marx points out a specific aspect of capitalist socialization. In capitalist society, and only in capitalist society, the commodity is the typical form of wealth. Commodities, which we can define provisionally as goods intended for exchange, also exist in other societies, but only in capitalist society do the overwhelming majority of goods consist of commodities. In the feudal societies of the early Middle Ages, only a small amount of goods were exchanged. The commodity form was more of an exception than the rule. The overwhelming majority of goods consisted of agricultural products, and these were either produced for one's own use or turned over to landlords, nobles, or the church, not exchanged. Not until capitalism does exchange become comprehensive, and with it, the commodity form of goods. Only with capitalism does wealth take the form of a collection of commodities. And only with capitalism is the commodity the elementary form of wealth. This commodity, the commodity in capitalist societies, is what Marx intends to analyze. One only describes something as a commodity if it is exchanged. Something that, in addition to its use value, also has an exchange value. The use value of something is nothing other than its usefulness. For example, the use value of a chair consists of the fact that one can sit on it. The use value is independent of whether or not the object is exchanged. Now, if I exchange the chair for 2 sheets of linen, then the exchange value of the chair is 2 sheets of linen. If I exchange the chair for 100 eggs, then 100 eggs are the exchange value of the chair. If I don't exchange the chair at all, but only use it, then it has no exchange value. And it is also not a commodity, but merely a use value, a chair on which one can more or less comfortably sit. To be a commodity, to therefore have an exchange value in addition to a use value, is not a natural property of things, but rather a social one. Only in societies where things are exchanged do they possess an exchange value. Only then are they commodities. As Marx notes, use values constitute the material content of wealth, whatever its social form may be. I think my dog just ate a box. And with this, a cardboard box. And with this, we come to an extremely important distinction. The content of something, its natural form, is distinguished from its social form. Sometimes Marx speaks of an economic form determination. The natural form of the chair is simply its material composition. For example, whether it is made out of wood or metal. Social form, on the other hand, means that the chair is a commodity, something that is exchanged and that therefore possesses an exchange value. That the chair is a commodity is not a characteristic of the chair itself as a thing, but rather of the society in which the thing exists. Individual acts of exchange occur in all forms of society that are known to us. But it is a specific aspect of capitalist society that almost everything is exchanged. This has consequences for quantitative relationships of exchange. In the case of exchange as an isolated phenomenon, there can be various quantitative exchange relationships. I can exchange the chair at one point for 2 sheets of linen, or at another point for 3, etc. But if exchange is the normal form in which goods are transferred, then individual relations of exchange have to match each other in a certain way. In the example above, a chair was exchanged for 2 sheets of linen, or for 100 eggs. If this is so, then it must also be the case that one can exchange 100 eggs for 2 sheets of linen. Why is that? If this were not the case, if for example 100 eggs could only be exchanged for 1 sheet of linen, then by a clever series of acts of exchange, I could constantly make a profit. I can exchange a sheet of linen for 100 eggs, then 100 eggs for 1 chair, then 1 chair for 2 sheets of linen. Through mere exchange, I would have doubled my inventory of linen sheets, and through a number of corresponding acts of exchange, I could continuously increase my wealth. However, this would only be possible as long as I could find exchange partners who would be prepared to carry out the reciprocal acts of exchange. After a short period of time, the other participants in the market would want to imitate my profitable chain, and there would be nobody left who would want to engage in exchange from the other side. Relations of exchange can only be stable when they exclude the possibility that profit and loss can result merely through a particular sequence of exchange acts. For capitalist societies, in which exchange is the rule, we can therefore conclude the various exchange values of the same commodity also have to constitute exchange values for each other. If a chair can be exchanged for 2 sheets of linen, and on the other hand for 100 eggs, then one must also be able to exchange 2 linen sheets for 100 eggs. Now, when such a regularity of exchange exists, and it must exist for exchange to function smoothly, then one cannot help asking what a chair, 2 linen sheets, and 100 eggs have in common. The answer suggested by our everyday experience is these 3 things have the same value. Through experience with exchange, we have a rather exact appreciation of the value of many things. If this diverges in actual exchange from our notion of what a thing is worth, then we conclude that a particular thing is just cheap or expensive. But the questions for us are, what is it that constitutes this value, and how is the respective magnitude of value determined? Long before Marx, economists had concerned themselves with this question and came to 2 fundamentally different answers. One answer is, the value of something is determined by its usefulness. For something that is of great use to me, I'm prepared to pay a lot, whereas I'll pay very little or nothing at all for something that is of little use to me. This utility theory of value, however, faces a great problem that Adam Smith had already formulated very clearly. Water is of great use. We couldn't live without water. But the value of water is very small. Compared to water, the utility of a diamond is infinitesimally small, but its value is huge. Smith therefore drew the conclusion that it would not be the usefulness of a thing that determines its value. Rather, Smith considered the quantity of labor necessary to produce something as constituting its value. This is the second fundamental answer to the question as to what makes up value. This labor theory of value was the common understanding within political economy during Marx's time. Applied to our example above, the labor theory of value says that a chair, 2 linen sheets, and 100 eggs have the same value because the same quantity of labor is necessary to produce them. There are two obvious objections to the labor theory of value. For one, things are also exchanged that are not products of labor. For example, virgin soil. For another, there are certain products of labor, such as works of art, whose exchange value is completely independent of the labor time expended for their production. Regarding the first point, it should be noted that the labor theory of value only explains the value of products of labor. Things that are not products of labor do not possess a value. If they're exchanged, they have an exchange value or price, but no value. And this exchange value has to then be explained separately. Marx did this in Capital Volume 3. As to the second point, a work of art is a product of labor, but unlike normal commodities, it is a unique object, something that only exists once. The price that a buyer is prepared to pay for it is a collector's price, which hasn't the slightest to do with the labor expended by the artist. However, most economic products are not unique, but rather mass-produced goods, and it is the value of those goods that should be explained. Marx also sees the value of commodities as accounted for by commodity producing labor. As an objectification of equal human labor, commodities are values. The magnitude of value is determined by the quantity of the value-forming substance, the labor, contained in the article. But, Marx continues, it is not the labor time individually expended by isolated producers that creates value. A chair then produced by a slow carpenter would have more value than an identical chair produced by a speedy carpenter. Rather, it is the socially necessary labor time that creates value. Stop eating my shoe. Socially necessary labor time is the labor time required to produce any use value under the conditions of production normal for a given society and with the average degree of skill and intensity of labor prevalent in that society. However, the labor time socially necessary for the production of a particular use value does not remain constant. If the productivity of labor increases, if more products can be created in the same time span, then the labor time socially necessary for the production of a single item has diminished and the magnitude of its value declines. If, however, the productivity of labor declines, then the labor time socially necessary for production increases and the magnitude of a single product's value increases. This could be the consequence, for example, of natural conditions. If a harvest is spoiled, then the same quantity of labor yields a smaller output. More labor is necessary for the production of a single fruit, and its value increases. If exchange exists, then a division of labor is implied. I only exchange for things that I do not myself produce. Division of labor is a precondition of exchange, but exchange is not a precondition for the division of labor. As a glance at any factory would confirm, within a factory, there is a high level of division of labor, but the products themselves are not exchanged for one another. Up until now, one might have had the impression that when the term commodity is used, it refers solely to physical objects. But what is relevant here is the act of exchange, not the fact that physical objects are being exchanged. Services can also be exchanged and therefore become commodities. The difference between a material product and an immaterial service, and this is why processes can also be exchanged. And time is a phenomenological process, right? And so this is why time energy comes before labor power. Anyway.
That's really interesting. Let's reread it now. Like now I want to reread that. Yeah.
Up until now, one might have had the impression that when the term commodity is used, it refers solely to physical objects. But what is relevant here is the act of exchange, not the fact that physical objects are being exchanged. Services can also be exchanged and therefore become commodities.
Yeah. Like Edward Bernay's retainership at Columbia Rope Factory. That was a commodity. Even though he never had to show up and punch a clock, it's a commodity because, yeah, any company that wanted to purchase his consultation like at that amount would have, he would have gone for it. So, and Timenergy is turn into labor power when the whole form of life and your habits and the way that you psychologically steel yourself to do certain things and deter yourself from doing other things and experience time fractured and linear and all of it is conditioning to make yourself a labor power on the market, and it which is a service.
It's forced into this form. And so you can call it a service, you can call it a process, you can call it being itself. You can call it whatever you want to call it, but it is something before it is turned into this labor power thing. And that for people to just want to wave their hand and say, oh yeah, Timenergy, no, that's just labor power. No, it's not.
Dude, Doug didn't even say that. Doug said that it's labor time, which is something else. It's like,
right.
Oh, we're just talking about labor time. It's like,
no, you're talking about the commodity form. He's talking about the commodity form. Like he's already here. We're talking about what's prior to this commodity form. That's what matters to us. I don't give a shit. And that's why, anyway, that's going to derail. But no, I think that's a sticking point that.
Yeah, it's not going to go away anytime soon. It's something that it'll be a commonly. There will be a lot of confusion around this for a while, I'm sure. And to be fair, there was a time when, for me, Timenergy was interchangeable with labor power. It took some thinking to get to the point where I was like, oh, it's not the same thing. Like for Marx, Marx didn't have this distinction. So for him, he's just lumping it all up. But no, if you want to do what are the conditions of possibility for labor power? Yeah. Especially, he was operating with time is time. Like for Marx, time was time. There was not this distinction between linear and cyclical, between abstract point time that's made maximally fungible and something that's contextually embedded and repeatable. Like this was not something he was working with. And so, I don't hold that against him. I hold it against people who don't want to think. People who don't want to. Here's the thing: people don't want to recognize that I am a thinker. They just don't want it. Then they don't like it. Like there's just propagandist, polemicist rhetoric. That's all there is, because we already know the truth, and now we just got to figure out how to say it. And they just don't like the idea that someone's thinking. Like they're essentially saying, stop that.
Get back to work.
Like they don't want to engage you on the level of thinking. And it's like fucking annoying, man. But yeah, I would fucking kill to take classes from Michael Heinrich. That's all I can say. He gets it.
Services can also be exchanged and therefore become commodities. The difference between a material product and an immaterial service consists solely of a different temporal relationship between production and consumption. The material product is first produced and subsequently consumed. A bread roll should be consumed on the same day, but an automobile can remain by its manufacturer for a few weeks or even months before I have the chance to use it. In the case of a service, whether we are talking about a taxi ride, a massage, or a theater performance. The act of production is concurrent with the act of consumption. As the taxi driver produces a change of place, I consume it. The difference between services and physical objects consists of a distinction of the material content. The question as to whether they are commodities pertains to their social form, and that depends upon whether objects and services are exchanged. And with that, we have sorted out the matter of the frequently stated argument that with the transition from an industrial to a service economy, or in the left-wing variant of Hart and Negri, the transition from material to immaterial production, Marx's value theory has become outmoded. I'm grabbing this whole paragraph, dude.
Yeah, I think it's like Marx knew about mental labor. Like this is, I mean, in fact, I would say maybe he flattens it a little bit too much. But when Hart and Negri act like, Marx was just talking about physical production. It's like, it's not true.
The aspects of value theory that we have considered up to this point were largely dealt with by Marx on the first 7 pages, out of a total of 50 of the first chapter of Capital. For many Marxists and most of Marx's critics, this constitutes the core of Marx's value theory. The commodity is use value, and value is an objectification of human labor. The magnitude of value depends upon the socially necessary labor time required for the production of a commodity. The last point is frequently referred to as the law of value. If that were actually all there is to it, then Marx's value theory would not have gone very far beyond classical political economy. But the central value theoretical insights of Marx are not limited to these simple propositions. The decisive, most important aspects of Marx's value theory lay beyond what has thus far been outlined, which shall be made clear in the rest of this chapter. Are you talking?
Ooh, yeah. Yeah, I'll start reading. What page is it? 3.45. Oh, 45. All right. Tied up with the question concerning the difference. Oh, the 3.2 section 3.2 is called A Proof of the Labor Theory of Value, Individual Agency and Social Structure. Tied up with the question concerning the difference between Marx's value theory and classical value theory is the question of whether Marx had proven the labor theory of value, that is, whether he had established beyond the shadow of a doubt that labor and nothing else underlies the value of a commodity. This question has been frequently discussed in the literature about Marx, but as we're about to see, Marx was not at all interested in such a proof. Yeah, boys, get ready for it. Brace yourselves. Adam Smith had proven the determination of a commodity's value through labor with the argument that labor entails effort and that we therefore estimate the value of something according to how much effort is involved in producing it. Here, value is ascribed directly to the rational considerations of isolated individuals. Modern neoclassical economic theory argues in a similar manner, taking utility-maximizing individuals as a point of departure and explaining exchange relationships on the basis of utility estimates. Both classical and neoclassical economic theory begin as a matter of course with isolated individuals and their allegedly universal human strategies and attempt to explain the whole of society from the starting point. In order to do this, they have to project onto individuals some of the features of the society they purport to explain. Thus does Adam Smith define the propensity to truck, barter, and exchange as the characteristic that distinguishes humans from animals. And from there, it is of course no problem to derive the structures of an economy based upon commodity exchange from the rationality of this sort of person, the commodity owner, to declare these structures as universally human. this is one of the things that a lot of our libertarian friends throughout our lives probably just take to be true. Like, we're the rational animal. Rationality means trucking, bartering, exchanging. And it's like, I do think that there's a baby in that bathwater, but it's called symbolic exchange, and they're not even touching on it with what they're talking about. They're brushing up against it. For Marx, on the other hand, it was not the thought processes of individuals that are fundamental, but rather the social relations in which the individuals are embedded at any given time. As he pointedly formulated in the Grundrisse, society does not consist of individuals, but expresses the sum of relationships and conditions in which these individuals stand to one another. These relations impose a certain form of rationality to which all individuals must adhere if they wish to maintain their existence within these conditions. If their actions correspond to this rationality, then the activity of individuals also reproduces the proposed social relations. Let's make this connection clear using an obvious example. In a society based upon commodity exchange, everyone must follow the logic of exchange if he or she wants to survive. It is not merely the result of my utility maximizing behavior. If I want to sell my own commodities dearly and buy other commodities cheaply, rather I have no other choice unless I am so rich that I can choose to ignore exchange relationships. And since I am not capable of seeing an alternative, maybe I even perceive my own behavior as natural. When the majority behaves in the manner indicated, they also reproduce the social relations that commodity exchange is based upon, and therefore the compulsion for every individual to continue to behave accordingly. Marx therefore does not account for his value theory on the basis of the considerations of those engaged in exchange. Contrary to a common misunderstanding, his thesis is not that the values of commodities correspond to the labor time socially necessary for their production because those engaged in exchange want it to be so. On the contrary, Marx maintains that people engaged in exchange, in fact, do not know what they're actually doing. Yeah, can you clip that and just start a new header at the very bottom called Questions about False Consciousness? Because remember, Catrone said the thing about false consciousness, and then Thomas corrected me and was like, I'm too Catrone-pilled. Consciousness is actually, and then he goes into basically what seemed like a more straightforward way of saying what Catrone was saying. But it's like one of these things where it's like people actually do know what they're doing. They're just not thinking outside of the existing moment. And it's like, I don't think I feel like I've read Marx multiple times saying that people don't know what they're doing. Like the whole idea of fetishization is that people don't know what they're doing. Like so I have meant to reach out to Catrone and be like, dude, where are you getting that? What are you talking about? Show me where you're getting this. Like what a weird point to be sticking on. Yeah.
That's like, it's almost literally, I don't remember the words, but like, for they know not what they do. Mm-hmm. Like that's a reference to when Marx says like they know not what they do, nevertheless they do it or whatever. And it kind of is implied that there is some disavowal there, but it's not the case. Yeah, I would like to follow up with that with Catrone, because I think he just muddied the waters a little bit.
I think it's almost, instead of muddying, it's a little bit more like keeping us. I think it's like a keeping us on our heels, like in a sword dance. It's like a way of like, it's because it had nothing to do with what we were talking about. Like it wasn't actually a point worth drilling into. Like, but whenever we've got lefty elders who want to like it's not what we're doing. It's like they're going to bring in a bunch of things that don't really have to do with what we're doing. That then like it's to kind of make us remember that we're young pups and that they've been around for a while. And I'm not convinced that that's wrong. I'm definitely not convinced that that's wrong, especially when it comes to these kinds of things. But I'm just like, Catrone does like to say things. He enjoys it. He enjoys saying things that trip you up and make you think. And that's good. That's a good educator move. But also, like, it really does make me think. I keep going back to this shit. Anyway. With value theory, Marx seeks to uncover a specific social structure that individuals must conform to, regardless of what they think. The question posed by Marx is therefore completely different than that posed by classical or neoclassical economics. In principle, Adam Smith observes a single act of exchange and asks how the terms of exchange can be determined. Marx sees the individual exchange relation as part of a particular social totality, a totality in which the reproduction of society is mediated by exchange, and asks what this means for the labor expended by the whole society. As he made clear in a letter to his friend Ludwig Kugelmann, a proof of the labor theory of value is not the point. Oh, here we go. It's a big quote. By the way, you should, while I read this, grab that volume and like a highlighter and find these quotes whenever he's citing this volume. Because if you have that 5,000 page volume that he's referencing here, you could go to 4368 and kind of just be like, you know what I mean? It would be sick. Oh, you don't have a physical version of it? Oh, okay. Well, maybe that doesn't matter then. But maybe it does. The chatter about the need to prove the concept of value arises only from complete ignorance both of the subject under discussion and of the method of science. Every child knows that any nation that stopped working, not for a year, but let us say just for a few weeks, would perish. And every child knows, too, that the amounts of products corresponding to the differing amounts of needs demand differing and quantitatively determined amounts of society's aggregate labor. It is self-evident that this necessity of the distribution of social labor in specific proportions is certainly not abolished by the specific form of social production. It can only change its form of manifestation. Natural laws cannot be abolished at all. The only thing that can change under historically differing conditions is the form in which those laws assert themselves, and the form in which this proportional distribution of labor asserts itself in a state of society in which the interconnection of social labor expresses itself as the private exchange of the individual products of labor is precisely the exchange value of these products. If under the conditions of commodity production, the distribution of privately expended labor onto individual branches of production is mediated by the value of commodities, conscious regulation or distribution predetermined by tradition do not exist, then the interesting question is how this is at all possible, or stated more generally, how privately expended labor becomes a component part of the total labor of society. So value theory doesn't prove that an individual act of exchange is determined by the productively necessary quantity of labor. Rather, it should explain the specific social character of commodity-producing labor. And Marx does this mainly beyond the first 7 pages of Capital discussed above, which traditional Marxism, as well as many critics of Marx, take to be the most important for Marx's value theory. I just have to point out that that's a really nice way of saying it, because he could have said, and I'll just reread it, rather, it should explain the specific social character of commodity-producing labor, and Marx does this mainly beyond the first 7 pages of Capital discussed above, which traditional Marxism, as well as many critics of Marx, don't read beyond. That's, this is, that's it. It's, people don't read beyond the first 7 pages. Section 3.3, abstract labor, real abstraction and relation of social validation. To understand what's behind the specific social character of commodity-producing labor, we have to deal with the distinction between concrete and abstract labor. In most accounts of Marx's value theory, this distinction is briefly mentioned, but its importance is frequently not understood. Marx himself pointed out its fundamental significance. Quote, I was the first to point out and to examine critically this twofold nature of the labor contained in commodities. As this point is crucial to an understanding of political economy, it requires further elucidation. What does this mean? If the commodity has a twofold character as use value and value, then commodity producing labor must also have a twofold character. It is labor that not only produces a use value, but also value. Here it is important to note that not all labor has a twofold character, but rather only commodity producing labor. I don't know what thread to call this, but I want to clip that and keep track of it. It's like
I'm gonna
I have a problem.
Call it value.
Yeah.
Value question mark. And I'm gonna put it under the worldview Marxism section, but I'm gonna make it a subsection.
Section header number 2. That's dude. My issue with it is that, like, is he thoroughly pistone-pilled? Is he pistone-pilled enough? Because decommodifying labor can also just be slavery. And slaves as labor power are exchangeable. They're just not, that's not the main way they're used. They are used more as use values, but they're basically at the accounting book level still exchangeable. So you can still say my 50 slaves for your 50 slaves, or like my 50 slaves for your castle, or like you could still do things like that with your slaves. It's like, that's not, they're not primarily commodities. Now, I'm not being a pedant. The reason this matters, and this is why I bring it back to Pistone, is because a centrally controlled economy that decommodifies labor power still organizes labor power. And from the abstract level, labor powers are all equal, which means exchangeable. So even if they're not being exchanged on a market, your time energy has been reduced into labor power that is still exchangeable with everybody else. So that's a whole thing. But he's doing something here, and I don't know what it is, but let's go. Qualitatively different concrete labors produce qualitatively different use values. Carpentry produces a chair. Linen weaving produces a linen sheet. When we learn a trade, we study the particularities of a concrete activity. When we observe a person working, then we observe him or her executing a concrete act of labor. Value, however, is not constituted by a particular concrete labor or through a particular aspect of concrete labor. Every act of labor whose product, which can also be a service, is exchanged produces value. As values, the commodities are qualitatively equal. Therefore, the various acts of labor that produce values must have the status of qualitatively equal human labor. Carpentry does not produce value as carpentry. As carpentry, it produces a chair. Rather, it produces value as human labor, whose product is exchanged with other products of human labor. So carpentry produces value precisely as labor abstracted from its concrete manifestation as carpentry. Marx therefore speaks of value-producing labor as abstract labor. Abstract labor is thus not a special type of labor expenditure, such as monotonous assembly line labor, as opposed to artisanal, that's like farmers market shit, content-rich carpentry or whatever. As labor constituting use value, monotonous assembly line labor is just as much concrete labor as carpentry. Assembly line labor, just like carpentry, only constitutes value as equal human labor, abstracted from its concrete character, or in short, assembly line labor and carpentry only constitute value as abstract labor. All right, let's think about that for a second. What's the point? The point.
Abstract labor is totally fungible. Labor time, labor power, blah, 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 blah. Value producing labor. Value producing labor. Abstract labor. This is the fungible, capital L, labor.
Right.
And so, Marx just didn't have a word Marx didn't have a word for Timenergy, but he was pointing out the fact that if I'm an artisan and I'm making if I'm Anthony and I'm making you a badass sculpture or whatever, that labor is qualitatively different than when I welded trailers for a living. That's different. The time that I spent with a welder and wrought iron, fabricating and repairing trailers was different than the time that Anthony spends in his shop creating art. So it's a different kind of labor.
But it would become abstract labor the moment he is trying to figure out how to run a proper business, because he would have to start thinking about, okay, these certain things I can make, these are going to bring in enough money and more than what I actually need for my costs. I can't be dicking around making these things. So he starts instrumentalizing everything towards the profit motive. So that is where Timenergy is collapsed into labor power, and the artist becomes the assembly line worker, which was the whole point of Campbell Soup guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Warhol.
Yeah. As crystals of abstract labor, commodities are values. He puts these in quotes. Marx therefore describes abstract labor as the value-forming substance, or as the substance of value. The substance of value, as a figure of speech, has been frequently understood in a quasi-physical, substantialist manner. The worker has expended a specific quantity of abstract labor, and this quantity exists within the individual commodity and turns the isolated article into an object of value. Things are not so simple should already be apparent by the fact that Marx describes the value objectivity as a spectral objectivity. Gespenstige Gegenständigkeit. In the manuscript in which Marx noted revision of the first edition of Capital preparing the second edition, Ergänzungen und Veränderungen zum ersten Band des Kapital, he even speaks of a purely fantastic objectivity, in quotes, rein fantastische Gegenständigkeit. If the substantialist understanding of Marx's value theory were accurate, then it would be difficult to understand what is supposed to be spectral or fantastic about the objectivity of value. right? So the idea is like value is a spook. But like when I hold these headphones, I think, yeah, these are worth like $120. Like, these are good fucking headphones. Like, these are really good headphones. They are worth that much money. It's like, well, and then I'm thinking like, oh, I want to sell them. Well, now that they've been used, I could probably sell them for $70 at least if I want to move them fast. And so that what I just did, like thinking, oh yeah, it's new value versus its, resale value. That whole move, the fact that you can do that with almost anything in your space, at least if you're a working class person, it feels like objectivity is the point. This is the spectral objectivity. But what the value form fetishist does, the worldview Marxists, what they do is they go, oh, it feels real. Like, it feels like it's got real value in it. That's because it's labor, dude. Labor's in it. It's $120 worth of labor in it. And reselling, it's more like $70 of labor in it. And it's like it's intuitive. It's touching on something because time energy does make the world go round. Without labor, nothing would exist. But as far as like prices having anything to do with the actual time that it takes to make things, the point is like that's based in our sense of being a wage laborer. That's based in our sense for like, oh, I go to work, I make a certain amount. The certain amount that I make is able to buy a certain amount of things. And so you've learned to think this way. You've become accustomed to it. Now these values are reified, right?
Exactly.
This is what he's trying to say, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. It's this naturalized and reified estrangement itself that gives rise to this inner sense. And it also allows people to believe that work can possibly set you free or make you free.
Mm-hmm.
The very same logic of this celebration of work or labor and the naturalization of like the work and the labor is the very same logic that work will make you free.
Right.
Because it's not fucking real. Like the thing is, like the distinction to be made from the standpoint of a time energy reductionist, we're saying, no, that's not real. That value is constructed. And not to say that like, oh, I can just go to the store and pick up a new computer because the value isn't real, right? And that's also not to say, oh, it's not real. I spend all day long every day working and that's not real. No, all these things are real, but we're not naturalizing it. Like we are acknowledging that there is something prior to this constructed world of values. And that's what's like, there are a lot of people that seem to agree with the labor theory of value, but then also naturalize the labor as if it is an inherent quality of a thing. Because you can't valorize, or not valorize, I mean, it is a valorization, but you can't celebrate work without also naturalizing this inherent quality that has been called value. Like doing that and saying like, no, it's just work. Work will make you free is the same thing.
Socialized work, as long as it's represented by a workers' party or state, then it will make you free. And then, of course, the only way Nazis disagreed was that's the national proletariat instead of the international proletariat.
Exactly. But yeah, like I'm getting more and more pissed off now thinking back to Portland. Like I'm working myself up. Because it just like, it's like, how can you not see that that's what you're doing when you're doing this, when you're trying to like ontologize fucking labor? Like,
it's like you took, so it's seductive. It's very easy to do this. You're out of here?
I'm gonna leave, yeah.
All right. I'm gonna come over and give you a hug in a sec. Actually, let's just keep reading. I'll step away.
all right. Bye, Ann. Let us deal with abstract labor in more detail. Abstract labor is not visible. Only a particular concrete labor is visible, just as the concept of tree isn't visible. I'm only capable of perceiving a concrete botanical plant. As with the term tree, abstract labor is an abstraction, but a completely different kind of abstraction. Normally, abstractions are constituted in human thought. We refer to the commonalities among individual examples and then establish an abstract category, such as tree. But in the case of abstract labor, we are not dealing with such a mental abstraction, but with a real abstraction, by which we mean an abstraction that is carried out in the actual behavior of humans, regardless of whether they are aware of it.
Yo,
during the act.
Sorry. What just happened? So
what just happened?
I know. I ended up. I thought I was just gonna give a hug, but no, we talked. So,
can I tell him right now?
Yeah, and Anne wants to tell you right now. This is a recording on the Capital Monday, so you get say hi to everybody.
Hello, everyone.
So some of you don't know about Anne. She's one of the coolest people at Theory Underground. So anyway,
when we got the mail, we got just a promotional thing in the mail, and I found this out a week ago in a presentation from a sociology professor. But Dollar Loan Center, sponsored by fucking Boise State University. Like, that's some whole other level of twisted.
A short-term loan lender,
yeah. The official short-term lender of poor Boise State students because our school's too expensive.
Are you? Yeah, they have
I know that's like
they have.
Twisted.
It's a strip mall. Called it's a strip mall corner that says Dollar Loan Center.
Dude,
it's for people who don't have money who need it like immediately.
That's almost as bad as the betting, like the micro betting apps like DraftKings and all that.
Yeah, Nan said it's almost as bad as those like micro betting apps.
Oh my god.
Anyways, I wanted to show you, and I guess everyone that. I guess it relates.
Thank you. No, it does. It does relate to capital.
Anyways, bye, Nancy.
It relates to what's called usury, or you could say, what's
gutting
Nancy's acting like I just dropped like a slur on
gutting philosophy departments and philosophy classes, but promoting this shit.
Yeah, dude, that's Boise State now.
Schedule back in meeting with president.
Yeah, we do. We do.
Karen. Okay.
Tomorrow we're gonna work on the that letter for
love you. See ya.
Love you. Bye. All right. Sorry about that, everybody. That was a good little side thing. We will get into merchant capital versus what's it called? Interest capital. Interest capital is the academic way of saying usury. Usury is the sort of medieval religious way of talking about it, and it's heavily at this point coded anti-Semitic because Jews were overrepresented. Because every time a racial minority or a racial group that you don't like is represented in positions of power, it's really easy to go that way. To say overrepresented is not to say Jews run the world. It's to say there's a lot more rich Jews than there are fucking anybody else. Like Like
it's the same thing as why
there's
are there
probably
so
about
many?
There's probably about as many fucking Catholic ones. Maybe there's about as many Mormons ones at this point. I don't fucking know. I don't keep track, but you know, it's overrepresentative. Yeah.
No, it's the same thing as saying, wow, there sure are a lot of black people in gangs. Like their material conditions made it more likely for them at whatever time to do that for an occupation or whatever. That's all it is. Like it's a realist point of view.
Yeah. Yeah. Which is, you know, why you can also turn right around and say like more black people have pulled themselves up by their bootstraps out of poverty and done so as a heroic feat that actually is impressive and blows people away. Right. Which is basically what you're getting at in your piece in Underground Theory. But, but yeah, I'm not going to let people take the word usury away. I don't, sorry. There's a word for that. Try to make it a slur. That's the funniest, it's the funniest fucking thing in the world, dude. I'm like, oh, no, don't say that. Oh yeah? Are you kicking people out of their house because they're not paying their mortgage? You're not?
Right.
Oh, then I guess you're not a usurer. So fuck you. Why are you defending usurers? Like, shut the fuck up. Are you giving out loans to people who can't afford them, who will never pay them back, and who don't understand how interest rates work? You're not? Why are you getting offended then?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a sin. It's a sin. I'm not religious, but I do believe that like every sin is probably called a sin for like a reason. And like, we got to think it through. And in some cases, it's like, oh, it really serves power for us to think about X, Y, or Z things as sins. But then in other cases, it's like, no, people hate usury. They've always hated usury. So of course the church goes ahead and says, yes, that's a sin. No, there's going to be a wonderful section in this book of why anti-Semitism is wrong and actually why Marx's approach is the anti-Semitic position. There's a whole section where he goes into all of this stuff. So,
hell yeah,
yeah, it's the basic history lesson that I think every Marxist probably understands. Let us deal with the abstract labor. Wait. Yeah, I'll reread that paragraph since let us deal with abstract labor in more detail. Abstract labor is not visible. Only a particular concrete labor is visible, just as the concept of tree isn't visible. I'm only capable of perceiving a concrete botanical plant. As with the term tree, abstract labor is an abstraction, not a completely different kind of abstraction. Normally, abstractions are constituted in human thought. We refer to the commonalities among individual examples and then establish an abstract category such as tree. But in the case of abstract labor, we are not dealing with such a mental abstraction, but with a real abstraction, by which we mean an abstraction that is carried out in the actual behavior of humans, regardless of whether they are aware of it. Like racial categories also are a real abstraction in the sense that they inform how people operate. Like people start to think in racialized terms, and that, you know, carries out patterns of racism. So is that what you had read while I was hugging Ann?
Yeah.
Okay. It's a great part. I'm glad we went over it again. So you can take it away though.
During the act of exchange, an abstraction is made from the use value of commodities, and the commodities are equated as values. Of course, the individual buyer only purchases a commodity because he is interested in its use value, and, as the case may be, refrains from exchange if he does not desire this use value. However, if exchange occurs, then the commodities are equated as values. Only with the equation of commodities as values does an abstraction from the particularity of the labor that produces them actually occur. And it only counts as value-forming abstract labor. So the abstraction really occurs independent of what the participating commodity owners think. This point is not always made clearly by Marx. He speaks of abstract labor as an expenditure of human labor power in the physiological sense. The reduction of various types of labor to labor in a physiological sense, however, is a purely mental abstraction to which any kind of labor can be subjected, regardless of whether it produces a commodity. Furthermore, this formulation suggests that abstract labor has a completely non-social natural foundation and has therefore accordingly provoked naturalistic interpretations of abstract labor. In other passages, however, Marx expresses himself clearly concerning the non-naturalistic foundation of abstract labor. He writes in the revised manuscript to the first edition, the reduction of various concrete private acts of labor to this abstraction of equal human labor is only carried out through exchange, which in fact equates products of different acts of labor with each other. Accordingly, it is exchange that consummates the abstraction that underlies abstract labor, independent of whether the people engaged in exchange are aware of this abstraction. But then abstract labor cannot be measured in terms of hours of labor. Every hour of labor measured by a clock is an hour of a particular concrete act of labor expended by a particular individual, regardless of whether the product is exchanged. Abstract labor, on the other hand, cannot be expended at all. Abstract labor is a relation of social validation that is constituted in exchange. In exchange, the concrete acts of expended labor count as a particular quantum of value constituting abstract labor, or are valid as a specific quantum of abstract labor, and therefore as an element of the total labor of society. This validation of privately expended concrete labor as a particular quantum of value constituting abstract labor implies three different acts of reduction. The first, individually expended labor time, is reduced to socially necessary labor time. Only labor that is necessary for the production of a use value under average conditions counts as value constituting. The level of average productivity, however, is not determined by an individual producer, but rather upon the entirety of producers of a use value. The average changes constantly and only becomes apparent in the act of exchange. Only then does the individual producer find out to what extent his individually expended labor time corresponds to the socially necessary labor time.
So would it be a sufficient example here just to say, like, we get this sense for what warehouse work pays based on the fact that, like, I could leave this place and go to that place and get paid that much. And because they know that workers also come and go, like there's just like, oh yeah, it costs this much to keep warehouse workers around. And then of course, what it costs to keep warehouse workers around is determined more or less by what's necessary to keep them around, which for Marx means the means of subsistence, which is like food, and a little bit of beer at the end of the day, which nowadays we would just say, and Netflix or whatever. Or gaming, you know, you need enough to be able to be a gamer. Otherwise you won't be a service worker, you know?
Yeah, I think, and there's, with the increase in productivity and the, you know, the increased interchangeability of laborers and all that, I think there's always going to be a downward pressure on general labor, abstract labor, non-skilled or non-highly specialized labor or whatever. So I think now that the necessary cost to maintain the labor is lower than like actual necessity. Like, you can't meet all your needs on the wages that you're going to get from certain jobs. Whereas like in the past, that probably mattered more. And I don't know, maybe it didn't, but at least that's the story I tell myself, that like in the past, a living wage was a real thing that one could expect to get. And I know like in America, that was a real thing in, you know, the 50s, 60s and 70s, but that doesn't mean it was ever a real thing outside of that era, the post-war era.
But I think you're also like getting at, like, if you go back another century or two, like Charles Dickens' world, there was like, they knew like down to the pence what you needed in your hand at the end of the week to be able to buy this basic amount of bread. And of course, the kind of bread that you're getting is cut with sawdust and shit. But like, they were like, well, it's bread and you got it. So, and of course, sawdust is a lot better for you than the shit they put in our food nowadays. So, you know,
diabetes.
They put a lot of that in the food. All right, let's go. I'll read the second one. Let's take turns. In traditional Marxism, a technologically determined socially necessary labor time was usually understood as the sole determinant of value constituting labor. Whether the use values produced faced a corresponding monetary demand appeared to play no role in the determination of their value. However, Marx noted that in order to produce a commodity, one has to produce not only a use value, but rather use values for others, social use values. If a greater quantity of a use value, a linen sheet for example, is produced beyond that of the monetary demand existing in society, then this means that too great a portion of the total social labor time has been expended in the form of weaving. The effect is the same as if each individual weaver had expended more labor time on his particular product than was socially necessary. So point is like you're contributing to an average, you know? And so when you go over, you go under, like you're just the outlier on the bell curve, you know? Only labor time expended under the average existing conditions of production as well as for the satisfaction of monetary social demand constitutes value. To what extent the privately expended labor was actually necessary to satisfy demand depends on the one hand upon the amount of this demand and on the other hand upon the volume of production of other producers, both of which first become apparent in exchange.
And 3, individual acts of labor expenditure are not only distinguished from one another in their concrete character, as carpentry, as tailoring, etc., but in regard to the qualifications of the required labor power. Simple labor power is the labor power possessed in his bodily organism by every ordinary man, on the average, without being developed in any special way. Exactly what counts as a qualification belonging to the simple average labor force, and whether, for example, reading and writing or computer skills are counted among these qualifications varies from country to country and among different cultural epochs, but remains firmly established within a particular country at a particular point in time. The labor of more highly qualified forces of labor counts as skilled labor and is regarded as constituting a greater magnitude of value than simple average labor. To what degree a particular amount of skilled labor constitutes more value than the same amount of simple labor is again only apparent in exchange. Not only do the qualifications of the labor force emphasized by Marx play a role in the quantitative relation, also decisive are processes of social hierarchization that are reflected, for example, in the fact that female professions have a lower status than male professions, which in turn influences how activities are considered simple or skilled. The extent to which privately expended individual labor counts or is effectively valid as value constituting abstract labor is the result of these three reductions that take place simultaneously in the act of exchange.
Yeah. He says some stuff that shows that he's not talking about the PMC by name, but later on he will do something really cool with it. But right here, I would say that's just a really good example also of the hierarchization. So it's not just a quantitative relation of, oh, this person makes more than this much. It's also like, oh, this person's like made of special stuff whereas this person is disposable. And so women, or people doing what's traditionally considered female professions, yeah, it is like looked down on more, and exploited more heavily. But I would just add that is also the relation of the PMC to the broader working class or blue collar workers. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And in fact, it's easy for the PMC to at least the left PMC to have some special sympathy for a homeless person or an unemployed person, but not for a factory worker. That's it's this fucking crazy thing. Value. Okay, this is 3.4, spectral objectivity, a production or circulation theory of value. Value objectivity, Gegenständlichkeit, is not possessed by commodities as objectifications of concrete labor, but rather as objectifications of abstract labor. However, if, as we just outlined, abstract labor is a relation of social validation existing only in exchange, where privately expended labor counts as value constituting abstract labor, then value also first exists in exchange. What's more, value is not at all a property that an individual thing possesses in and of itself. The substance of value that constitutes the foundation of this objectivity is not inherent to individual commodities, but is bestowed mutually in the act of exchange. The most emphatic statement on this by Marx can be found in this revised manuscript for the first edition. There he states that when a coat is exchanged for linen, then both are reduced to an objectification of human labor per se. However, it should not be forgotten that, quote, none of both is in and of itself value objectivity. They are this only insofar as that this objectivity is commonly held by them. Outside of their relationship with each other, the relationship in which they are equalized, neither coat nor linen possesses value objectivity or objectivity as congelations of human labor per se. Dude, that's a fucking fire-ass quote from volume 2, isn't it? Or is that chapter 2? Is that, how do we read that? Is that volume 2, chapter 6, page 30?
That is, I don't know, because it's the revised edition. It's the revised manuscript for the first edition. So I think, yeah, that would be volume 2, chapter 6, paragraph 30. I don't fucking know.
Cool. Well, we will figure it out. But because we will want to track all these down, but just,
yeah.
I mean, it's like, okay, so I don't know what I could read on the surrounding pages that could make this mean anything other than what it says, which is just pretty straightforward. These things do not have this value objectivity on their own. It comes from the relations, right? Duh, of course. And that makes sense for Marx, but it's too idealist for this kind of vulgar materialist is the issue. So folks, he's arguing with worldview Marxists here, okay? And the reason he has to is because we get gaslit by them all the time, and he's experienced the same thing.
I'm trying to think where that would be, because he talks about the linen or the cotton recognizing itself in the jacket, but that's in volume 1, I thought. I don't know.
Dude, he doesn't stop talking about linen for like 3,000 pages. Like, it's linen. It's gonna be a lot of linen this year, folks. Cotton and linen. All right. I didn't even know that linen comes from cotton until Marx. Like, thank you, Marx. You know?
That's why Vladimir Lenin loved Marx so much, because he just said his name so many times.
Oh my God.
And because Lenin wasn't educated, he didn't know that it was spelled differently.
How he's like, wow, so many cottons to make a Lenin. As a consequence, a product of labor considered in isolation is not value, nor is it a commodity. It only becomes value in its unity with another product of labor. Okay? So there you go. That's the other quote. With this, we also come closer to the phantom-like, better translated spectral, character of value objectivity that Marx spoke of at the beginning of Capital. The substance of value is not something that two commodities have in common, in the way, for example, that both a fire truck and an apple have the color red in common. Both are red even in isolation from each other, and when they are placed alongside each other, we detect that they have something in common. The substance of value, and thus the value objectivity, is something only obtained by things when they are set into relation with one another in exchange. It's as if the fire truck and apple were only red when they're actually standing alongside one another and had no color when separated. The fire truck in the fire station, the apple hanging from an apple tree, right? They only get their color in this sort of semiotic relation. And it's just like, that's not a problem. If you know how to think like a structuralist, if you know how to do a structural critique, if you have like read Marx, if you've read Heidegger, if you've read even Saussure, like, you get the idea. Oh, things get they're not self-standing. And then you also obviously get that through Hegel. And so it's like, but like, yeah, no, the reason I say vulgar materialism is like, no, the value's in the thing. It was put into the thing by the labor. Yeah. It's like, yeah. And then they're going to turn right around and tell you you're not being dialectical or historical or materialist enough. And it's like, yeah, because we didn't say the words you like, but you're not being a better materialist just because you don't get that things are relationally constituted. I'm sorry, I don't know what to tell you. Normally, objective properties of things are inherent, regardless of their relationship to other things. We do not regard properties of things that only exist in a specific connection to other things as objective, inherent properties of those things, but rather as relations. If soldier A is commanded by Staff Sergeant B, then A is a subordinate and B is a superior. The property of being a subordinate or a superior arises from the specific relationship between A and B within a military hierarchy, but are not inherent to them as people outside of this hierarchy. In the case of value, a property that only exists within a relationship appears to be an objective property that is also inherent outside of this relationship. If we attempt to locate this objectivity outside of the exchange relationship, it eludes our grasp. The objectivity of value is quite literally a spectral objectivity. You could say it's like a concrete relativity, because like anything you pick up off the ground that is outside of the economy because you live out in the woods and you're just like, what is this? Maybe you can find a use for it, and then it'll have some relative value, but it's purely subjective at this point based on like your needs. So that has nothing to do with its value in terms of exchange. Mm-hmm. In the case of value, a property that only exists within a relationship appears to be an objective property that is also inherent outside of. I literally just read that. Traditional Marxism was also taken in by an illusion that value was a property of an individual commodity. The substance of value was understood in a substantialist way. This is in quotes because obviously he doesn't think it's genuinely substantialist. As a property of an individual commodity. The magnitude of value was also understood as a property of an individual commodity, and it was believed to be determined, independent of the exchange process, by the quantity of socially necessary labor time expended in the production of the commodity. Conceptions that emphasized the importance of exchange were accused of advancing a circulation theory of value, and thus of approaching value by placing emphasis on a supposedly negligible aspect. However, even the question as to whether value and the magnitude of value are determined in the sphere of production or in the sphere of circulation, the sphere of buying and selling, that's what circulation is the result of a fatal reduction. Value isn't just there after being produced someplace. In the case of a bread roll, one can at least pose the question, even if the answer is somewhat obvious, as to where it comes into existence. In the bakery or in the act of purchase over the sales counter. But value isn't a thing like the bread roll, but rather a social relationship that appears as a tangible characteristic of a thing. The social relationship that is expressed in value and the magnitude of value is constituted in production and circulation, so that the either-or question is senseless. So there's a debate in the field between production and circulation. Where does the value of the commodity come from? Is it in the circulation or is it in the production? He says it's neither, because it's the value form itself that these things are ultimately getting their value in reference to. The magnitude of value is not yet determined before exchange, but also does not emerge coincidentally during the exchange act. It is the result of the threefold reduction outlined in the previous section of privately expended individual labor to abstract labor. The magnitude of value of a commodity is not simply a relationship between the individual labor of the producer and the product, which is what the substantialist conception of value amounts to, but rather a relationship between the individual labor of producers and the total labor of society. Exchange does not produce value, but rather mediates this relation to the total labor of society. However, in a society based upon private production, this act of mediation can only occur in the act of exchange and nowhere else. Prior to being exchanged, the magnitude of value could only be more or less estimated. This estimation is also responsible for whether a commodity producer takes up production. But the estimation of a value is in no way the same thing as the existence of this value, a painful fact that some producers experience firsthand. Yeah, that's true. Their consideration should make it clear that Marx's use of the term substance of value should not be understood in a substantialist way, in the sense that a substance is present within individual things. Objectivity as value is not a tangible aspect of an individual commodity. Only with the act of exchange does a value obtain an objective value form, thus the importance of the value form analysis for Marx's theory of value. Awesome. I want to see really quick what that footnote is here at the back. It's number 12. So let's see if I can pull that up. The analysis of the value form occurs in the comprehensive third section of the first chapter of Capital. Okay.
Section 3.5. The form of value and money. Economic determinate form. With the analysis of the form of value, Marx claims to accomplish something that has no counterpart in the bourgeois economy. He writes, "Everyone knows, if nothing else, that commodities have a common value form, which contrasts in the most striking manner with the motley natural forms of their use values. I refer to the money form. Now, however, we have to perform a task never even attempted by bourgeois economics. That is, we have to show the origin, genesis, of this money form. We have to trace the development of the expression of value contained in the value relation of commodities from its simplest, almost imperceptible outline to the dazzling money form." This sentence has been frequently understood as if Marx's intent is to trace at a high level of abstraction the historical emergence of money, starting from the simple exchange of products. But if that were the case, then his attempt to distinguish himself from bourgeois economics by claiming to accomplish something that the latter never even attempted would be completely exaggerated. Even in Marx's time, such abstract historical sketches belonged to the standard repertoire of economists. But let us recall that in the first sentence of Capital, Marx clearly states that his intent is not to analyze a pre-capitalist commodity, but rather the commodity as it exists in capitalism. Hence, it is clear that with the phrase origin, genesis, he does not mean the historical emergence of money, but rather a conceptual relationship of development. He is not concerned with the historical development of money, not even in a completely abstract sense, but with a conceptual reconstruction of the connection between the simple form of value, a commodity expressing its value through another commodity, and the money form. This is a relation that exists within contemporary capitalism. More generally, the question is whether money in a commodity-producing society is merely a practical aid, which is otherwise basically dispensable, or whether money is in fact a necessity. In Marx's time, this question was not a merely academic one. Various social tendencies, in devising alternatives to capitalism, aspired to a society in which private commodity production would continue to exist, but money would be abolished and replaced by certificates of entitlement to goods or slips denoting hours of performed labor. The proof that money and commodity production are inseparable was also intended as a critique of such tendencies. In his analysis of money, Marx proceeds in 3 steps. The first, in a form analysis, meaning that form determinations are analyzed while disregarding the commodity owners, the general equivalent form, respectively the money form, of value is developed as a necessary form of value. Subsequently, the activity of commodity owners is dealt with. Actual money, which must correspond to the determinants of the general equivalent form, first emerges on the basis of such activity. Finally, the various functions that money assumes within simple circulation, meaning the circulation of commodities and money abstracting from capital, are developed. Bourgeois economics usually begins its treatments of money by enumerating the various functions of money. That money exists at all is explained with the argument that without money it would be rather difficult to organize exchange. That is, the justification occurs at the level of the activity of commodity owners. Form analytical considerations about the connection between value and value form cannot be found at all within bourgeois economics. Yet this connection is exactly the genesis that Marx spoke of in the above quotation. However, many Marxists have difficulties understanding Marx's analysis. Substantialist interpretations by bourgeois economists normally place emphasis upon the functions of money and are generally at a loss to deal with the conceptual development of the money form and money. But even non-substantialist interpretations often ignore the differences between the first 2 steps: the conceptual development of the money form and the conceptual development of actual money. We'll deal with the first step in this subsection and handle steps 2 and 3 in the following 2 subsections. Marx begins the analysis of the value form with the examination of the simple, isolated, or accidental form of value. This is the expression of a commodity's value in another: X commodity A equals Y commodity B. Or Marx's famous example, 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat. The value of the linen is expressed, and the coat serves as a means of expressing the value of the linen. Both commodities thus play completely different roles in the form of expression of value, and Marx assigns different terms to these roles. The value of the first commodity, linen, is expressed as relative value, meaning in relation to something else. This commodity is in the relative form of value. The second commodity, the coat, serves as an equivalent for the value of the first commodity. It is in the equivalent form of value. In the simple expression of value, only the value of one commodity can be expressed at any given time. Only the value of the linen is expressed as a specific quantity of coat. The value of the coat, on the other hand, is not expressed. However, the expression of value, 20 yards of linen are worth 1 coat, also implies the reverse. 1 coat is worth 20 yards of linen. Now the coat is in the relative form of value and the linen is in the equivalent form. Value cannot be grasped within an individual use value. It only obtains a tangible form in the expression of value. The commodity that appears as the equivalent form, commodity B, now has the status of being the embodiment of value of the value of the commodity in the relative form of value, commodity A. But considered in isolation, the second commodity is just as much a use value as the first commodity. However, within the expression of value, the second commodity in the equivalent form plays a specific role. It has the status not only of being a particular use value, but also counts simultaneously in its manifestation as use value as a direct embodiment of value. Hence, in the value relation, in which the coat is the equivalent of the linen, the form of the coat counts as the form of value. The value of the linen only acquires an objective form because the value assumes the form of the coat. The value of the linen becomes tangible, visible, and measurable as a specific quantity of coat. Marx summarizes this as follows: the internal opposition between use value and value hidden within the commodity is, therefore, represented on the surface by an external opposition, i.e., by a relation between two commodities such that the one commodity whose own value is supposed to be expressed counts directly only as a use value, whereas the other commodity in which that value is to be expressed counts directly only as exchange value. Value is something purely social. It expresses the equal social validity of two completely different concrete acts of labor, and it is therefore a specific social relationship. This social relationship acquires, in the equivalent form, the shape of a thing. In our example, value appears to be directly identical with a coat. The coat counts as an embodiment of value, but only within the form of the expression of value. That the coat has different properties within the form of expression of value than it does outside of it, still clear in the case of the coat. Is still clear in the case of the coat. With regard to money, however, this is no longer obviously visible. The simple form of value expresses the value of commodity A in an object, makes it tangible and measurable, but is nonetheless insufficient, since it only relates commodity A to a single commodity, commodity B, and does not yet relate commodity A to all other commodities. If we now consider the value relationship of commodity A, in this case the linen, to all other commodities, then we obtain the total or expanded form of value. 20 yards of linen are worth 1 coat. 20 yards of linen are worth 10 pounds of tea. 20 yards of linen are worth 40 pounds of coffee, etc. The value of the linen now stands in relation to the entire world of commodities and not just to a single commodity. And at the same time, it becomes clear that the value of the commodity is indifferent toward the particular form of use value in which it is expressed, a coat. but also tea and coffee and so forth, can serve as the embodiment of the value of the linen. The value of the linen remains the same, whether it is manifested in a coat or in coffee. Thus, it also becomes clear that the quantitative exchange relationship is in no way coincidental, a fact that was not yet visible in the case of the simple form of value. However, the expanded form of value is also inadequate. The expression of the value of commodity A is incomplete and without closure. Furthermore, the expressions of value are heterogeneous. We have multiple specific equivalent forms that mutually exclude each other. The total form of value is nothing other than a series of simple forms of value, but every single one of these simple forms of value contains within itself its own inversion. If we reverse the series of simple forms of value, we acquire the general form of value. 1 coat and 10 pounds of tea and 40 pounds of coffee are all worth 20 yards of linen. The value of commodities is now expressed in a simple and unified form because a single commodity, the general equivalent, serves as an expression of value for all other commodities. So this form performs a decisive function. Through its equation with linen, the value of every commodity is now not only differentiated from its own use value, but from all use values generally, and is by that very fact expressed as that which is common to all commodities. By this form, commodities are, for the first time, really brought into relation with each other as values. The value objectivity is not an inherent property of any individual commodity, but rather a social characteristic. Because it expresses the relationship of individual commodities, or respectively the individual acts of labor producing these commodities, to the entire world of commodities, respectively the total labor of society. Thus, not only does value necessitate an objective form of value, it necessitates a form of value that expresses this social character. And this is first accomplished with the general form of value. The specific social character of the general form of value is shown in a further quality that distinguishes the general form of value from both the elementary and the expanded form of value. In both cases, it is the private task, so to speak, of the individual commodity to give itself a form of value. But now, the general form of value, on the other hand, can only arise as the joint contribution of the whole world of commodities. A commodity only acquires a general expression of its value if, at the same time, all other commodities express their values in the same equivalent, and every newly emergent commodity must follow suit. It thus becomes evident that because the objectivity of commodities as values is the purely social existence of these things, it can only be expressed through the whole range of their social relations. What becomes evident here is something that is not clear to everyday consciousness, but is first apparent as a result of scientific analysis. The social character of value expresses itself in a specifically social form of value. Value and magnitude of value, which are actually not properties of an individual commodity, can now, with the help of the general equivalent, be expressed so that it seems as if they were simple properties of individual commodities. Qualitatively, the value of coats, or tea, coffee, etc., consists in their equality with linen. The value of a coat, or 20 pounds of tea, 40 pounds of coffee, etc., is 20 yards of linen. The money form is ultimately distinguished from the general form of value merely by the fact that the equivalent form has coalesced by social custom with the specific natural form of a particular commodity. Historically, this has been gold, and to a lesser extent, silver. This commodity thus becomes the money commodity. So, the reference.
Oh, yeah, go. Finish the last paragraph.
The reference to social custom makes it clear that with the money form, we find ourselves at the level of the activity of commodity owners. Up to now, commodity owners have not been discussed. The commodity form of the product of labor and the exchange relations of commodities have been observed, but not the exchange acts of commodity owners.
Based. So this is like a good, like, I guess without realizing the sort of stakes of the debate, without realizing that this is like value for Marxism, as Daniel Tutt would call it, I didn't realize the first couple times I read this that this section is like, I didn't realize like its import. And so I guess I just wanted, like, maybe we should both, like, I'll just ask you first, like, yeah, what's the point and why does it matter of what we're doing so far?
Because it is addressing this spectral value, this inherent value, or whatever, this quality of things. And it's explaining how value, I mean, it's none of these individual, just like no word has inherent meaning. It only means anything because of the structure of the language in which that word exists. No commodity has value. Nothing produced by labor time, by individual labor, no individual thing has this inherent value. It's only valuable in relation to the entire social system, the entire collection of other commodities. Like everything is referential, and it's all tied back in to this structure of capital. Like it is the ultimate, like, self-projecting thing, self-fulfilling prophecy, whatever. And I think for me, it really helps to use this in reference to Timenergy. And at the end of the day, like, yeah, but all this stuff, again, is meaningless to me. And it's not meaningless to me, but, like, it's not what I want. I don't want commodities. I don't want circulation. I don't want, like, for the sake of which is Timenergy. And just being able to contrast the two, like, I don't know. I think it's Dude, very it's very informative.
He's really getting down in the bone marrow. He's really sinking his teeth into this, and then he's taking his time. He's not like the French way to do it would have been to talk about 50 other things at once and drop like a hot take that is ultimately can be substantiated once you tease out the system that they are presupposing and then just like playing with. But like, the proper German way to do things is actually say what you mean and work it out and take your fucking sweet time and probably take, 3 volumes. Like the British way is a lot easier. You just kind of, it's all very like, it's all reductionistic, breaks everything down into little parts, little puzzle pieces. It all fits together. It's great. But this relational approach, that's a lot harder. It's a lot harder for people to wrap their heads around. Even people who supposedly, like, I'm not going to say supposedly because that's way too sassy, but just people who love Marx, they still do it. Like they still fall for this fetishization problem. And I have to admit, like, this week is the first time, like last night I listened to, we haven't mentioned this on the recording, but I the whole book, I listened to it while working last night. I only worked from 4 a.m. until close to 9 a.m. And that time that I was working is less time than the actual time it takes to read the book aloud if you're using a robot reader, but I had it sped up. And so, of course, I miss a lot of things. But one of the things that got me thinking about is like, oh, he's not just arguing the labor theory of value is wrong, and that Marx was aware of the fact, and that is kind of the point of his whole project, which is already something I had been thinking from the first couple of readings of this, where I was like, wow, is that true? You know, that fucks me up. Because for me, it was just like, well, of course, the labor theory of value. But it goes deeper, because the revolutionary PMC, as opposed to the reformist PMC, if it's going to be a revolution, well, what are we doing? Okay, what is to be done? If the only real plan is centralize the state and mediate the contradictions, then it's just a fancier centralized trade union. I mean, it's not like not only is it just that, I mean, of course, which is a reduction that is unnecessary here, but the part that really sends me reeling is the idea that the people who in a revolutionary situation should be best equipped to lead by example, lead from behind, whatever, however they want to say it, the vanguard party or whatever, ought to be the people who fucking get that the value of things doesn't come from human batteries pumping energy into those things. That the value that Marx has a problem with and is analyzing is the enemy itself, right? And like I people are like, oh, I don't like value. It's like value gets used in a lot of different ways, and Marx doesn't like value either. We can always talk about human value, and that, you know, the kinds of things that time energy is a condition for once freed up from heteronomous labor. But yeah, I guess it's like, okay, so the only people who want to change society and move beyond capitalism in a substantial materialist, like, sorry, we got to break a few eggs to make an omelet kind of way, want to turn right around and not just reify this fetishization of the value form and the form of labor that it creates, not to mention the relations of production that creates. No, they're going to institutionalize the reification of it in a more rigid way than a social democratic or neoliberal government is going to do. And so it's like I'm on the one side, I'm like, well, I don't know, because on the one side I'm like, well, I just hope that they get the memo. Because on the one side I'm like, well, they'll never need the memo because they'll never actually get power and they'll never actually be relevant, and their influence will only ever be over a certain kind of nerd because they're so out of touch. But then this other side of me is like, but what if they do? What if they actually do have some kind of power? And then what if they actually came into that power and then they just wanted to reify the labor form? So that's why this is so powerful to me. It's like, I understand the sense deep in my gut. Like, yeah, I wish I could get back what I've put into things. Like this idea that I put my labor into that, and then I'm not able to purchase back from other people's labor, like as much as I'm putting out. Like I get that. And so then of course, like I would love to have some kind of a regime change where that's fixed. We'd all love to have that situation fixed. But Marx is also just saying like that sort of fantasy and desire is based in this spectral objectivity in the first place.
Which is why I never like what the fuck was it? Vouchers, the labor vouchers or whatever. Like I always hated that. And I hated people who brought it up and talked about it and were like, yeah, let's talk about that. Because I was like, no, that's gross. Because it is fucking gross. Because at the end of the day, No, it's not about, I don't want to be fully instrumentalized. And that's all this does. When all you do is like, you pretend that there's like this magical, like when you're working on something, what's really happening is there's a magical labor fairy that comes down from Never Never Land and touches the thing with a little magic wand. And then it's like, oh, this is now imbued with this like transcendental quality of value. And it is what it is. Like that also means that I get hit by the labor fairy and I'm imbued with this congruent amount of labor. Like that means that I am just as objectified as the commodity itself that I'm producing. I don't want that. I do want to go skateboard in the morning and read books in the afternoon. I do want to do that. And the labor fairy, total instrumentalization. And it's all semiotics, dude. It's all just built on like the Matryoshka doll of like just references, and it's always in reference to like something else.
So what about like art and like, okay, outside of like, there is like the scene and the sort of social status you build up or whatever, but there's also just like a person can see a thing and realize how much you had to practice and how much you had to know. And so the appreciation of the artifact or exhibit is in part an appreciation of your
singularity,
your singular expenditure.
Mm-hmm.
Like that idea makes sense. And so basically, like, is it because that's real and that's the basis of symbolic exchange, the capital is able to simulate and play off of our gut sense that I'm almost saying like there's a real labor theory of value on the other side, but capital's over here, you know.
No,
it's a time energy. Yeah. There's a time energy theory of value, and the labor theory of value is able to deceive us into thinking it's objective, and it's material facts, bro, because of that underlying thing about us or whatever.
Yeah, and I mean, I actually like calling it the time energy theory of value. I like that. But you can also call it like spiritual. And I guess it doesn't really matter what you call it. I guess, well, it actually kind of does matter what you call it, which is why we should start a time energy theory of value.
Well, it is in the works. And I did say that I did say time energy is the basis of value in Waypoint.
Yes.
So, and in my thesis. Yeah. So, but I never called it the time energy theory of value. I never called it that, but I did say that. And at the time, I didn't realize it was as controversial.
Right.
I didn't really realize.
I also think that like just getting outside of even the idea of value, because I do hate value, and like it erases the quality that we're trying to talk about when we're talking about it in this way. And we're talking about like this singular value and this time energy value, artistic value, spiritual value, like whatever it is we're trying to say gets erased kind of when we use the word value at all, because it always kind of comes back to this. like these social relations and this interconnected web of socially necessary production and reproduction, like that shouldn't be the thing against which we judge the things that make us feel good, the things that make us happy, the things that make us the good life. Like we shouldn't judge the good life against value. And that's getting outside the sphere of heteronomy or necessity and moving into the autonomous sphere.
There's just part of me that thinks that value, the way that people colloquially use it, is defensible and actually should be celebrated because it's the same thing as the word quality. And so we're really just saying we like quality things. I don't want a backpack that's going to fall apart in a year. I want something that's like, what is it called? The ruling class level of products. It's called enterprise.
Enterprise. Yeah.
Yeah. I want fucking Star Trek gear, I guess, because they call it that. I didn't know that, you know, but yeah, I do want use values. That is the thing. Yeah. I do want use values. And what I mean is I want quality shit, which is to say, like, I want things that people care about. I want things that are impressive. I want things that are cool. I don't want garbage parading as valuable or useful. And so it's like you're put off to the language of value in this case by what? What's the put off here?
Because it does kind of relate everything back to this sphere of necessity. Like I want good shit. I want things that are going to last. I want things that are going to be worth whatever they cost. But I also want to be able to do things that I enjoy. I want to be able to do things that make me feel good, and like good in the sense of like, oh, I am physically enjoying this right now. Like I'm getting pleasure. I feel good, but also feel good like spiritually and holistically good. I like feel complete. Like I want the good life. And I don't think we should even try to quantify those things because they're necessarily singular. And
okay, and that's why you sit outside of the sphere of heteronomy. Because yes, the stuff that's in the sphere of heteronomy is not singular.
And talking like about value always necessarily brings it back to this interconnected web of relations, this matryoshka doll of value upon value upon value upon value. Talking about value in this way makes everything fungible. Everything. I can talk about a song that I love, that I value personally, that has personal value to me, and it's beautiful, and it's the most amazing, beautiful, wonderful thing, and spiritual, and all this. Like it's just the best thing ever, and I can talk about it. But then when we bring it back to this world of value, it becomes worthless. I can't relate to you what this means to me because it's a free song you can go download on the internet. So it has no value. But in real life, it's the most beautiful, transcendent thing it is sublime. It is numinous. It is these things. But when we have to relate it to this value, this socially constructed web, it becomes worthless.
I've just never heard anybody describe feeling that way when listening to Sublime. That's all right. No, but thank you. That's illuminating. All right. I'll start reading this section. So 3.6, money in exchange, activity of commodity owners. Only with the second chapter of Capital does Marx deal explicitly with commodity owners and their activity. As commodity owners, people are merely representatives of commodities. For that reason, the commodity had to be examined first. If one considers only the exchange relation of commodities, then every commodity effectively serves as a manifestation of the value of every other commodity for which it can be exchanged. The commodity owner, however, does not wish to exchange his commodity for any arbitrary commodity, but rather for definite particular commodities. For him, the commodity he owns is not a use value, and its exchange should provide him with the use value he requires. The commodity owner, therefore, would like to treat his own commodity like a general equivalent that can be directly exchanged for all other commodities. But since every commodity owner wants this from his commodity, no commodity is a general equivalent, right? Like, it'd be nice if your cotton could just be something that you take and you just swap it out for whatever it is that you want, but everybody wants to be able to just swap out their thing. So nobody's thing can be the general equivalent. For this reason, the commodity owners in the process of exchange are apparently faced with an irresolvable problem. Marx summarizes the actual solution rather incisively. In their difficulties, our commodity owners think like Faust. In the beginning was the deed. That's in Goethe. They have therefore already acted before thinking. The natural laws of the commodity have manifested themselves in the natural instinct of the owners of commodities. They can only bring their commodities into relation as values, and therefore as commodities, by bringing them into an opposing relation with some one other commodity, which serves as the universal equivalent. We have already reached that result by our analysis of a commodity. The form analysis undertaken by Marx in the first chapter that we dealt with in the previous section. That's like a authorial interjection. But only the action of society can turn a particular commodity into the universal equivalent. The social action of all other commodities, therefore, sets apart the particular commodity in which they all represent their values. The natural form of this commodity thereby becomes the socially recognized equivalent form. Through the agency of the social process, it becomes the specific social function of the commodity which has been set apart to be a universal equivalent. It thus becomes money. Emphasis added by Michael Heinrich. And when I said authorial interjection, I meant Michael Heinrich, not Marx, because that was all a Marx quote, but there was like this brackets in there of Heinrich saying the form analysis undertaken by Marx in the first chapter that we dealt with in the previous section. So when Marx said we have already reached that result by our analysis of the commodity, all Heinrich is saying is, yeah, he's assuming you just read the first chapter. And also I just talked about it. So there you go. The analysis of the commodity revealed the necessity of the general equivalent form. In order to behave toward things as commodities, that is, to relate to things to each other as values, the owners of commodities must relate their commodities to a general equivalent. Their social act must make a commodity into a general equivalent and thus real money. The people engaged in exchange are free in their activity, this is in quotes, but as commodity owners, they must follow the laws imposed by the nature of commodities. As Marx already observed in the preface to Capital, individuals only enter this stage insofar as they are personifications of economic categories. If the analysis begins by considering the activity and consciousness of commodity owners, then the social context that needs to be explained has been taken for granted. This is the reason why it was necessary for Marx to distinguish between the form determinants of the commodity and the activity of commodity owners, and initially depict the form determinants as such, since they are the given preconditions for the activity and considerations of the commodity owners, who then continually reproduce these conditions through their own activity. Going back to the example of a lieutenant versus a new recruit who's in training or whatever, this relationship of authority that exists between the higher and lower rank officers is not something like, it's not something that you're going to understand very well if you just go out in the field and you go around and you stick a microphone in soldiers' faces and you ask them questions about their lieutenants, and then you go to the lieutenants and you ask them questions, which is what they call quantitative and like empirical in sociology departments today. It's really, really funny. It's really, really funny. Yeah, you don't need to have a foreconception. You don't have to try to figure out like symbolically what's going on first. Just go talk to people. Latour is partially to blame, but at least
all vibes based.
That one especially, yeah. It's like, yeah, no, you can't. Like, you have to have the form in mind, and yeah, maybe like what you're running into on the field is going to constantly contradict something. You're like, okay, need to fix this form. Unless you're a worldview Marxist, then you'll never fix it. But I'm just saying, yeah, you want to understand the military hierarchy structure itself and try to understand why it's efficient, why it's effective, what are the conditions of possibility for its being efficient. Think about time energy, think about security, think about resources, control, whatever, just go down the line. But you got to think of that way. You can't just go around and do this. Not even self-report, because outside of interviewing people, you could just like watch them through binoculars and be a behaviorist. At a certain level, like a behaviorist account would actually be pretty useful for kind of like building out your theory. But the point is that it's all a waste of time without that initial conception.
Yeah, you're just taking snapshots after the fact, like post hoc snapshots, and you will be wrong if you rely on that for.
You're gonna be wrong no matter what. The thing is you want to have like a good, like logically, theoretically well-grounded foreconception going in, because then that can be modified based on experience and all of this quantitative, qualitative research. But like, if you don't have a good thing going in, then you're just fucked. Yeah. All right. Really existing money is a result of the activity of commodity owners, but in no way rests upon a silent contract, as John Locke, one of the most important philosophers of the early bourgeois era, thought. Money is not simply introduced with deliberate consideration in one go, which is what economists who argue that money is used as a means of simplifying exchange assume. Commodity owners, emphasized Marx, already acted before thinking. Their activity necessarily brings about money as a result. Otherwise, it is not at all possible to relate commodities to one another as values. I have like a weird note on the side of the page here that I can't figure out but it has a question mark. And so I'm like, okay, money is not simply introduced with deliberate consideration in one go, which is what economists who argue that money is used as a means of simplifying exchange assume. Commodity owners, emphasize Marx, already acted before thinking. Their activity necessarily brings about money as a result. Otherwise, it is not at all possible to relate commodities to one another as values. And the MMT question kind of raises its head here, and he doesn't write about that in this book, but I'm dying to know what he does with it. But yeah, it's like, it's part of why, like, on the face of it, MMT seems purely hypostational. I mean, that's one thing, but but besides the hypostational nature of like the whole discourse coming from MMT, like the idea that money's just based in debt and force, like the monopoly of force and the ability to back debt, like it sounds plausible to me. Like I'm definitely like interested in it, but also like the idea that money functions as this generalized equivalent. And I don't know how they get out of that. Like, even if the state is, like, obviously the state backs it, but like, it arises outside of states. Like, these things do occur, like, outside of, like, in mass scale societies, right? Like, not in, like, in between tribal villages, like David Graeber style. We're not talking about symbolic exchange. We're not talking about potlatch. We're talking about Marcel Mauss. You know, we're talking about. So I don't know. I guess I one of the things we will get into over the time that we're doing this CPE research is having to get into MMT, but like, yeah, it is. I'm just like, they don't think it's like, they don't think that we need a general equivalent, and they think that you can just keep cutting the money supply or keep adding to the money supply, and that doesn't change anything, like, in terms of like how it functions as a general equivalent. Yeah. So that's a thread. That's a thread. I don't even know if we should start a header and clip that, because it's like, I don't know that it's that paragraph. It's this whole section. It's the same. It's the money chapter from the Grundrisse. It's like the whole thing is a lot more couched in that classical political economy worldview. So money is in no way merely a helpful means of simplifying exchange on the practical level and an appendage of value theory on the theoretical level. Marx's value theory is rather a monetary theory of value. Without the value form, commodities cannot be related to one another as values, and only with the money form does an adequate form of value exist. Substantialist conceptions of value, which attempt to establish the existence of value within individual objects, are pre-monetary theories of value. They attempt to develop a theory of value without reference to money. Both the labor theory of value of classical political economy and the theory of marginal utility of neoclassical economics are pre-monetary theories of value. The usual Marxist value theory that alleges that value is already completely determined by socially necessary labor time is also a pre-monetary value theory. .7 The functions of money, the money commodity, and the contemporary monetary system. Marx distinguishes between three fundamental functions of money that arise from the simple circulation of commodities and money. If one considers the total process of capitalist production and reproduction, there are additional functions of money. See Chapter 8 below. The first function of money consists of serving as the general measure of value. The value of every commodity is expressed as a specific quantity of money. Commodities are values as crystals of their common substance, abstract labor. So it is not money that makes commodities commensurable, but the common reference to abstract labor. Marx therefore notes, quote, money as a measure of value is the necessary form of appearance of the measure of value which is intrinsic to commodities, namely labor time. But with this, the question is also posed as to why value cannot be immediately expressed in labor time, or why money does not directly represent labor time. Marx very briefly deals with this question in Capital in a footnote and refers to his earlier text of 1859, a contribution to the critique of political economy. In this text, he wrote, commodities are the direct products of isolated, independent, individual kinds of labor, and through their alienation, in the course of individual exchange, they must prove that they are general social labor. In other words, on the basis of commodity production, labor becomes social labor only as a result of the universal alienation of the individual kinds of labor. Which is the word we use, for that word individual, in that case, we would just say singular. And so, yeah, inexchangeable, right? That aspect of your quality is what's alienated. It's the most human part of you. That which can be measured by a clock is always just the individual private labor expended before the act of exchange. As noted in the section concerning abstract labor, only with exchange can it be shown how much of this privately expended labor was actually value constituting and thus valid as an element of social labor time. Value constituting labor time, or the magnitude of abstract labor, cannot be measured before, only during exchange. And when the values of all commodities are set into relation with one another, then this act of measuring can only be conducted by means of money. For that reason, Marx can speak of money as the necessary form of appearance of the immanent value measurement by labor time. Value constituting labor time cannot be otherwise measured except through money. The expression of the value of a commodity in money terms is its price. To specify the price of a commodity, there must be a clear understanding of what functions as money, gold, silver, a paper note, but the money must not necessarily be at hand. It merely serves here in an imaginary or ideal capacity. The magnitude of value of a commodity is expressed in its price, and this is the only possibility for the magnitude of value to be expressed. If the magnitude of a commodity's value changes, if there is a new relationship of the individually expended labor to the total labor of society, then the price of the commodity also changes. However, the reverse is not the case. Not every price is the expression of a specific magnitude of value, nor does every change in price indicate a change in the magnitudes of value. This is where my brain just starts to melt. I'm just like, whenever Marxists start talking about price and magnitude and I don't know, just paragraphs like this, at some point, I think that this will be, we're going to keep speed running capital and we're going to just keep doing it. But Mikey's the same way. It's like econ Marxist bro talk. It's like my brain starts to like wilt and I go, like, it's kind of, I don't know. There's something about it. Like I peter out on it a lot faster than I do with other kinds of theory because like I'm trying to track it a lot harder in a certain way. You know, it's a bit more mathy. It's a bit more mathy. Like I couldn't look up and summarize the last few paragraphs. Like I feel like I'm getting it. I've read it before. I've listened to it. But it's like I couldn't sit down and write an essay about what's going on with price in Heinrich's interpretation here. You know, I don't know if you can you?
Just that price is not value, just like cost is not value. Yeah. But like value is relative and price is even more relative than value because it's like the supply and demand fluctuates. The supply of money will fluctuate. The conditions of the exchange itself are always going to be different. And so while value is like projected as this like concrete thing, almost like it's like this like ontological thing, like value. But then price is just how that works out based on like the conditions at the time of exchange.
Okay.
So price,
which all stands to reason. Yeah.
Value. Yeah.
Right. Okay. That's pretty much the point. Okay, good. Okay, then I am tracking, but okay, thank you. It helps to hear you say it. So things without value, meaning those things that are not products of abstract labor, can also have a price. That can be the case for both economically irrelevant issues, for example, the price of a noble title, and for quite important ones, for example, the price of a stock option, that is, the price of the right to buy a stock under guaranteed conditions. The change in price of a single commodity can also indicate a change in its magnitude of value, but it can also be a sign of especially fortunate or unfortunate circumstances, momentary shifts in supply and demand under which the commodity is sold. Sorry, I've read that without really emphasizing the parenthetical part, so it doesn't actually make sense. The change in price of a single commodity can also indicate a change in its magnitude of value, but it can also be a sign of especially fortunate or unfortunate circumstances, momentary shifts in supply and demand, under which the commodity is sold. The simultaneous change in the price of all commodities, that is, a change in the price level, generally does not indicate a change in all magnitudes of value, but rather a change in the value of money. The devaluation of money is reflected in a general rise in prices, inflation, while a rise in money's value is reflected in a general decline in prices. In what follows, it is mostly assumed that commodities are exchanged at their true values. This means that we disregard momentary fluctuation, and the price of commodities are assumed to be adequate expressions of their value. However, in section 7.2, we will see that under normal capitalist conditions, commodities are not exchanged at their values, meaning that normal prices are not solely the expression of the magnitude of value of commodities. Yeah, 100%. 100%. Like, one quick little way to turn around and make money, like when Craigslist was new, or like relatively new, like me and Chris, like we used to like go get a washer or a dryer or stove from the thrift store for like $90, turn around and sell it for like $230 on Craigslist. But dude,
fucking bastards.
We were delivering it, we were setting it up, and then we were going and we were spending our money, like having fun, like, you know. We needed extra money, you know.
Well, and it's just like a Balenciaga shirt. Actually, dude, the other day I looked at Burberry. I looked at their website because I was like, I wonder how much like a real Burberry shirt cost. Because like I have a jacket that's like a ripoff, and it was like $40. I was like, I want to look and see how much it cost. It cost $4,000.
Oh my God.
Like the value of like my cheap Chinese ripoff is definitely of a lower quality. And so I expected it to be maybe $200 for the real thing. It's $4,000, dude. Like that's not commensurate with the actual value. But the price is so high because of the sign value.
Yeah. Which is very different from the situation we were exploiting. That situation is very much like based in like this research and development constantly destabilizing the situation and re-rationalizing the entire economy. So there's like new opportunities constantly arising. So like the petty bourgeoisie can always come out of the working class by like being opportunistic, like looking for those opportunities all the time.
Paying attention. Yeah.
Paying attention. It's like, oh, I could buy this and move this over here, and then I'll get a bunch of money and I can go like have fun. It's like, yeah, do I want to be in that mindset all the time? No. After getting all this furniture in the house, like I am looking like I see all this stuff on market all the time where I'm like, that person's just in a hurry to sell that. I could buy that, put it right there. It'll still sell within a month and I'll get twice as much. Like, especially since I'd respond in a timely enough manner. Anyway, it's like, I find it funny that people would say that that's problematic, but then think that having a Roth IRA is not problematic. It's the exact fucking same thing. It's just on a different scale.
And your Roth IRA is probably financing some war in Africa right now.
Yeah, that too. For fucking for real. Yeah. All right.
Buying AKs for small children.
Yeah, or your fucking private liberal arts, college or whatever with its fucking endowments that are actually like the Roth IRA in investment accounts. It's not like it just sits there in a bank, in a vault. It's in investment accounts, probably funding wars in Africa, but also it's literally it's not objectified capital because you can't see it. Like it's invisible. But I mean, if you walk around a Pomona College, you get to kind of see it's different. Its quality's different,
Yep.
In what follows, it is mostly assumed that commodities are exchanged at their true values. This means that we disregard momentary fluctuation and the prices of commodities are assumed to be adequate expressions of their value. However, in section 7.2, we will see that under normal capitalist conditions, commodities are not exchanged at their values, meaning that normal prices are not solely the expression of the magnitude of value of commodities. The second function of money is as a means of circulation, which mediates the actual exchange of commodities. I would say that's where MMT probably comes in the most. In exchange, the owner of commodity A, for example, a weaver who produces linen, whose commodity does not represent a use value to him, wants to transform it into commodity B, for example, a chair, whose use value is of interest to him. He sells the linen for 20 euros and subsequently purchases a chair with these 20 euros. Marx describes this process as the metamorphosis of the commodity. For the weaver, the linen has been transformed into a chair. The material substance of this metamorphosis is the substitution of one use value by another. Marx also speaks of the social metabolism. The result is the same as that of a simple act of swapping linen for a chair. However, the form of this process is completely different, and this difference of form is precisely the point here. The form is where you get into how what we were doing was not what Chris and I were doing in that case was not. I'm catching myself more when I do that, But it's not just a small scale version of what's going on the stock market. And you were saying, well, yeah, because the stock market's also funding wars in Africa, and it's like that's true, but also what we're about to get into here is also part of the difference. And educational wise, if you're going to teach capital, it's like you want to have these things. It's like this is intuitive, right? Well, here's why it's not true, and kind of do that thing where it's the two of us selling this washer and dryer at a markup. That's basic merchant capital. It's not capitalism. Okay. So capitalism is this form that we're going to get into. As distinct from a simple swap, the metamorphosis of the commodity is mediated by money. The process has the form commodity, money, commodity, CMC, or concretely from the standpoint of the weaver, linen, money, chair. What is for the weaver the first act of the process, CM, the transformation of the linen into money, is for the possessor of the money who buys the linen, the conclusion of the metamorphosis of his original commodity. The purchase of the chair presents itself to the weaver as the conclusion of his commodity's metamorphosis, and in contrast, for the carpenter who sells the chair, this act is the beginning of the metamorphosis of the commodity. The metamorphoses of commodities are labyrinthine and never-ending. In their totality, they constitute the circulation of commodities. The simple exchange of products, use value for use value, is in contrast merely a two-sided affair, which is exhausted by the individual act of exchange. The circulation of commodities and the exchange of products are thus fundamentally different. I want to take over for a while.
The fact that the interrelation of various individual acts is established through money in the circulation of commodities, as opposed to mere exchange of products, also means reciprocally that the intervention of money also contains the possibility of the interruption of this cohesion. If the weaver sells his linen but holds on to the money without buying anything, then not only is the metamorphosis of his own commodity, the linen, interrupted, but so is the metamorphosis of other commodities. For example, the chair. The possibility of interruption, and therefore of crisis, is inherent to the mediation of the social circulation of matter through money. But for the mere possibility of crisis to become an actual crisis, a series of further circumstances must come into play, discussed in Chapter 9. The metamorphosis of the commodity, CMC, begins with one commodity and ends with a different commodity of the same value but a different use value. The commodity emanates from a particular commodity owner and returns to him in a different physical form. To that extent, the commodity is part of an act of circulation. The money that mediates this circulation, on the other hand, traces an orbit. During the first act, CM, the commodity owner receives money, but only in order to spend it again, under normally functioning circumstances of commodity circulation, and complete the subsequent act of MC. In its function as a means of circulation, money constantly remains within the sphere of circulation. However, merely symbolic money is sufficient for circulation, since the commodity owners are only concerned with the commodities that they can buy with it, and money can be substituted for mere symbols of value that are themselves without value, such as paper bills. Only with its third function does money ultimately function as real money. As the magnitude of value, money does not actually have to be present, and ideal money is sufficient. As a means of circulation, money has to be present, but symbolic money is sufficient. Only as a unity of magnitude of value and means of circulation is money really money. That is, an independent embodiment of value, and this implies a series of new determinations. Whereas the various commodities in their material existence represent particular use values and their value, abstract wealth, can only be imagined. Real money is the material being of abstract wealth. And that was a corrected translation. Whatever material object functions as money counts as a thing of value in its immediate material existence. As a thing of value, it can be exchanged at any time for any other commodity, and can thus be transformed into any use value. Real money is therefore the material symbol of physical wealth. Real money, meaning money as an independent manifestation of value, has very specific functions. It functions as a hoard, as a means of payment, and as universal money. As a hoard, money is withdrawn from circulation. It no longer mediates the circulation of commodities, but instead serves as an independent manifestation of value outside the process of circulation. In order to hoard, a commodity owner sells commodities without engaging in a subsequent act of purchase. The goal of the sale is to hold on to money as an independent manifestation of value. Every commodity producer, in order not to postpone his own purchases until his commodities are sold, or in order to ensure against his failure to sell a commodity, is dependent upon a smaller or greater hoard of money. In its function as a means of payment, money also acts as an independent manifestation of value. If a commodity is not paid for at the moment of purchase but later, then the buyer becomes a debtor and the seller becomes a creditor. Money does not function here as a means of circulation that mediates a purchase, but as a means of payment that concludes a purchase that has already happened. The phrase means of payment is used by Marx only in this sense, in contemporary everyday usage as well as in contemporary economics. any money used to pay for purchase is described as a means of payment, regardless of whether payment is made immediately or later. If money is used as a means of circulation, then the commodity owner initially engages in an act of sale, CM. He then subsequently makes a purchase and consummates MC. In the case of money being used as a means of payment, the sequence is reversed. First, the commodity owner makes a purchase, then he engages in a sales act to obtain the money for meeting his payment obligation. Acquiring money as the independent manifestation of value is now the function of the sale. Finally, money functions as world money on the world market. On the world market, money can be used as a means of circulation in order to mediate a sale, as a means of payment, for concluding a sale, or as the universally recognized social materialization of wealth. When not used for sale or payment, but to transfer wealth from one country to another, for example, after a war. In Capital, Marx assumes that money always has to be linked to a particular commodity. During Marx's time, gold played the role of this money commodity, but even back then, it was hardly the case that pieces of gold were widely used in everyday commerce. Small sums were paid with silver or copper coins, larger sums with banknotes. Banknotes were originally issued by individual banks, which promised to honor the notes in gold. Ultimately, banknotes were only issued by state central banks, which also promised to honor the notes in gold. As a rule, the central banks of individual countries were not allowed to print an arbitrary amount of banknotes, but rather had to ensure that the banknotes were covered by a proportionate amount of gold reserves. Gold was hardly circulated, but the paper money in circulation acted as a representation of gold. At the end of the Second World War, at a conference at Bretton Woods, New Hampshire, an international currency system was agreed upon that was still based upon a gold standard, but only the US dollar was covered by gold, $35 corresponding to an ounce of gold. All other currencies had a fixed exchange rate to the dollar. However, the obligation to honor dollars in gold was not valid for private individuals, only for state central banks. At the end of the 1960s, it had become clear that the massive amount of dollars in circulation had rendered the coupling of the dollar to gold a fiction. At the beginning of the 1970s, the gold standard was formally abolished, as were fixed currency exchange rates. Since then, there is no longer any commodity that functions at a national or international level as a money commodity. Now, money is essentially the paper money issued by the state central banks, and there is nothing for which this paper money can be redeemed. Of course, one can still buy gold with this paper money, but now gold is just another commodity like silver or iron, and no longer plays the special role of a money commodity, neither legally nor by default. Marx could not imagine a capitalist money system existing without a money commodity, but the existence of such a commodity is in no way a necessary consequence of his analysis of the commodity and money. Within the framework of the analysis of the commodity form, he developed the form determinations of the general equivalent, and the analysis of the exchange process yields the result that commodity owners do in fact have to relate their commodities to a general equivalent. But that the general equivalent must be a specific commodity was not proven by Marx, merely assumed. That which serves as a general equivalent, whether an actual physical commodity or merely paper money, cannot be determined at the level of simple commodity circulation. For more extensive analysis, see Heinrich, 1999. Only when the capitalist credit system is taken into consideration does it become clear that the existence of a money commodity is merely a historically transitional state of affairs, but does not correspond to the capitalist mode of production in its ideal average that Marx sought to analyze.
It seems like he would go just fine with MMT people to a certain extent.
Section 3.8. The secret of the fetishism of commodities and money. The final section of the first chapter of Capital is titled The Fetishism of the Commodity and Its Secret. The term commodity fetish has enjoyed a certain amount of propagation since Marx's time, but is not always used and understood in a way referring to phenomena dealt with by Marx. Marx did not use the term commodity fetish to describe how people in capitalism place an undue importance upon the consumption of commodities, or that they make a fetish out of particular commodities that serve as status symbols. The term also does not refer to making a fetish of brand names. There is no secret behind possessing expensive commodities as status symbols that needs to be deciphered. Yeah, conspicuous consumption is not the commodity fetish.
I think that's something people just assume based on like the way words get used. They go, oh, yeah, well, that they just deduce that must be what it is about. Yeah.
It is often the case that the commodity fetish is characterized solely as a state of affairs in which the social relationships between people appear as social relationships between things. The relationships of those engaged in exchange appear as a value relationship between the products being exchanged, so that social relationships become the property of things. But if we leave it at that, then fetishism appears to be merely a mistake. People ascribe false properties to the products of their labor and fail to see that, in reality, a social relationship between people lies behind the relationship between things. Fetishism would therefore be a form of false consciousness that merely conceals the real conditions. If that were the case, then this false consciousness must disappear once the real conditions have been explained. In this reductionist conception of the commodity fetish, important points of Marx's analysis are lost. We will therefore deal with Marx's argumentation in great detail. To offer a better overview, the following is divided into lettered sections. A. One must first pose the question, where can we pinpoint the secret that Marx speaks of in the section heading and that he seeks to decipher? Marx commences with the following. A commodity appears at first sight an extremely obvious, trivial thing, but its analysis brings out that it is a very strange thing, abounding in metaphysical subtleties and theological niceties. The commodity is thus only a very strange and mysterious thing, not in terms of everyday perception, but as a result of the analysis as rendered thus far. A table, for example, is an ordinary sensuous thing, but as soon as it emerges as a commodity, it changes into a thing which transcends sensuousness. This translation is wrong. Marx literally writes that as a commodity, it is changed into a sensuous extrasensory thing. To our everyday perception, a table is above all a particular use value. As a commodity, it also has a particular value. Both aspects are not at all mysterious to our spontaneous, everyday consciousness. And the notion that the magnitude of value depends upon the volume of expended labor time may be accepted or contested, but the circumstance itself is in no way mysterious. The sensuous extrasensory character of the commodity is first made clear by analysis. The analysis shows that the value objectivity of the commodity cannot be expressed within the commodity itself, and is therefore extrasensory, that is, a spectral objectivity, but only in another commodity that effectively acts as a direct embodiment of value. The substance of value, abstract labor, was demonstrated to be just as elusive as the objectivity of value. The analysis has thus unearthed a number of disconcerting findings. B. Marx then asks, whence then arises the enigmatic character of the product of labor as soon as it assumes the form of commodities, and formulates the following answer. Clearly, it arises from this form itself. The equality of the kinds of human labor takes on a physical form in the equal objectivity of the products of labor as values. The measure of the expenditure of human labor power by its duration takes on the form of the magnitude of the value of the products of labor. And finally, the relationships between the producers, within which the social characteristics of their labors are manifested, take on the form of a social relation between the products of labor. The mysterious character of the commodity form consists, therefore, simply in the fact that the commodity reflects the social characteristics of men's own labor as objective characteristics of the products of labor themselves, as the socio-natural properties of these things. Hence, it also reflects the social relation of the producers to the sum total of labor as a social relation, which exists apart from and outside the producers. In every social form of production characterized by a division of labor, people stand in particular social relationship to one another. In commodity production, this social relationship between people appears as a relationship between things. It is no longer people who stand in a specific relationship with one another, but commodities. People's social relationships, therefore, appear to them as socio-natural properties of the products of labor. What Marx means can be demonstrated using the example of value. On the one hand, it is clear that value is not a natural property of things like weight or color, but on the other, for the people in a commodity-producing society, it seems as if things in a social context automatically possess value, and therefore automatically follow their own objective laws to which humans must submit. Under the conditions of commodity production, things take on a life of their own, for which Marx only finds a suitable comparison in the misty realm of religion. In religion, it is the products of the human mind that take on a life of their own, whereas in the world of commodities, it is the products of men's hands that do so. I call this the fetishism which attaches itself to the products of labor as soon as they are produced as commodities, and is therefore inseparable from the production of commodities. C. If fetishism attaches itself to commodities, then it must be something more than simply a case of false consciousness. The fetishism must also express an actual situation. And under the conditions of commodity production, producers do not relate to one another in a direct social way. They first enter into a relationship with one another during the act of exchange, through the products of their labor. That their social relationship to one another appears as a social relationship between things is therefore not at all an illusion. To those engaged in exchange, writes Marx, the social relations between their private labors appear as what they are, i.e., they do not appear as direct social relations between persons and their work, but rather as material relations between persons and social relations between things. That things have social characteristics under the conditions of commodity production is in no way wrong. What is wrong is the assumption that they possess these social characteristics automatically in every social context. Fetishism does not consist of products of labor being regarded as objects of value. In bourgeois society, products of labor that are exchanged are in fact objects of value. But this objectivity of value is considered a self-evident and nature-imposed necessity. D. What must interest commodity owners first and foremost is the value of their commodities. These values are the objective expression of a social connection produced by humans, but not transparent to them. Men do not therefore bring the products of their labor into relation with each other as values because they see these objects merely as the material integuments of homogeneous human labor. The reverse is true. By equating their different products to each other in exchange as values, they equate their different kinds of labor as human labor. They do this without being aware of it. Commodity producers produce their social connection precisely not as a result of a particular awareness concerning the connection between value and labor, but independent of such awareness. It would therefore be completely wrong to understand Marx's theory of value as claiming that people exchange their commodities according to their values because they know how much labor is contained within the individual products. It is Marx's intent to show that humans act without being aware of the conditions of their action. E. This unconsciously produced fetishism is not simply a state of false consciousness, but rather possesses a material force. Whether my individually expended labor is recognized as a component of the total labor of society and to what degree is not information provided to me directly by society, but by the value of my commodity in exchange. And my prosperity or misfortune depends upon this information. But the magnitudes of value of commodities. But the magnitude of value of commodities vary continually, independently of the will, foreknowledge, and actions of the exchangers. Their own movement within society has for them the form of a movement made by things, which, far from being under their control, in fact, control them. The value of commodities is an expression of an overwhelming social interaction that cannot be controlled by individuals. In a commodity-producing society, people, all of them, are under the control of things. And the decisive relations of domination are not personal, but objective. This impersonal, objective domination, submission to inherent necessities, does not exist because things themselves possess characteristics that generate such domination, or because social activity necessitates this mediation through things, but only because people relate to things in a particular way, as commodities. F. That this objective domination and the objectification of social relationships to properties of things is a result of a specific behavior of humans is not transparent to everyday consciousness. For this spontaneous consciousness, forms which stamp products as commodities possess the fixed quality of natural forms of social life. In addition to everyday consciousness, classical political economy and modern neoclassical economics labors under the delusion of these forms. However, this delusion is not the result of the subjective delusion of individual economists. Marx emphasizes that this delusion is itself based upon a specific objectivity and therefore has a certain necessity. The categories of bourgeois economics consist precisely of forms of this kind. They are forms of thought which are socially valid and therefore objective. For the relations of production belonging to this historically determined mode of social production, i.e., commodity production. These objective forms of thought constitute what individual economists perceive as a matter of course to be the immediate, obvious object of political economy. In this passage, it becomes clear what Marx meant by critical expose of the system of the bourgeois economy in his letter to LaSalle. The critique of bourgeois categories is not an abstract exercise in the philosophy of science, but is rather inseparable from it. The various schools of political economy do not engage in debate concerning the form determinations of their subject matter, but rather concerning the content of these form determinations. In contrast, Marx renders a fundamental critique, a critique applied to the foundations of bourgeois economics. Marx criticizes forms that are always presupposed by bourgeois economics. Political economy has indeed analyzed value and its magnitude, however incompletely, and has uncovered the content concealed within these forms. But it has never once asked the question why this content has assumed that particular form. That is to say, why labor is expressed in value, and why the measurement of labor by its duration is expressed in the magnitude of the value of the product. Because value objectivity is a result of very specific behavior by human beings, namely producing things privately and exchanging them, this correlation is not apparent to either spontaneous, everyday consciousness or to political economists. Both see in the commodity form a socio-natural property. In this respect, both everyday consciousness and the science of economics remain imprisoned within this fetishism. As Marx makes this fetishism recognizable, he not only provides the foundations for a critique of consciousness in the fields of knowledge, He makes clear that social relationships must in no way remain the way they are. The rule of value over humans is not a natural law of society, but the result of a very specific behavior by humans. And this behavior can, at least in principle, be changed. A society without commodities and money is conceivable. G. Fetishism is not limited to the commodity. It is also inherent to money. Money as an independent manifestation of value possesses a special form of value. It exists in the form of the general equivalent. All other commodities do not. The special commodity, or piece of paper, that functions as money can only function as money because all other commodities relate to it as money. However, the form of money appears to be a socio-natural property of this commodity. What appears to happen is not that a particular commodity becomes money because all other commodities express their values in it, but on the contrary, that all other commodities universally express their values in a particular commodity because it is money. The movement through which this process has been mediated vanishes in its own result, leaving no trace behind. Without any initiative on their part, the commodities find their own value configuration ready to hand, in the form of a physical commodity existing outside but also alongside them. What applies to the commodity also.
He said ready to hand. Every time I've read that, that's Marx saying ready to hand. I always stop and I'm like, ooh. And it actually is like, I mean, Heideggerian readiness to hand. It's like, the point is like, you have this ready to hand relation to it. It's not like, it's like when you're doing your counting, that's a sort of present in hand way of looking at it. But like, you just have this ready to hand circumspective, like, relationship to capital and to prices and these assumptions about
because
value.
When you think about food, like, it's just a thing, like, oh, what should we have for dinner tonight? Like, included in the calculus that you do of like, oh, do I want a burrito? Do I want spaghetti? Do I want Chinese food? Like, included in that is also like, how much does that cost? And you're not thinking like, I have to go out and pick beans and milk a cow and churn cheese, or however you make cheese. Like, that's not the cost that you're thinking of. It is this monetary price is the cost that you're thinking of, and it's naturalized, and it is ready to hand, and it's so ready to hand that, like, yeah, it's naturalized and reified,
and you're freeing things into their involvement within this series of assignments that give them their signification, their value. Like, Marx really is doing like the phenomenological, existential, like, feeling out the insides of what we're talking about right here. So
yeah.
Yeah, it's sick. I love, like, there's like this point when you're like, oh, can they go together? Is there a way that they work together? Like, you know, like, a long time ago, I used to wonder this, and it's like, yeah, there are these ways where it's like very obvious. Like, it's one is more of a treatment of the base, the other is more of a treatment of the superstructure, but they're both materialists. They're both they're both materialists, in the sense that matters. So, fucking banger though. Yeah.
Yeah, this section is like, it is a little brain numbing, but also like, I do enjoy it. Like, this just like going over and over and over again. But I also find myself reaching a point of like I get back in touch with like the young kid in me who just like, at the end of the day, I was angry and I was like, the only thing I could say was, it's all bullshit. Like, because it is all bullshit. Like, all this shit, all these relationships, all these situations we find ourselves in, they are all bullshit, and they're downstream of behavior. And we behave in this way because we believe that there is no other way to behave. And like, it is true.
it is true that I can't go out and like pick beans and milk a cow and like grind up corn and make my own tortillas. Like I can't do that because I don't have access to those things. And so there's like, on one hand, like realistically, they might as well be objective truths because individual action on my part's not going to change them. But also like there's this anger that comes from the fact that no, if we all collectively decided, then it would be different because it is all bullshit. And so it's the chicken and the egg.
Right. And that's why superstructure is more important than base.
Yes.
And so that's why I say time energy versus fetishized consciousness. I think that time energy is a wrecking ball and the thing is, it's like, look, okay, people are going to go right back to taking time energy and turning it back into whatever they're doing. But I do think that it forces a break where you go, oh my God, I've never thought about how the only activities I engage in outside of work are basically ways of spending either garbage time or unharnessable energy, and that I've not actually developed my higher capacities or real relationships. Right?
No, dude, I am like coming at everything from the position of I don't give a shit. It's about time energy. I don't give a shit, and using it as a fucking wrecking ball, like you said. Like it is. And like, dude, like get with it or get the fuck out of the way.
Yeah, get like, the fuck out. Yeah. They're like, I don't give a fuck what your religion is. I don't give a shit like who you voted for, or if you didn't vote, or what thinker you like or don't. You want my time energy and I want yours, or fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah, dude.
You know? Yeah. And then people are like, oh, time energy. And then they just like turn it into this other thing. And it's like, you're not thinking with it yet, but you will. You will.
No, and that's
dawn on you. Like it'll dawn on you eventually.
Yeah, like I do believe that like just continuing to always bring it back there, eventually people will get the fucking point. And I don't think people in our lifetime will get the point. Or no, I do think people in our lifetime will get the point. I don't believe like it'll reach critical mass in our lifetime. But I do believe that like that is the straw that will break the camel's back.
Yeah.
And I do believe that like it is incumbent upon us always bringing it back, always having that wrecking ball, and that's the germ that eventually will grow or will destroy the planet in nuclear war. Well, like one of the other.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's like, here's the thing. I'd like to move on in a sort of sense from time energy theory into a bunch of other areas of theory. Like there's other stuff that I'm like interested in developing or whatever, but it's like time energy is the one that also allows me to like get into everything. It's good for everything. But so are these other research threads that we're on. But
I think,
but the thing is, it's like to really set it down and say, there you go. I'm going to focus on other theory for a while, like another kind of point of emphasis. What if I bracketed out time energy and just fucking did some theory? It's like, not going to do that until I've written the book about time and energy. And like after that book's done, I'll have said my piece and I'll probably focus on some other shit for a while. But it's like, no, it's going to be this is the axe to grind, because it's also like the wedge that I think like helps me filter people, make my priorities, make things that like how I do prioritize, like actually intelligible to other people. Like it's actually like, it's like a language, it's like, it becomes really useful. And so, for now, I'm just happy to keep exploring it. And the fact is like, yeah, we're going to have like this crazy, basis in CPE as a field, right? Like we have a foreconception that's become refined over the last like 10 years of conversations and research. And so it's like now it's just like, okay, let's go back through it all and let's go through it all longer and harder and like see what we come out with, considering that we're going in with this and that we're setting ourselves up already to repeat it, which is like the most exciting part is like, we're setting ourselves up to repeat this. Like we're talking to ourselves in the future as well. And so it's like, I'm so stoked. Hello. It's like future selves, you're revisiting this. This is awesome. And it's like we get to revisit. So it's like, oh my God, it's like, am I really following this? And it's like, I guess I'll know when I go over it again, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. There's no exam. You just have to be able to like inhabit the space, you know?
What applies to the commodity also applies to money. Only as a result of the specific behavior of commodity owners does money possess its specific properties. But this mediation is no longer visible. It vanishes. For that reason, it seems as if money possesses these properties in and of itself. In the case of money, whether it is a money commodity or a piece of paper, a social relationship appears as an objective property of a thing. And just as with the commodity, social actors do not have to be aware of the mediating relation in order to act. Anyone can use money as money without necessarily understanding what money is. Theories of surplus value. The absurdity of this reification of social relationships is increased in the case of money. If products of labor are turned into commodities, they acquire a value objectivity in addition to their physical objectivity as use values. This value objectivity, as illustrated above, is a spectral objectivity, apparently just as objective as use value, but nonetheless not tangible or visible within the individual object. But money now counts as an independent manifestation of value. Whereas commodities are useful objects that additionally have the objective status of being values, money is directly a value thing. In the first edition of Volume 1 of Capital, Marx makes this point clear using a nice example. It is as if, in addition to lions, tigers, hares, and other really existing animals, which together constitute the various families, species, subspecies, etc. of the animal kingdom, the animal would also exist, the individual incarnation of the entire animal kingdom. That the animal walks about among the various concrete animals is not only factually impossible, it is also logical nonsense. The abstract category is placed at the same level as the individuals from which the abstract category is derived. But money is the real existence of this absurdity. In bourgeois society, people's spontaneous consciousness succumbs to the fetishism of the commodity and money. The rationality of their behavior is always a sort of rationality within the framework set by commodity production. If the intentions of social actors, that which they know, are made the point of departure of analysis, as is the case in neoclassical economics and various sociological theories, then that which individuals don't know, the framework that preconditions their thought and activity, is blanked out of the analysis from the very start. Proceeding from this consideration, not only can we criticize a considerable portion of the foundations of bourgeois economics and sociology, but also a popular argument of worldview Marxism, namely that there exists a social subject, the working class, which, on the basis of its particular position in bourgeois society, possesses a special ability to see through social relationships. Many representatives of traditional Marxism express the need to take the standpoint of the working class in order to understand capitalism. But in so doing, they overlook the fact that workers, just like capitalists in their spontaneous consciousness, are also subject to the delusions of the commodity fetish. In the next few chapters,
we'll see that the capitalist mode of productions brings forth other inversions and absurdities to which both workers and capitalists succumb. One cannot therefore speak of a privileged position of perception occupied by the working class, but one also cannot make the claim that fetishism is in principle impenetrable.
Tight, yeah!
Yeah, man.
Chiquita banana, osh, gosh, my gosh.
Can you hear that can you hear that fine on your side? Because like, is Zoom canceling it out?
No, dude, it actually sounds better than it's ever sounded.
Oh, that's awesome. Cool.
Yeah.
Osh, gosh, but gosh.
Chiquita banana,
Obama. Cool, guys. Cool capital gang.
Gang.
Are we gonna go more? Are we gonna go harder? What time is it? What's going on? Do we care?
Like it's dinner time, dude.
Yeah, we can resume later. So, welcome to Capital Mondays, us and everyone else. I
feel good. Like having gone through the first 3 chapters of this. I don't know, I feel good. First of all, it's a really good refresher. Not even a refresher, like really, really, truly engaging with this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I feel good that like there were some things that I like remembered, like the fact that he's quoting Marx a lot and like pulling from Marx. I don't know, it feels good that like I remembered stuff. I'm like, oh yeah, good job, me.
Mm-hmm.
But also like, yeah, man, we're doing work. We're doing work that I don't want to say needs to get done, because honestly, I don't think this specifically is a necessity. I don't.
Oh, you don't? I think it is.
I don't think this specifically, reading this book, I don't think is a necessity. But I think what we're doing is work that needs to be done. So like, and the only reason I'm adding that caveat is just because I don't, like, other people will see this and I don't want to be seen as the guy who's sitting back and patting us on the back. Like I don't want to do that.
Saying this is necessary. No,
yeah.
I think that this is going to become a rite of passage for a lot of people. And I think that it is for us as well. Like, it is getting our chomps like it's getting our stripes. It's like getting our, like, it's like these kinds of texts make you give up on thinking about texts in a linear way. And that's one of the most important things for just like unlocking, living in, like intelligence, like tapping it, you know, like, and getting involved in it, you know. It's like it's like, I don't know. I can't talk about capital. I can't keep going through my life talking about capital and capitalism and not have mapped the field outlined at the beginning of this whole series. So it's like, it's like, that has to be familiar terrain. Like, that has to be normal. That has to be normal life for normal people. Now, the thing is like, if I teach a short course, like a 4 to 6 week course on the 3 volumes of Capital, and it's based out of our reading of the 3 volumes, as well as all of this other secondary stuff or like these expansion packs and stuff, like the value of that is going to be something that's like, no one's done that. Like it's going to be fucking special. And there's, to me, it's like the coolest thing in the world. I'm really stoked about it. Yeah. Because it's just like, I wish everyone had already done this. Like I have, like, at this point I love it, but it's also like, I shouldn't have to do it. But like, ultimately Theory Underground's like this like obstacle course to develop me in a way that like the existing institutions aren't, and the attention economy isn't. So it's like, it's like on the one side, we show what can be done. I'm excited to see what can be done with Mondays. Just like, Nance and I sacrificed our Mondays for this amount of time so that you all and we ourselves in the future are able to watch it on demand. And it's fire. Like I'm so excited that it exists. But I'm already patting myself on my back and giving us like this is a victory lap and we just started, but it's also the pep talk for like when you're like getting excited about like a marathon and you're like, this will be a whole new level for me. Once we do this relay race, it's gonna be a whole new level for us. Yeah. Well, when we do this relay race, we'll also probably, I don't know. I'm excited to find out what point we're at in the reading of this. At that point, we're like, we're still halfway through volume 1. No,
I'll be happy if we get that far. By the fucking race, dude. But
that was not obviously the sound, like the button. Did you know you knew it was though, right? Okay, cool. That is so funny.
Yeah, man.
All right. Well, with that, let's go to dinner and see what happens. All right.
Word.
Later, everybody. Peace.
Thinking is super uncool, and that's why you should do it. It's just like almost anything that's like cool anymore. It just sucks. And I think that's like what the underground movement has always been about, is just like seeing what's in the mainstream, being like, it ain't there, and kind of like cobbling something together, you know? And it's a little mismatched, but that's like its beauty.
We cannot do direct revolution, but the only way to lay the foundation for it is to do what you are doing to move the underground. It's a theoretically correct title.
Welcome to Theory Underground, where workers with earbuds can find genuine liberation from necessity.
Research at Theory Underground focuses on what is most important for understanding our current situation. Theory of the subject, capital, time-energy theory, critical media theory, CMT, and the most essential critiques necessary for understanding why the theory, ideology, and common sense of influencers left to right misses the mark.
We bring primary texts from leading lights of diverse fields to bear on topical issues and works popular in our current world. Theory Underground is a publishing house as well as lecture course and social media platform.
You've been reading Underground Theory.
Yes.
And
amazing book. I'm a publisher and an editor. I run a review of books. Literally, it's my living. This is the best edited collection I've ever read.
Jesus Christ.
Seriously.
This is a little experiment in what I, David McKerracher, can pull off without relying on the academy or the algorithmic dictates of the attention economy.
Usually, a good edited collection has good essays, but you only want to read a few. Every essay makes me want to read the other essays because you have a vision. Everyone that you invited for a reason. You weren't some fake publicist who's like, "How so-and-so's a new book, have them on your show." No, you only talk to people because you've read shit by them that you've thought about, that you think has value, even if you disagree. So I think that's what's amazing.
I believe that I am, like so many others, pioneering a future in which educators can form learning webs that will make learning as a way of life enjoyable and emancipatory. However, before these tools become accessible, they have to be experimented with. That's why I built my own website and app using nothing more than my own saved wages, 5 patrons, and some small classes of students over the last year. Of course, I also have had my wife Anne's moral support and help with accounting so that I don't get in trouble with the IRS or whatever. In less than a year, Theory Underground has already put out 8 courses, 2 books. One, my book, Timenergy, and the other, Underground Theory, which has over 30 contributors, including works written by students at Theory Underground, some of my fellow travelers, and colleagues in the broader universe of Underground Theory. Beyond the books and courses, though, you will also find interviews, reading exegetical reaction sessions, and live weekly events for working class autodidacts, independent researchers, and renegade academics. These include a variety of clubs and cohorts that meet on a weekly or monthly basis. If you want to get involved, there are 4 main subscription levels.
Think of it like a gym membership, but for your mind.
The point is to make learning, practice, and theoretical comprehension a way of life. Support at this stage of the operation is more crucial than ever because my savings were used up over the last year of getting this established. If I can triple my subscribers in the next 2 months, I can quit my gig at Amazon and focus on this work full time. All I need is a few more people at each of the levels or a couple big time patrons who just want to see it happen. Right now I am doing a patron and site subscriber drive, so excuse the commercial. But if you end up really liking what goes on at this channel, consider signing up soon. If you cannot afford it, but want to get involved with some of the stuff behind the paywall, I have made a financial aid scholarship you can sign up for here in the description. Quick side note, some people ask about the profit motive. At this point, I have not actually made a return on any of my investment in terms of the amount of time, energy that I put into things, the amount of savings I've actually put into things, the opportunity cost of the work that I'm doing as opposed to the other kinds of things that I could be doing for money. But more importantly, I don't actually make enough to pay for my cost of living. The goal is to make enough for my cost of living, and then once that is achieved, everything over that amount is going to go towards expanding the operation to the point where I can hire Michael Downs, aka Mikey of The Dangerous Maybe, to be a full-time researcher and part-time teacher at Theory Underground. Alright, so with that aside, I just want to say also, if you are a worker with earbuds, what's up? I see you. I work at Amazon part-time and everything I do is for my past self who used to work there full-time. Most workers with earbuds couldn't care less about theory, but I do believe a working class intellectual revolution could grow out of the underground theory scene. My hope is that what I have built here will contribute to making the scene something more than just a scene, and you into something more than just a scene kid. We're trying to make this into a real intellectual milieu capable of leading a way forward beyond the imminent crises facing humanity. But for that, we need thinking now more than ever.
Start thinking.
I hope that you either will or have enjoyed the program, and also make sure to like, comment, subscribe, and leave this playing in the background all the time while you're doing other things.
Playing long-form Theory Underground content in the background while you do things has, in the near future, been scientifically proven to emancipate minds from the functional illiteracy imposed on workers by the structural stultification of time energy. This is achieved by reterritorializing circumspective concern.
Also, to some degree, it is for the algorithm.
Think of it like a gym membership, but for your mind!
I love you so much.
I love you too.